change outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here on
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcatia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
It does indeed. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to OWCS Stage 3. We're getting into the final stretch before the World Finals in Sweden this very November. I am Zoe, and joining me for all things EMEA today are the one and only Mitch and Matt. How you doing, friends? It's been a hot minute since I last saw you.
It really has. It's fun to be back. I feel excited that you refer to us as friends. I feel like, yeah, did I not convey that how excited I am?
No, like you didn't.
Dude, he's got a
smile.
collared shirt on, bro. He
It
is
looked like
actually
you
that
were
excited.
reading it off. It looked like you were reading it off.
All they do behind the scenes is just, they just badger me, and beat me down. But you know what? At least on camera, we're friends.
You look like a Baptist church reverend, bro. I'm very glad to see you've got a collared shirt on today.
That's not exactly the vibe I was going for, but I mean, hey,
But you
look,
nailed it anyway, and I love that.
Yeah,
for us.
I guess I nailed it.
Yeah,
Proud of you,
Matt, I'm glad that the season isn't quite over. We still have some time to, take a shot at you here and
That's
there
true.
and
A
everywhere.
lot of
But
weeks
we
left.
are at the tail end of it all. As I said, we're kicking things off in Stage 3. Let's take a look at our full year roadmap to see where we're at. At the very end, Stage 3, and all eyes are set on those World Finals, guys.
Oh, how the heck is... how is our World Finals going to follow up on what we've seen this year?
I know,
Incredible
right?
champions clash in Hangzhou. A nuts mid-season championship at EWC. Actually crazy. World Finals, obviously, I'm super hyped for that. It's kind of crazy. We've still got more goodness to go here in Stage 3 and then heading to that massive event in November.
I mean, Stockholm was awesome last year, right? Even, after how great EWC was last year. And with these two events, I mean, I'm expecting Stockholm, especially with like the little change up of format they announced, to really be an awesome time.
Yeah, it should be an awesome time. I actually want to quickly recap the mid-season championship, which I feel like just wrapped up, but it also feels like it's been weeks ago. So let's refresh the memory real quick and tell you what went down over there. Because quite frankly, we had so many great storylines, exciting moments.
Yeah.
We saw 3 Saudi orgs coming out on top in front of their home crowd, but in the end, it's still the Korean spot that takes the victory. So nothing has changed.
But I mean, Twisted Minds beat Crazy Raccoon in a best of 5.
Yeah.
Then we got the Alcatia matchup in that semi-final, which is crazy. And then finally, we had a grand final that didn't feature Crazy Raccoon and both Falcons. I wish it was a little closer in this game. But still, a lot of scripts got flipped on their head. Remember that, like, Falcons almost got beat by GK in that first quarterfinal as well. That was like a 5 mapper. So it just felt like every region leveled up massively and started to finally put pressure on Falcons until they decided to start playing the game seriously.
That push on Esperança between Alcatia and Falcons, I never really wanted to see that again. And then when we just showed the highlight, I was like, man, they were up 110 meters to nothing and then just got ran through. Look, Alcatia played really well. I thought EMEA definitely showed up, obviously in Riyadh, but Falcons, I mean, just still too strong in the end.
No, it was a good time. Crazy Raccoon, obviously, a big surprise that we didn't see them. Although that said, they were struggling already in Stage 2 to even make it through. And then at the beginning of the tournament, we felt like, okay, they shook it off, whatever it was, and they're back. But turns out they weren't.
Yeah. Look, I mean, there were like a couple of teams, so in general, that I kind of hoped would make deeper runs. Like the fact that Weibo got knocked out in groups, right? They had that like massive, decider against VP. I really expected like to see more from that. But it was great to see teams like Varel and Rock Esports out of China, Team CC, like it's a bit more depth in that region as well. And even getting to see the Gatos Guapos, even though they got smashed. Really,
Seeing their logo on the big stage was everything. Okay,
Yeah.
like just seeing that already made it worth my while. I can appreciate that. Also, shout out to Varel. They made quite quite a good impression, I dare say. We're a fan favorite immediately. And speaking of fans, you should join us for the World Finals at DreamHack in November. Tickets are on sale right now, and obviously it's the fans which really make those LAN events what they are. It's always a good time with all of you.
It is going to be cold. Do not pack how I packed last year.
I forgot about his Crocs.
I was in my Crocs in the snow. If you are coming to Stockholm, be prepared for chilliness.
Logical at that point. Like, what do you think? What do you think Sweden is? Like, it's
I
in
mean,
the same hemisphere as the NA, so you know it's winter there as well. You knew that at least.
It was just a miscalculation. You know, you get ready for the plane, you're all comfy, and then you forget that you're just thrown out into what felt like the Arctic. So that was just a miscalculation.
It's all right, man. I'll send out a packing list for you and everyone else who's in dire need of learning how to dress for the cold.
Put a dictionary in there, would you?
That's right. I'll grab that as well.
I won't read it.
And here I will also add an overview of the teams that you might potentially be able to cheer on. These are our Stage 3 teams. We do see a lot of returning faces also coming through the promotion and relegation. On that note, also, of course, we do have to mention that we will not be seeing the Ultimates. They depart, and that means that in their region, we're going to see 3 teams coming through the promotion and relegation system.
Yep. The Ultimates, they just blew to smithereens, didn't they?
Did.
A lot of their top players made homes amongst other EMEA teams, so I wouldn't worry about too much about that one. There was only a couple of exceptions. So, yeah, that mixes things up a little bit in EMEA, but I don't think it changes anything towards the top of the tables there.
No, I think the rest of EMEA should be extremely competitive, though, right? I think Twisted Minds and Alcatia obviously sit at top with VP right there, and then I think it's pretty open underneath.
I'm just so excited because it's going to be a brand new meta. So what made those EMEA teams so very strong in Stage 2, that won't fly anymore, right? So I'm very excited to see how it all shakes out. Also over in NA, DillDucks making a return. Wouldn't be OWCS if Frothy Philly isn't in the server, you know what I mean? So I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. And we have 6 weeks of action ahead of us. And you know what? New players, new teams. And guess what? A new partner, Nani. That's right. We're excited to announce that we've joined forces with DHL as an official OWCS 2025 partner. So make sure to stick around for some exciting deliveries from Cargo. That's that little guy. Am I pointing the right way? I just pointed both ways just in case. There we go. Cargo. The fanfic between him and our pushbot writes itself. So I'm expecting some good fan
You didn't
art
even
coming
wave
in.
at him, so me and Mitch
did.
both greeted Cargo.
Wave. You also can read in that lower third that thanks to DHL, you have an opportunity to join us at the World Finals in Sweden. All you have to do to enter a raffle to win a trip for 2 to DreamHack Stockholm is predicting who you think is going to win EMEA and NA. That's it. That's our DHL Moments campaign for you. And the prediction doesn't even need to be correct to be eligible to grab that ticket. So, Matt, even you could get it.
You just have to
that's
pick
true.
That's
Even I can
crazy.
be
That's
there. Yeah.
crazy.
I just need to pick anybody.
Anybody. Yeah. Who would be your anybody? Matt? Who's going to win?
Well, okay. So hear me out.
He's about to overthink
If I was trying to win this, I would wait until after our first match of EMEA.
And the winner
I would say whoever wins that one, slot that in.
Sheep cop out, I like it.
It's a long stage, though. I don't.
Get
I'm
the
not gonna
coin
use that
out.
match as an indicator. No.
Get the coin out, flip it, and you're going with like either SSG or TL. And yeah, that's kind of what I would say.
Bro, for real? You don't think like GK is?
Yeah.
Is in with a real shot?
Well, see, so lots of people are gonna pick GK, right? So you want to be on the opposite side of that.
Oh, and take a really off the wall pick like Team Liquid.
Yeah, you want to reduce the field.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to have better odds.
Mitch, do you have 2 better takes? Real quick.
Well, no. First of all, you don't have to predict the right team to enter our
true.
competition, right? To
You
join
can
us in
vote with your
Stockholm.
heart. You know?
I would like.
Right, but
to
it's
vote
cooler
I
to
would
get
like
it
vote
right,
for
though.
GK, personally, in NA, I think I like, especially Cuffer is like emerges a pretty incredible player, honestly, and like lethal. Now it is lethal my moan at DPS now, so I do want to see how that frontline gels. But like my moan's been subbing in for these guys a whole bunch there in different roles. So in EMEA, I think it's still Alcatia. I think there's a bit of a gap still, so we'll see how that pans out. But yeah, I know I don't need to even be right to predict. I'm just going to try.
What about you,
That's
Zoe?
right. I will just move us on to the next segment because my predictions historically are just not correct, right? And speaking of incorrect predictions,
Matt never let that stop him. Why are you?
Yeah,
I just
always
don't have
throw
his-
some stuff out.
yeah, but I don't have your white middle-aged cis men confidence.
Yeah.
I'm just not coming in with the same vibe, you know.
All right, get us out of here. Get us out of here.
All right, I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah, so speaking of predictions that are most likely wrong, Stage 3 is, of course, filled with roster changes, a fresh meta, bunch of teams that we haven't seen play at all. So what better time than right now to draft our fantasy teams? Knowing absolutely nothing. Now, Matt, you're our resident sports ball
Resident
expert.
knower of nothing.
I am.
Sure. Walk us through it. How does it work? What are we doing?
So look, we did a snake draft, right? Everybody got to select, 5 players, 2 subs. We're going to be doing like the scoring's like 3 limbs is 1 point, 1 death is 1 point, and like damage. Obviously, we kind of count in there as well. So we all drafted our rosters. I slightly went for like a vibes-based team, not exactly ideal for scoring, but I felt like this is going to be a fun thing we do amongst us, and also like when you play fantasy, it's not really about the roster that starts; it's about the roster you finish with, right? You got to make those
No one's
good
trading with you because no one trusts you.
mid-season adjustments. Yeah, I mean nobody's going to trade with me, so I'm on the waiver wire exclusively.
All right,
but, so we defend your team.
All right, so we definitely first pick Ziad here. This is
Yes,
the first
yes,
pick
I
Ziad
did.
team.
Well, I don't know. I didn't want to break up like the working backline. I think my team is good. I think
So my
I'm
team-
feeling
wait, my
confident.
team-
Red.
Okay, so my team is I'm 8th. I was last pick. So basically, I snapped up Zera and Court straight away because it's a snake draft, right? I knew I wasn't going to be able to buy for a good tank. So Tread ended up coming in
team.
as my last
Actually-
pick there. I think that's still good.
That's
Yeah.
a pretty good team, actually.
No, don't get.
No,
He's
I'm
not
kinda-
here,
I'm
so we're
kinda-
allowed to put him down.
Oh, yeah,
this is
Jake.
no chance Jake is gonna win. I mean, a terrible team.
I mean, draft order changes
pretty
like,
good.
your strategy so much in this, right? Like when you're like last pick as opposed to like being like I think 3-4 is like the best.
What, you're complaining about having the 2 picks back to back? I
No,
was like
my
in
team
the
is fine.
middle.
My team is fine. I was like, do I pick Willies or do I pick Tread? Like 2 like pretty.
I think
pretty decent
my
tank
downfall
pick
might be the DPS department because I was just like so focused on getting a good tank and a good backline that I kind of by the time it was my turn again, there was the best ones were gone. But alas, I guess that's how it works. We'll find out. We'll check back in with our fantasy teams throughout this stage. But for now, let's focus on what's in store for today. This is our schedule. We're running it back. We're just running the same simulation on another day. Alcatia and Twisted Minds are our opening match of the day. That's going to be my highlight.
Oh, this match is gonna be a banger. The second one, like anything can happen with Gen.G and Vision. I am fascinated to see how that one goes. I think Gen.G, the ultimates were kind of fairly disappointing, during stage 2, but I think Gen.G was probably, they were probably thankful there were other disappointments because there would have been even a bigger spotlight on them. So excited to see how they tooled up and came back.
They made me mad. That's all I'm gonna say. Now, hopefully, they make me less mad. We'll see.
That's right. Yeah, let's dive into this first match. All right, it is a rematch, of course, from our opening match in stage 2. But more recently, we did see them going face to face in the quarterfinals? No, semifinals.
Semis.
Of the mid-season championship. Both times it was Alcatia coming out on top. Both times it went all the way though, so they are a very closely matched teams.
This was an unreal series. Both teams were very, very good at playing the sim comp, right? You expect that's obviously very much in Twisted Mind's wheelhouse. That bomb from Ziad through the TP just is chef's kiss, and that's the cherry on top that kind of seals that game up. Just insanely good Overwatch. We got the same thing at the start of stage 1, I think, or stage 2 rather, between these two teams. Really impressive team. Obviously, no changes here on this roster, right? Still Len and Kellex in that back line. Labda and Checkmate working really well together. These guys are going to be powerhouses. Obviously, a top team in the EMEA.
Didn't they pick up Chase though from the Ultimates?
They did.
As
They
a,
did.
as
Chase.
a bench tank. Yeah, they added Chase.
Yeah.
So we're not showing you the bench players right now, but yeah, just something to keep in mind that they do have.
Yeah, Chase
some
obviously is like that
talent this
Winston
time around.
player, should it be required. So just keep an eye out for that. There will be opportunities in this stage for Chase to get some game.
Exactly. And then on the other side, Twisted Minds.
I would be shocked. So like when we see these two teams who are rolling all these highlights, like we see the sim comps in play. If you've been watching, like, you know, OWCS and any of the other regions going on right now, sim has not really been played. Obviously, a lot of perk adjustments coming in with season 18. So, like, I would be shocked if EMEA still stays on this type of stuff. But saying that, it is EMEA, right? They historically don't want to play like things we're seeing in the other regions, like, you know, Tracer Gen.G and things along those lines. So it'll be fascinating what their read on everything is. TVNT in the starting lineup, right? They have I know KSA and TVNT. Psycho in as well, right? UB was playing a lot of like sim during stage 2, so this tells you already they're going in a different direction. And although he's not on my fantasy team, I still want to give some love to Simple. I think he's on yours. So he was like so sick during stage 2, so excited to see him back in action.
Yeah, I picked up both Simple and Funny Astro. Like, I think they're just such a solid backline for this team.
I think we have to point out very quickly as well is that, like, the reason why like changes have been made to the meta is also we have the addition of a new support hero, you know, that's now available for play. Lijiang is definitely going to change the landscape a little bit. Extremely powerful, and some combinations that otherwise sort of have been a little bit unlocked, I think, by you know, by their joining the rosters. So if you've seen what other regions, you know what they're capable of doing. So it's not only the perk adjustment. There were like 50 new perks or changed perks in season 18, which is a lot to keep track of, plus the new hero edition.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see where this region is taking us with that, because historically it kind of just all ended up being the same-ish thing played in every region, but maybe they can make a stand and not buying into the dive that we've seen currently in the other region. We're about to find out. So Mitch, Matt, please take it away for our first match of the day.
Let's just get started. I mean, I'm super excited with Alcad's here on the docket against Twisted Minds. Already, it's almost as if things are scripted, Matt. And what a good way to see how effective the brief off-season between Stage 2 and Stage 3 has been for many of these teams. I know we took some big breaks after that mid-season championship. Now it's nose to the grindstone again in that race for Stockholm.
And I'm more curious of what the meta in this region will look like, right? We talked about what we've seen in, other regions, especially with Lijiang added to the game, right? And kind of the dive and centric kind of comps we're seeing with like Winston and Diva and Tracer and Gen.G. That historically has not been EMEA. Gonna get a little Call of Duty throwback. Like, the EMEA is traditionally boots on the ground, right? They're not flying around out there. So we'll see what their read on it is. A lot, if you do remember though, in stage 2, a lot of these teams in EMEA try to make adjustments to end up playing more dive, and then dive actually wasn't like meta. So maybe some of that now will actually come into play.
All right, let's have a look at our map pool coming into this series, of course. And I think, you know, with a different outlook as well, with different compositions kind of rising to the top, we expect to see some more maps or some different maps become preferential. And you're right. I mean, we talked about the Ultimates earlier. Now they're no longer with us, but that was kind of a project, I think, that was designed to, you know, have a team that could kind of play that dive style very naturally. When you say
they're no longer with us, it's so morbid. They're still with us. They're just not in OWCS. You know, they're still existing, just not here currently. But Alcatia picking Lijiang Tower, right? So you see Ilios in Samoa, like in the pool. Like, Lijiang Tower is probably the one, right, where you don't have to play like a lot of Winston or Diva. You definitely can do it, right? But it's one of the ones that you can probably bring in some more of that like EMEA playstyle.
And we have our bans all ready for our first map here. So first ban up is Freya, taken away by Alcatia here. And the Kiriko also being looked at. Of course, Kiriko still very much in vogue right now, right? Even with some sort of minor changes. Obviously, like the shuffling perk gets removed now. So Swift Step, you know, gives... Now she's got a major perk, rather, that gives her the increased attack and reload speed. Also, her other major perk now lets Suzu really increase your like cooldown. It gives you cooldown reduction and also movement speed. So you can no longer have that second dash in a pinch when you...
I mean, that was insane. That was extremely strong, the second dash. So excited to see that one go. Kiri Wuyong has been a pretty prevalent combination, but then also Wuyong with Ana. So curious if we'll see some Ana play. This also, like some teams in the EMEA, right, are designed a little bit more kind of, I would say, like old school, right? Like a main support and then like a flex support, where they're like, you think of a player like Kelex, right? Like playing a hero like a Lijiang or Ana, right? It's going to be a little bit different how some of these teams kind of work around all of that.
Yeah, it's a good point. Obviously, Kelex historically was like a Brigitte, obviously played a lot of Mercy back in the day, Lucio. So, some teams might have to move more in that double flex support direction. Ana's still very powerful. Biotic Bounce is still very much part of her kit, so still has really, really nasty bio nades here, and Lijiang tends to just throw a lot of this into the mix. Now, if you haven't seen Lijiang in competitive play, we can talk about it a little bit when we get into game. There are some aspects that remind me of Zen with like a persistent heal over time that works on line of sight basis. There is like a healing amplification aspect of his Guardian wave, so that's something that's worth bearing in mind. But in general, just a great addition. Doesn't quite have the mobility that you might expect maybe a character like Lijiang to have. Like he's still exploitable and you can dive on them, but very powerful in terms of just overall output.
I mean, his ultimate, and then also with like, let's say you're playing Ana as well with like nano boost. I mean, you basically have like, kind of almost like 2 mini versions of it, which are kind of crazy. So the Freya gone and Kiri. I think the Kiri is probably the one that's a little bit more impactful here for this first map.
Yeah, obviously, Freya is still very powerful for many of the same reasons, folks. Being able to use that passive to have very frequent ultimates, and honestly, just being pretty safe and agnostic to a lot of like whatever dive or whatever's happening sort of on the ground, given that she's got great vertical and lateral mobility all in one with that aimed shot. So Lijiang Tower was going to be our first opportunity to test how effective these two teams have been in that little break coming out of that mid-season championship. There was a lot on the line there. These two clashed in that semi-final as they have so many times before, and I'm very ready to run it back online and see what they've been cooking.
I mean, this be quite interesting, right? Obviously a lot of time to make some adjustments here, right? But TM potentially, so we're gonna see them end up playing a Zarya comp, and you're going to see Zarya here on the opposite side, with Alcatia. So both teams ending up playing with this Zarya here off the rip. We'll get the overlay flipped at the top of the screen, right? We're gonna have it'll be Alcatia here, still going with that sim look. So we were like, this is gonna get phased out. Not here in EMEA.
Cassidy here for Labda, with a major perk, by the way, that's kind of insane. Replacing Fan the Hammer with a single piercing shot that bleeds is like really nice for his output. And also has received some weapon buffs recently that have just made Cassidy very, very powerful. So great pick here. Psycho struggling in the initial encounter. TVNT going very, very low. And even Zarya, I think this is pretty interesting. In Season 18, it's just really a minor pass of perks, really, like with the a new minor perk that lets you, like, I think when you right click and gain some extra energy, so it does help with range.
You gain 3 energy with like hits at range, right? With the right click. So we'll see if that's a perk that ends up being selected here. Is Orts on the Soj, just building up some railgun shot here, some energy. We'll see if he's able to kind of find one. But Landon already with an amp matrix here. I was going to say they're going to be walking right into this. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out here from Alcatia, and you get that first pick. Now you can start to push in behind this Zarya, and there's nothing really that TF can do.
Yeah, I mean, with Diaz this charged up now with a shield in reserve, you know that your front line is going to be in very good shape. So Alcatia sit back and simply play for the amp matrix. That's fair enough. Twisted Minds now have one of their own, but for Alcatia, it's a little bit easier to disengage away from. Kelex obviously very mindful if he's tracking ultimates, and Twisted Minds have been losing so far. That means Simple probably have to be putting more healing out, and this is a Deadeye position that actually threatens them from taking advantage of the amp matrix, and no bubbles left means that TVNT gets burst.
And I mean, we said it, I said it in the pregame, like, I'd be surprised if we see some of this sim stuff again. But like, if you're Alcatia, like, you're so good at it, I guess why not just run it back? So they end up getting checkmate using that TP. It puts Labda in a really interesting spot. No way we can see them react, right? You don't know if that Cassie's gonna take that TP back the other way with that Deadeye, and then they catch out TVNT. So this will be an overclock here from Quartz. He gets actually hit with a grab. They're going to use that sound barrier there for Funny Astro to keep everybody alive.
Nice pick there from Quartz. Kelleck's going to be ultimately the first casualty in this fight. It took quite some time for the bodies to start to fall. And Alcatia, with only 4 players to work with, have opted just to give some ground. Perhaps even stall the 99 and then take a full regroup opportunity. But Lapta from the high ground apparently has been able to rip one through Quartz. And that is bad news for Twisted Minds. TVNT is getting crushed in the front line, and Alcatia have ridiculous positional advantage. They're leveraged to end up making this first round a shutout.
Yeah, just a blowout there from Alcatia. Just gonna pick it up where they left off in stage 2 in the EMEA, where hey, you come in with this checkmate sim. We did see a lot of Labda like playing like Sojourn in stage 2, but can also play the Cassie, and like you mentioned, some new perks. Although he gets a little bit of a health reduction to make Cassidy maybe a little bit more lethal.
I mean, it's pretty sick. In general, I think like Cassidy has been living his best life. Now, of course, that piercing shot.
I mean, look, his best life was like when he was approaching 300 HP almost. But now, I mean,
yeah,
this is still pretty good.
Down, right? Back to
still
250.
pretty good. Yeah, he's down to 250 now.
I mean, I cannot. You asked me like this 5 years ago, would I ever believe that Cassidy would have 275 HP, and I would have laughed at you. We were heading in a very bruisery direction for some of our DPS characters, that's for sure. Turning that back
Psycho on the far here, definitely a little bit of a different look, obviously, for the second round, and they combo this with TVNT playing the Hazard, so Hazard gets some perk adjustments as well, like things moving from major to minors, and then some new additions, and right there they're able to kind of cycle out Ziad and take him out.
Yeah, crucially, Hazard now gets that jump distance increase on a minor perk. It's like slightly shorter, but still I feel like a great quality of life look for him. And then a major perk that allows him to sort of detonate shards from Bone Spur, just making his rotation far more powerful and giving him access to a little bit more burst damage. So still very, very strong. And I expect this is the kind of metagame where he's going to be able to get a foothold pretty comfortably. This is a much more classic look from Alcatia here, of course. Harkening back to earlier on this year with the Sim Cassidy and now the Diva for Ziad. Pretty good, but Ziad definitely has to have his wits about him here. Now over towards the point we go, Landon has an 8 matrix already developed, and this is about the off angle that you want to set up for it. It's really hard to avoid this damage in general. A checkmate gets flattened by Psycho before an immortality field could be thrown out towards them. Ziad can't do much in this fight at all, and Twisted Minds really springboard off that positional advantage.
Well, and the way you deal with Sim, right, is getting Sim out of the fight fast. Like, she excels once she starts to, like, ramp up the damage, exist for a while, but you see some damage that comes in from Psycho. Look at this, they want to push the pace, getting rid of that TP straight away, right? So not allowing Alcatia to close the gap using that. But if you can get that Sim out of the fight early, you're in a much better spot for Twisted Minds, as that'll be an Ant Matrix here used by Simple a little bit forward, and they actually find one. That's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty reminiscent actually of how Control Center went, Matt. It's that team holding the point, able to use an Ant Matrix early on in the fight, and basically guaranteeing an extra 15, 20, if not more, with some of these picks coming off percent. Now it's Alcatia at risk of being shut out of the game.
I was going to say, this is the exact opposite of what we saw in the first round, right? It'll be an overclock here from Quartz. Nice immortality field are going to keep him alive for a brief period of time. They do end up losing TVNT, though. It just gets kind of slowed down, not able to use the leap to get out. So this could give Alcatia an opportunity to flip.
But it's not necessarily over here. Notice that Lab has actually taken the perk that increases the reduces the dodge roll cooldown, not the piercing shot one. So a little sad we don't get that showcase quite yet, but pick up on the enemy tank, always a good start. And crucially, Alcatia with a couple of those DPS ultimates, including the Sim Wall in play. That's going to limit Quartz's effectiveness. Remember, Alcatia got back into the map in a 4v5 by picking off that Sojourn earlier on. That's definitely the game plan for Twisted Minds. Downpour actually catches Labda out there. Immortality Guild works for a time, but now it's expired. The Deadeye doesn't generate enough threat from Labda to keep Twisted Minds away. That is a sick downpour there from TVNT, catching onto the most important target. From here on out, Twisted Minds are in a power position.
And for Alcatia, right, you have a Sim Wall and you're trying to like protect some of the damage coming in after the downpour comes through, but you ultimately don't have a sound barrier, right? It's a huge advantage there for Twisted Minds. You can get aggressive behind that sound barrier, end a nice downpour from TVNT, and end up winning the fight off of that.
Quartz down to Labda here, but still no chance for Alcatia to move back in and take the point. And I'm not gonna lie, Quartz's damage output has been pretty astonishing over the course of this game so far. Close to 8k The closest, I guess, is, I mean, Labda's at 5.5, Checkmate at 6.3. So really dominating on this Sojourn. It's kind of what you expect to see. And I feel like a lot of our storyline emerged was this Labda Quartz matchup in our mid-season championship, right? Labda historically not a hit scan player, but has been able to pick that up this year and look incredible at it. Really take it. But a lot of people were out there saying Quartz might just be the best player in the world, genuinely. Now, I don't know if that is like hype from, you know, Saudi fans and just seeing like Quartz delivering some disgusting performances, but you can't argue with it in this game.
I mean, look, well, I mean, we've said it for a while, right? His play on hit scan is up there with literally anybody in the world kind of playing that role, right? Where I don't think it's crazy to say he's one of the best players in the world, as see from Psycho's POV trying to get an off angle here on the far, and you just kind of like bully them back into this corner, right? The Hazard able to close the gap. A few players knocked off the side there. The Violent Leap comes through. Since this Hazard swap, right, getting off of that Zarya and then now forcing Ziad onto the D.Va, this has been a comp that Twisted Minds has a distinctive advantage.
I think that Hazard, it's probably changed the dynamic a little bit, but it's also not kind of something you want to bring on a control center anyway. Out here, you've got so much more freedom. And just a hero that's still being looked at pretty heavily, like balance patch after balance patch, to sort of, you know, pull a couple of levers in terms of making him very consistent, very active, and also just giving you tons of options in through the perks. So no surprise to see TVNT go in that direction here. Spike Guard also only regenerates ammo now when there are people within it, which is fair, and it's not enough to keep TVNT protected.
Still very good. So we see Psycho die here, but I just want to also kind of highlight that he's running two of the newer editions, right? So he's got the where it converts 125 of his health to shields, and then the direct hits with rockets trigger like regen of the shields. And then we also saw for a brief moment where he actually kind of like sees the outlines like Widowmaker. That's a new one where the conch reveals targets for 3 seconds and then also gives him 30% extra damage with direct rockets hit during that 3 seconds. So a huge like almost damage amp there or far during that opportunity, and that's when we kind of saw him coming around on the flank. So already seeing some of these new perks in play.
Yeah, giving you like some options now. You can actually be a little bit more aggressive, providing you're hitting those direct rockets now that your shield is being regenerated as a result of it.
And the shield regen, right? Like just having the shielding allows Farah to be a little bit more like self-sufficient in the sky. You have to give up the ability to move during barrage, so you now are just back to that old school barrage where you're basically dead, but still a lot of good value there for the Farah.
All right, well, there it is. Kellex getting taken down early on in this fight. But Ziad's been able to deal with Funny Astro. Labda looking for purchase here. Flashbang catches on the Quartz, but he was ready to rumble there, folks. Tough to run headlong into a fully charged Sojourn, but Labda had to try and go for it, rather. Alcatia with a little bit of stall on the backside of this fight. Got to get themselves pretty close to Twisted Minds total, but they spend pretty heavily. Air Matrix went in that fight. Deadeye went for nothing. It's a sound barrier they've got to pin their hopes on.
And Ziad potentially using one of those new D.Va perks where if you kind of hit reload, that the spread of the fusion cannons is reduced by 75% for 3 seconds. So D.Va can be extremely lethal at even further ranges here. It's going to be a barrage. It's going to be answered there with a sound barrier from Kellex. So that's going to keep everybody on Alcatia up.
Psycho managing to light a lot of players up there with that conch blast now falling away. Twisted Minds feel like they've done enough and will allow Alcatia to move out into the middle of the map. Falling back now onto the point. They don't have any ultimates, but nor do Alcatia. Both teams really spending through those big abilities. So now it's going to be some old-fashioned, honest Overwatch. And Funny Astro maybe missed the memo on that one. Lingers a little bit too long out in the open. Labda at least getting to exercise his natural advantage against Farah. It's very quickly Psycho is forced to play to the edges of the map. I think Twisted Minds realized riding to the wall here, so a chance to regroup. And somehow Landon is okay in a very odd position.
Not an opportunity to regroup now. Yeah, I mean, you lose Landon. He's close to an Ant Matrix. I mean, also, that's like your immortality field gone, a bulkier healing. So this is a huge loss there for Alcatia. It's going to allow him to flip the point and get into OT.
Oh, brother, they just have to give up the point straight away by default here. Simple immortality field doesn't quite get far enough to TVNT, but he gets the memo and ducks back a little bit. Should be able to be kept alive if there's a regenerative burst here. Simple goes down. Landon is able to pick him up, so that's the back piece out of the equation. Landon is doing some serious work on this BAP here, baby. My goodness.
He finds himself off the side there, so ends up. But so they win the fight there, Alcatia. I mean, they get pretty fortunate, right? Losing Landon first, able to fight back long enough to be able to kind of get him back in. And because he ends up dying and just getting knocked off the side, they have a distinct advantage. They hold on to this Amp Matrix. So now you have this kind of like nasty combination, right? With the Amp Matrix, the Deadeye, and then you could use like that Sim TP to kind of move left and around and see if they end up using something like that. Quartz kind of caught out there in the open. That is worst case scenario there for TM.
Yeah, questionable positioning in Labs. We've seen this trick before with the Deadeye as Cassidy flips between two TP options and is able to account for most of TVNT's health pool with that one shot. That's Lijiang Tower wrapped up here. And I think Twisted Minds' positioning there coming into that last fight probably needs a closer look because Quartz going down first there is pretty unforgivable.
Yeah, it looks like potentially like there was some extra damage coming in, and he didn't want to get caught there, so he ends up kind of like sliding a little bit forward and just gets caught out by Lavender. So unfortunate, you lose your Sojourn there, right? It's when Quartz is basically like getting very close to an overclock, so a little bit of a rough one there, ending for TM, but Alcatia takes his first map.
Oh, we got that one sorted for you guys. No dramas at all. Yeah, look, a pretty lively first map. We're seeing, I think, a lot of the aspects that made Alcatia very strong earlier on in the year, right? Not huge changes outside of Psycho. Being able to come in here, someone who's been predominantly working as the coach on this Twisted Minds team. For those that don't know TM, they don't have a coach. So he's been standing behind them a lot of the time, you know, in Riyadh. Coming in here, starting with a little bit of a venture look, and then going to the Faro later on, it was quite solid. And Azagir is straight out of the gates here. So clearly, the hierarchy, I think, of, you know, top tanks to play right now has been upset a little bit. But, man, you don't Landon do this to you on multiple occasions, by the way. He's going to go absolutely nuts.
So, I mean, the Zarya was, I think, just obviously, like, as we saw, like a round one type of thing. I'm curious now for Twisted Minds, right, where they decide to take us in terms of, like, map, because they were seeing success, like, playing some Bara with that Hazard, kind of, like, upping the pace. And then I think, like, Alcatia started to find their footing a little bit, you know, playing that Diva, right, using the defense matrix, trying to protect against some of that Pharah damage. But is this something that Twisted Minds wants to like try again, right? Do they want to try and I know play some of this Hazard? We've seen a lot of teams in other regions play like Winston Diva. Do they want to try and go to something like that? See if they can push Alcatia out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and I wonder like how far that comfort zone is supposed to really extend now. Laptis' insistence on playing the Cassidy here, you know, has nothing to do, I think, with the changes that are made more recently, because he's going for sort of the earlier perks, just make sure there's more mobility, get around the map easier with that role. But obviously we've seen Laptis quite happily pick up the Sojourn on occasion. The Freya, I think, is more of an interesting question in this matchup, right? We actually saw it banned away in that first map by Alcad, if I'm not mistaken. So that's already
which is interesting because like Quartz didn't really play a lot of the Freya in stage 2. That was like one of the things that we like would highlight about them, that they were still kind of playing the Soj. They were kind of committed to that even when Freya was good. So I don't know if you have to be like worried about that. Maybe obviously there was a lot of time, so potentially like it's something that he could have worked on, you know, in between the MSC and now. But look, I think Lavda, like Cassidy, you know, the Freya, the Sojourn, like any of those seems to be extremely in his wheelhouse. So we'll see what TM decides to do in terms of like that bans for the next one. But yo, we got new drops. Look at that little cat. Where's the love for dogs here though, Mitch? Where's the love for dogs? I
mean, I want to say there's been a fair bit in the game, but I actually have no evidence to sort of back that up, Matt. So, you know, you're right. I'm a bit of a dog guy
or is this
myself.
Like is that Brig's cat? Yeah, Brig has like a emote with a cat. Like, is there ties to the lore here?
I want to suggest, and this might be a little crazy, but there are probably multiple Overwatch heroes that have cats.
That could be true.
Yeah, so I'm feeling like there's a bunch there. Now, remember, our featured co-stream is here in week number 1. Commander X and Tama, and of course tomorrow, but you can head over to Xavier's stream as well. He also has drops enabled, and I'm sure he'll back me up on this, that Xavier will keep his stream going for an extra 6 hours so you guys can get your drops if you come a little bit late.
Oh yeah, you know, he's once he gets the viewers here, like go over there. I mean,
tell him I sent you.
He is pumping those ads, probably keeping it rolling for a while. So yeah, you can claim your drops. You get through that today.
Yeah, but you know that of course that's where the co-streams are at. Or hang out here. The drops are available in both of those locations, regardless. And obviously they are looking pretty darn clean. Some great name cards there as well. We didn't get to talk about that as we were discussing, like the per capita ownership of cats. I think which is part of the course.
We need more. We need more dog love in Overwatch. Off the top of my head, there's probably actually lots of dog stuff within Overwatch, but you know, I'm allergic to cats. I'll still get those traps, but no, they're scary to me.
I'm glad that you won't get highs from equipping a name card that features a cat on it. I'm really glad to hear that. So obviously that was the Freya ban in map number 1 that's now been expended by Alcatia. Twisted Minds, obviously they respond by taking Kiriko out of the mix. And many of the same things that make Kiriko good still present. Yes, you don't have that insane ability to have a second swift step in a short window, but your minor perks,
really
the minor perks are the same. So you do get like the increased offer to sort of speed if a target is at critical health, and also if you hit kunais, you do get the free healing offer on the other minor perks. So that's still very much intact. I think that like Suzu giving cooldown reduction is super sick. I'm curious to see if there's any ways where that makes a big difference, but also that speed boost is very, very powerful. So
I mean, Rush is really good. She does great healing output, and the ability to TP and then cleanse. I mean, regardless of what they do to the perks, Kiri's still going to be extremely valuable.
Yeah, so look forward to see more of that in this series. Now, it is going to be a loser pick, so Twisted Minds will have their selection of Battleground here. And so far, to recap, we've seen a little bit of Zaya. We've still seen plenty of Soj and Cassidy in this particular game. A bit of Farah mixed in. Psycho even attempted to venture early on a Control Sentinel, which I do think is quite reasonable. And the Hazard, we got to see a little bit about what Hazard is able to provide right now. It's actually a pretty long list of changes he got coming into Season 18, so we'll maybe dig into those a little bit more.
He was already pretty decent before Season 18 as well, right? Like, he was one of the, like, there are some heroes who are, like, out of the meta, and there's some heroes that are, like, borderline. I feel like Hazard was, like, kind of borderline, where now with some of these changes, you see him in ranked a lot. Like, so I think there's an opportunity to see Hazard kind of shine through potentially here in EMEA.
Yeah, I think that like the Jagged Ball was actually subtly a lot more strong than people realized, given like the damage it did from knockback and also just like how like hard it was to kill it. It was like 400 HP the wall had, so like trying to blow that up was really annoying. And I found it was interesting because we basically took Hazard's major perks, we nerfed them slightly, but only slightly. Like Violent Leap as a perk now as a minor perk is 15% increase range down from 20, so it's not that big a change. Like those are perks that really unlocked his quality of life, but those now of course been moved to minor, and he's had a sort of reconstitution went to major perks. So just a shuffle there in general. Still really, really good though. Rialto.
Yeah,
I have not cast Rialto in a hot minute, man. This is
has
such
been a while.
map.
As we take a look here for rosters, nothing different here for Alcatia, so they'll still kind of continue with the same roster here into map number 2. We'll take a look, see if Twisted Minds has any changes. Necra, thank you for the message. Lore Extra Necra. There is a puppy emote for Risa, so I've been proven false.
I wanted to bring it up, but I couldn't remember if it was a dog or a cat, and I really didn't want to put my foot in my mouth in that regard. You know what I mean? I didn't want to. But
there's zero chance that the Arisa emote crossed your mind when I mentioned that. Now you're just making things up.
No, I didn't. I play a lot of Arisa. What are you talking about? No, I was thinking. Yeah, but I thought it was a cat. I thought she was petting a cat, so I didn't want to say it.
So
you know,
TM picks this, right? Junkertown. You wouldn't play like Hazard and kind of the things you saw them play there. Gibraltar would have been interesting, but like EMEA, like historically has not loved Gibraltar when it's been in the pool because it is so dive centric, right? So here, like Rialto gives you some options. They get rid of Tracer, as I mentioned. Tracer pretty strong in other regions, and then the Lucio gone. So without Lucio gone, maybe we see some of like Lijiang here in map number 2.
Okay, that would be great. Obviously, this is the kind of map where we get shield tanks a lot more often in the past and more static gameplay. And it almost feels like Alcatia are trying to push us further in the static direction by removing, an enabler for those like faster paced up tempo compositions. Tracer ban here, I think is pretty reasonable, right? It might be that we get a substitution. Was that what happened here for Twisted Minds? I'm not. We'll wait for confirmation on that one. No, Psycho's still in the lineup. So obviously that was a pick that we would have seen Psycho want in the past, but tons of other options here. The more airborne, the more long-range hit scan get brought in here. So we see Psycho already hovering that Echo.
Yeah, which that would be a little bit of an interesting one, because Echo does get some adjustments. Like, I think she actually loses like a few of the perks, right? So she like can't duplicate teammates anymore. I believe that one is gone, right? She does get an extended range on focusing beam, which is quite wild, and then also an ability where you can actually start once you do a duplicate. You can start that with 50% ultimate charge already, and then obviously ultimate charge on Echo once you get a duplicate scales pretty fast, right? So already having 50% quite fast.
And a funny Astro will be out of the gates on Lijiang here, our newest hero in Overwatch. Already discussed it a little bit more, of course, but keep an eye out for the use of those, Guardian waves. And again, Tidal Blast is an insanely powerful ability that basically makes one of your teammates a bomb. It combos with Deeper or any other sort of dive DPS pretty effectively. And also, this damage is pretty respectable. You'll note that resource there is Lijiang's sort of direct healing resource with right click. You can put a little Harmony-esque orb on a teammate and also channel his right click to give extra hits.
Psycho actually gets lapped in. Look at this. Quartz on a little bit of an off angle here on the Widow. Potentially just trying to find a pick. We do see some Widow quite often here on Rialto because the sight lines are so long. Alcatia is still not going towards like a Lijiang, right? They still want to commit to this sim type of play. So they feel like even with all of these changes here, with season 18 coming into stage 3, they can get away with playing a lot of what they were successful at in stage 2.
I don't know that Alcatia have a ton to answer Widow play right now. The fact that Checkmate is walking up on court should tell you sort of everything you need to know. That's by no means a sort of one matchup for the sim. And Checkmate's already had to opt out of it.
Yeah, there's nothing that like right, you wouldn't want Checkmate to just kind of charge this Widow down, and then obviously in terms of like the effective range, right? Casting nowhere near as effective, and you're gonna lose land in here off the rip. So that is a rough loss there. It's gonna be Psycho going over the top, actually taking out Kellic. So both supports down here for Alcatia. This should be Twisted Minds just getting this 0.1 fairly easy.
I mean, they didn't have to spend anything ult-wise to do this. Now you can also Infrasight in a moment, have that set up. Tidal Blast is now at the ready. Something that's pretty good if you attach it to Deeper and have her run in and have it detonate on people. That's probably like the best recipient. Maybe Echo here. And we have the duplicate, so Psycho also can, has a bit of different options in that regard. Long and short is that Twisted Minds don't have to spend any ultimates to get their first checkpoint, and now Quartz has amazing sight lines with Infrasight active to play with. The sim wall is basically required for Alcatia to play the game.
And you see using that TP, right, trying to get Ziad and Checkmate in position to kind of put some pressure down onto Quartz. And great, they got Quartz, but they ended up losing 2 players on the backside, right? Ziad not able to be there to kind of help with any of that defense matrix. So in a rough spot yet again, because Twisted Mind just kind of moving away with the payload.
And that's that counter dive, right, for Twisted Minds that looks so much better. And Quartz is happy enough with a result like that if he attracts that much attention. It gives his team advantages elsewhere on the map, and if he stays alive for long enough, he's quite pleased. Switch over to the Freya, though, now for Quartz. As we start to get to a part of the map where long range is less important than maybe the ability to traverse vertically, Checkmate, caught right in front of the focusing beam of Psycho, is going to be picked off, and I guess that's just a Diva Bomb speculatively thrown out there, catches the less mobile Cassidy of Labda.
This has been a bit of a blowout here in favor of TM early on, right? Quartz, I love the swap here. I love the swap over to the Freya. I actually was going to say like Labda could end up making that swap. It's going to be Labda though using the Deadeye here. It's going to be a rally used by Simple. Psycho going to end up using a dupe, right? So going to get a Diva here, a second Diva out on the field. So this checkpoint though, very difficult to get, especially now that you're going to end up losing Simple.
Okay, looks like the self-destruct there for Psycho didn't quite catch on. It looked like it did go off before the duplication ended. But Kelix and Labda maybe overextend a little bit as they push up there. The shots were good off Labda, don't get me wrong. Was able to put some serious damage down on towards that Twisted Minds backline. Simple got clobbered. But Twisted Minds going to be back now with briefly a player advantage likely to work with. Sim turrets set up though all across those arches on the right-hand side. So Checkmate is going to be quite the nuisance. As now a bolt shot has already been built for Quartz.
Just how does he decide to use it, right? They're just trying to put some damage down. The on a Ziad, but that'll be checkmate in Ziad combining, right? Using that TP, getting in, and just collapsing on top of Simple, not able to keep him alive. So that's going to force Twisted Minds to back out. And although their offense has been really good so far, Mitch, I mean, 2 minutes now, and where this payload is, it's like such a long trek back, and then it's also such a difficult part of the map to break through.
I mean, yeah, Rialto is pretty brutal. It's one that's always picked by teams that are maybe more specialists or just have really worked on having some good strategies on the attack side for breaking these kind of parts of the map. We'll see if that is Twisted Minds for you folks, as it was their selection. I mean, come off second best on Lijiang Tower. Somehow checkmate, able to put the wall up quickly enough to stop Quartz from picking him off across the map. So that is very timely. It does, though, give Twisted Minds plenty of opportunity to say, you know, to opt out of this fight, given how uphill the battle would be against the wall.
Yes, but this also, even with Twisted Minds now backing out, that wall gone, it's allowed Alcatia to build up both support ult here, right? So that Kitsune Rush combination with the Orbital Ray, the Orbital Ray used there to kind of keep everybody alive.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw the Tidal Blast attached again onto TVNT there, but looks like the Orbital Ray was able to inoculate Alcatia against that for the most part. They shifted in what looks like a really strong defensive stance. Ziad here is mindful, of course, of that health pool and not overextending. Landon doesn't expect Psycho to drop down, but can Suzu himself and then go back to business.
So you end up burning through both of those support ults, but I feel like for Alcatia, if you don't end up using that, you probably die to TVNT, just kind of off the explosion there with Wu Young's ult. So this does give a decisive advantage to Twisted Minds, though, right? 5 ultimates, including the rally coming in here. For Alcatia, it feels like you're just gonna have to like find a pick early, right? Maybe take the fight, you know, using a TP, getting into that backline quite early, getting an advantage. It's gonna be Psycho actually doing a dupe here of the Kiri, already gonna start up with 50% of the ult, right? So uses that new perk, and he's gonna have a Kitsune Rush already.
Yeah, it was a matter of seconds before the Kitsune Rush came out, and it's so good with Cassidy as well. That cooldown reduction is nuts for anybody who has low cooldowns generally. So Twisted Minds able to shove through, get themselves that second checkpoint, but losing a lot of time on this phase of the map. Again, the Kiri Juno comp's got pretty good healing throughput, and it's fairly defensive when you mix a Cassidy and Sim in there. They had good high ground control, and Ziad was pretty annoying. Twisted Minds now are happy to match Divas and go for it.
I think importantly as well is they just end up having to use Psycho's dupe and getting a Kitsune Rush, kind of taking it off of that, right? You save this Bola, you save the rally, because like this very defensive comp here from Alcatia is going to be difficult to break towards that end, especially now, right? You're going to be below a minute. There's going to be Orbital Ray and Kitsune Rush available. Simple ends up using the rally because you see Ziad actually gets into the backline, put some pressure down on him.
Rally's in play. Rush, though, active here for Alcatia, but it's going to be Kellex falling first in this fight. TVNT affords himself a remake opportunity as Simple has to be mindful of those turrets tickling him from behind. But it's Ziad flattening Psycho and TVNT, and that's going to be more than enough to put this one in the bag for Alcatia. I got to say, Kellex is vomiting healing out right now. Since moving the lock-on to a minor perk, Juno really can have insane healing numbers, I think, in general now.
All right, so now we're going back to a little bit what we saw in Lijiang Tower with like Zarya in combination with Venture. So you can use the bubbles onto the Venture. They become very difficult to take out into the back line. Venture can also get rid of the Sim fairly quickly.
This just seems like frustration. An attempt at an answer against Ziad here for Twisted Minds. We've seen some pretty legendary Zarya play on the attack side of this map in this very part, but I won't go into that too more. I think, yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what I'm referring to. Psycho a little bit low here. Deadeye at the ready and caught out under the card. Shot in the foot there by Labda. And this is looking tough now for Twisted Minds. Alcatia still able to play so much of what makes them great at Overwatch in this sort of new era of Season 18. And they've made use of it to absolutely savage Twisted Minds. We may not be looking at as nearly a close series if this Alcatia attack side looks anything like that.
Yes, I mean, I think it is frustration a little bit, like how you mentioned where... So, I mean, look, but Venture Zarya is good into the Diva and Sim, right? I mean, it's two heroes that you don't want to say like gonna like directly counter, right? But it's two heroes that can be quite effective against what you feel like is maybe being the most impactful for Alcatia. It's just like 40 seconds on the clock, right? It's just in a difficult scenario to be able to kind of swap to that and get good results. So Although it is a Twisted Minds map pick, it does feel like Alcatia, I mean, they're firmly in the driver's seat now.
I'll have to peep the perks later on from Kellex, but I wonder if he's going with the new major perk that lets your Mediblaster just like fire constantly when you have glide boost.
Yeah, it's it basically turns when you have like that jet glide. If any of you play Juno, when you have that, you basically, it's just like an auto fire on, on the gun. It's kind of wild.
Yeah. So
like historically, games that have had guns that are burst, once they allow them to go auto, those become very good. So it would not be surprised if that's what he goes for.
Yeah. The other major, I think, is that triple jump off the overboots, which is actually pretty cool when you're concerned about like high mobile divers, like trying to punish your floatiness, I guess. But I don't know if that's going to be the option against this Twisted Minds comp at all. So Simple's only Ana here on defense. She still has the bouncing biotic grenade. They're still very, very powerful. And now like the minor perk, I think, of increased movement speed for both of you off nano boost is also quite nice. So little different, but a lot of what made it keep very powerful is still present.
We have Simple on the Ana, so Ana here on defense can obviously take some of this high ground, right, and just be very difficult to track down. I say that though, a lot of times you don't actually have a sim on the other side. Nice bio grenade actually connects on the Labdus, so that actually potentially it doesn't allow Alcatia to push up.
Decent starting for TM. So I've got to watch out for Ziad though, who's trying to looking to harass them as much as possible. And I think it's respect for Simple. Sleep comes just in time to keep Simple alive, but also with things not faring very well for Twisted Minds. And eventually Ziad will have what he came for. Yeah, Simple mode down. Now there's a lot of work to do here over towards the cart. Ziad is massively very, very helpful in quartz. It really doesn't like dealing with D.Va at all.
And I mean, Ziad just so smart, right? Sees the baby D.Va on the cart, realizes that like that's not really a threat, right? He has a free kill essentially on the quartz, up on the high ground. So goes, gets rid of quartz, and then TVNT just stuck in baby D.Va on the cart. He ends up just doubling back, taking him out as well. So able to get rid of both of those and get significant payload progress. Ziad, I mean, should be expected. I mean, his play is always sick.
What was the quick about this now? I think Bowler shot towards that. Well, towards nowhere in particular, apparently. He's trying to look for the Juno by the looks of things. Kellex able to avoid it pretty comfortably, and Alcatia steamroll Twisted Minds on this first point of the map. They are chilling. 4:38 to play.
Every other region was probably watching like OWCS in like Korea, Asia, was like, oh, thank God, like the sim has gone. And then Alcatia was like, yeah, watch this. And they're just gonna run it back the entire time. Look, it still looks effective to me.
Speed zero minor perk taking the Simple, so we'll get that movement speed on himself and the person that gets nano. It's actually freaking insane. Funny, Astro's gonna go wild. Talk about raid boss. This guy is moving at speed of knots. Now though, that Kitsune Rush thrown down by Landon. And then even Funny Astro, who did not have rally quite yet, was never able to build there. Looks scary under nano conditions, but maybe there's a better recipient on the Twisted Mind side.
Is TVNT will end up dying here late, right? So we'll see. Twisted Mind should be able to get another attempt. There's going to be TVNT going over to Hazard, right? So some changes, right, with the Hazard in the Kiri coming on in. So they want to get even more aggressive. They can put some pressure here on to like Kellex playing the Juno, but that's going to be an orbital right into the rally.
All right, they got a D.Va, dupe, and a rally. I think can play for Funny Astro, and still they're struggling. Ziad takes Quartz out. Landon now can play from the back corner with the Deadeye. That's going to be pretty hard to accost through. Defense Matrix copied. That is going to be able to eat through the damage of Lambda, but he pops out of that ultimate form, and Psycho will not be able to get airborne once more. Hit with a flashbang by the looks of things. Simple now. Yeah, this was paying too much attention to the backline to keep TVNT in the fight, and this is just the Drakes and Twisted Minds that will be slurped down by Alcatia, who frankly are looking miles the better team. 4.5 minutes again on the clock for them, and Twisted Minds are still searching for answers. The Gen.G for Psycho.
And we've talked about it. The longer the sim exists in these fights, the harder it is to end up winning them. And look, when they don't get rid of Checkmate early on, regardless of if they, they trade kills on the other side of things, when Checkmate and Ziad are alive, it becomes extremely difficult to win these fights. You see how much damage TVNT takes off just on the turrets and a little bit of poke coming out of the spawn, basically.
Yeah, the Guardian Wave gives that healing amplification, but it's just not enough throughput here to keep the hazard in the game. They're getting absolutely stomped. Checkmate with the wall in play, charged up, ready to go. Ooh. And that was almost a non-game, folks. About as one-sided as I've ever seen a map between Alcatia and Twisted Minds, and that was TM's pick.
I was going to say, that's their, I mean, they get map pick, they get first ban, right? You feel like that's going to be like one of their best chances, right? Obviously, they'll get a shot here coming up to do that again, but man, Alcatia just still running away with that same composition, right? Using that sim and just kind of pushing on through. It just still seems like there's no answers for it.
Telex is the consummate heal bot, bro. Bro, it was 20k healing over a short map. Like that is not a long map for Rialto. Generally, we could have had another 5-7 minutes, of gameplay there at some point, but he has about 18,500 healing. I think like Juno's still extremely potent, and we saw on occasion, the players on Twisted Minds try and control her. I don't know what they were looking for with that flanking bowler shot on first checkpoint there. Quartz obviously had an idea, thought he might be able to catch a backline and have a solo attempt. He goes to make the play, but it doesn't work out. And this early Widow play gives them an edge out of the spawn because it's so favorable for her, but eventually it needed to be switched back to the Freya and they got ground down.
So like the Widow was really good out of the spawn, and it was really good like by that bridge area because the sight lines are so long and you're fighting at those long sight lines, right? But then like once we kind of get closer towards that second checkpoint, the Widow becomes way less effective, right? With like some of those sight lines, and then it felt like once they switched off of that, like that was like their kind of advantage gone, right? There was nothing really to do after that. So feels like Alcatia has all of the answers. Like even the sim, like where it doesn't look great maybe at moments, like having it here where the it starts to get close quarters, right? There's no way for TM to fight through it.
Ton of like really interesting stuff to look at in this game. I mean, I think the new perks give a pretty strong discussion point. We only saw it briefly, but a speed serum, Anna's minor perk that gives a speed boost to her and the recipient of the nano boost is something that can be really degenerate, especially when you're giving it not to a brig, but like let's say a Gen.G or even a tank that can really benefit from it. It reminds me of the old days where I used to watch like a Roadhog running at me like 2x speed after getting nano boosted.
Yeah.
So what is like so nostalgic to me is that a lot of these perks are actually abilities or sort of things that these heroes did in yesteryear when it was like pretty unbalanced, pretty insane, getting just sort of worked in ways that like preserves the identity of the hero and even makes a callback to that. So I mean that's my boomer moment done and dusted here, but curious to see a few more of those perks get mixed in.
Yeah, you think about like Orisa with the shield, right? Obviously not a new perk, right? It was, when perks were introduced, but seeing like abilities come back like that are pretty sweet.
Yeah, Sim now, they worked at one of her perks that she can create a moving
shield.
barrier.
Yeah.
I mean, man, Sim got so many different like looks. I think it took
remember when she had two ultimates?
Yeah,
she
one
had, like,
was the shield
she had
gen,
swap, yeah.
and one was the TP, right? And it could be either one of them. Yeah, it used to be an ultimate, that TP. Kind of crazy to think about how the game's changed. So that is an Alcatia win here on Rialto. And remember, we saw a Lucio ban, which I think changed a lot. Funny Astro also, probably mad about that because I think he's had some of the craziest environmental kills on Lucio on that particular map. I'm talking in like the 2 to 3k range. He's been pretty scary. So not available for Alcatia to ban once more. Likely to see that get mixed in. Now, we still have a number of map types available, right? We've now seen Escort. We still have Flashpoint. Like Atlas was getting picked pretty consistently by teams in Riyadh, for example. That our newest addition to the Flashpoint pool.
New Queen Street is in as well for push, right? So we haven't seen that in what feels like ages. So new Queen Street potentially in. World Finals, like we talked about earlier, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be cold, so pack wisely. But you want to be there. I mean, dude, last year Stockholm was so sick. Outside of the kebab pizza that Zoe and I ordered, which was did you not order?
You did that to
pizza?
yourselves, I'm pretty certain. Well, it was like a 2 a.m., 3 a.m. kebab pizza.
Look, when you, I don't even remember agreeing to pay for the kebab pizza. That's besides the point. But and then you also see the Watch and Earn, right? All these drops available on our stream. Commander X's stream, Tomathan, so tomorrow. So make sure you're tuning in to get those drops.
So we got a bit of Lijiang play on that map, Matthew.
Yeah.
what are your impressions having seen it now in its first OWCS game?
I want to see it more from this region because it looks vastly different than how we're seeing it used in others. I'm curious to see EMEA's take on just everything with the meta. It's interesting how they kind of all, like EMEA was talking about, after Champions Clash, like we need to be able to play like some dive. Then stage 2 was like basically just sim. And then now when you see other regions, it's like, okay, dive is like actually probably back on the menu. And then it's like, well, no, we're just going to keep playing sim. So,
which is fine until we get to an international event. And it's always,
which is what's played the EMEA in the past, right? Is like, okay, they don't really kind of play the style everybody else does. You're banking on, okay, making it work, and then it doesn't. I'm curious to see, like, this is obviously two teams that are pretty, I don't want to say sit in their ways, right? But really, there's no reason for these two teams to make sweeping adjustments to how they play because of how good they were in EMEA, right? So it's probably more in, like, you know, the Gen.G and the Visions of the world to, like, see how they kind of have a take on it, because they're going to be the ones who are going to have to, like, shake up and knock some of these tough dogs down.
Yeah, and I think like a huge way to do that is like in trying to gain an edge, right? Is to try and plug into maybe some of the comps that are finding great success in other regions.
Yeah,
I think I think that Gen.G team is kind of interesting. Obviously, I have a reason to cheer for them now because I chose Tread as my tank for fantasy. So interesting the effect that being in a fantasy league can have it on you. But
yeah,
Backbone's been added to that team, right? I think that the mag experiment has now come to a sad end, right? We sort of see them move away from that direction. So it's crazy that it was like 5 years of experiment, never really stopped being an experiment. But hey,
I mean, look,
the team's still good. What I'm saying, they got Exodial, they've got Who Are You, they got Backbone on that team, they got Tread now at tank, they've got a really solid backline. I'm telling you, that team is going to be much better than they have been.
Yeah, so I mean, I believe Who Are You is no longer on the team. So they do have Backbone and they do have Tread. So they have some of the players you were talking about. Okay, so this is cool. We talked a little bit about it earlier, how Chase has been added to this Alcatia roster. We'll actually get to see him in this series. This probably tells you we're going over towards something that's like a little bit more like Chase can play like the Winston, the you know, he could play like the Doom if you wanted to, right? If you're going to play Diva, you would keep obviously Ziad in, but potentially a little bit of a different look now here in the tank role.
We've seen Chase has even come into play Orisa in some cases.
That's also true.
Wrecking Ball is like a possibility as well.
Ziad plays a sweet Orisa, so it's like I don't know if you were going to say, okay, this map's going to be Orisa Diva, you wouldn't make the swap. So
the thing about Chase is that like it's always a little risky because Chase rarely can attend lands. As a Ukrainian citizen, it can be pretty tough to like travel right now for obvious reasons. So teams that have picked Chase up have used him as a great pinch hitter to be able to, like he was like alongside Vistola on that Ents team, for example, right? And honestly got a lot of run in one particular stage where Winston was very, very good. So Artless is going to be the pick. This is the kind of Flashpoint map where we saw a ton of Wrecking Ball. For example, we saw a lot of Orisa and a lot of Wrecking Ball at our mid-season championship. And as is customary on these kind of maps, we see the Lucio ban straight away. Now, Alcatia are like, we're banning Winston.
Yeah, so interesting. So I
think they want to play ball. Is why.
Yeah, that's probably what you're going to see, right? The Lucio ban. Now you're going to go back to like the Wuyong and then maybe like a Kyrie or an Ana. Potentially, we did see TM play some Brig, right? So maybe they want to end up playing some Brig. But yes, I think with the Winston gone, right, and then taking Ziad out, you're probably looking at some type of ball response here.
I do want to say it takes a lot to make you want to sub Ziad out of the team. Tread used to be on this Alcatia roster, right? And it wasn't long before we realized that for that meta, Ziad was definitely the better player. They ended up in Hangzhou playing Tread for what I think is... We don't know why Junkbug benched Ziad for that event. I heard potential like internal sort of stuff there. So Tread played that event and Alcatia didn't look nearly quite as good. And Tread's a very solid player. So Alcatia still have that option now to pair with Ziad, someone who can play these more off the wall, these more high mobility dive style tanks. And Chase already hovering the ball for us now. I think that's where we're headed.
how do you feel for Twisted Minds, though, right? Seeing a ball on the other side with, like, Tracer. I mean, we obviously some time to make some changes, right? But, like, you know, their comp here going up against the ball, like, Immortality field. Okay, so they're not even gonna, this is probably just a speed ring and then back to the Baptiste, right? Just to get them out of spawn. So, we'll actually see them. Yeah, so they're gonna play that bat with the brick. I'm curious if they're gonna be able to keep this alive. Gen.G is a hero we're seeing in a lot of other regions as well. This is something more representative of what I thought we would see from EMEA.
And now Genji's melees with the right perk reduce his dash cooldown by like 3 seconds, I want to say, per
Which
kill.
is wild.
It's a lot. Yeah, Matt's really happy about that one, as you can sort of tell. So Chase finds himself getting surrounded by Twisted Mind players earlier on, but Checkmate makes a beautifully executed dive in Quartz's direction. This comp is designed to be pretty effective at shutting down, you know, these high damage output backlines. Quartz already straight away switching over to Cassidy. Just does not want to deal, you know, with this mobility on a hero that cannot throw any hindrance in.
And then Gen.G also, right? So during deflect, while it's active, you can like regen like 35 HP a second, or like they added kind of like an execute, a little bit of like an execute mechanic to Swift Step. So if the character that you actually hit with the Swift Strike is below like half health, yeah, it does more damage over time.
No, yeah, you have the old bleed from Swift Strike, right?
That's like Overwatch 1 beta, like first iteration of Gen.G type of build.
Yeah, Genji's perks for me now are way more interesting. I think they're much more active as opposed to, you know, having like more passive effects here. So glad to see them move in that direction. Twisted Minds, though, after being unseated early on in this round, have been able to re-establish themselves relatively comfortably. Seeing Kelex here on the Lijiang this time around. Already saw him throw out a Guardian wave or two there. Well, Alcad, you know, do need to, I guess, prove to us that they can integrate Chase within this space of time and also make this ball comp work.
And I also think, though, for TM specifically, right, the swap over for Quartz, you know, to go to the Cassidy, I think that's really helped them here, obviously, after that first fight, deal with some of this aggression from Alcatia.
All right, here's a Casino Rush, but also an Ant Matrix from the high ground for Twisted Minds. They commit the rally to this engagement as well. And Alcatia, for the most part, don't really seem to be in a position to be subject to the effect of the rally. Kelex and Psycho traded out, though. That's Alcatia now with that. Lijiang Simple has to use this Immortality field, but in pinch is able to get TVNT back in fighting shape. So far, Twisted Minds have had good control of this round. The Wrecking Ball comp hasn't really hit the mark for Alcatia just yet. The next flashpoint they at least walk into with a Tidal Blast, which, by the way, when you stick to Gen.G, it's pretty degenerate. And then we'll have a Dragon Blade as well.
Yeah, so see if Chase actually sticks on to the Doom here. I was going to say the Wrecking Ball, like you kind of alluded to, it wasn't exactly an awesome look outside of that first fight. They seem just a little bit disjointed. So we'll see if this Doom can be a little bit more impactful here as TM, they kind of handle that ball dive very well.
I know I've been doing this a lot, but they've added a slow back to the Seismic Slam on a particular perk. So,
well, I mean, they've added a ton of perks, so it's like it feels like almost a whole new system, even though the system was added a few seasons ago.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting caught up here. Lapton looks like he gets the Tidal Burst there, but an Immortality field was thrown down. A funny aspect just jumps underneath it very quickly. It ultimately results in a trade. Quartz is off the map, but it's at the loss of Labda. And Checkmate might need to line up a Dragon Blade now, but doesn't have any sort of supplementary sort of support affixes to make use of it. He just has to kind of go for a naked one, which is tough against this particular backline. Simple's getting, you know, close to another Ant Matrix now as well. We saw that in the first fight. It was pretty instrumental, drawing Chase in their direction. So far, Alcad have not been able to get this dive set up, but Doom is in on the point. TVNT does get knocked into that pillar there, and all of Alcatia backing up for now.
Yes, I thought maybe we were going to see Checkmate go for the blade as they end up losing Landon. So without like a diva in the mix, right? No ability to use like a defense matrix to keep him alive. They're going to end up losing Chase. I mean, this is worst case scenario there for Alcatia, right? Because they're going to like sitting around the point, hoping that they would be able to regroup and then contest, and they end up all just getting wiped. But I thought there was a split second where Funny Asher ends up using the whip shot and connects on it with Checkmate, but then obviously doesn't have rally. Checkmate doesn't know that, but then doesn't have whip shot, so an opportunity to go in with that blade, but decides to hold on to it. And now this could be just one fight that decides this point for TM.
Yeah, I mean, Alcatia struggled really for a foothold once more, and Immortality Field answers the pulse bomb of Lab, but Psychos is effective. Kellex doesn't have the mobility to get him out of that situation, and Checkmate finally had to go for the play, but as expected, there was a rally that stopped it. There's not a whole lot to back it up if your Lijiang ultimate is not online, and that's 2 flashpoints to Twisted Minds, honestly, in pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, maybe this is why Alcatia is just playing the sim. It's not been a good look here. For them playing this kind of Doomfist orb ball type dive on Atlas is this map could be over really fast. Labda gonna end up playing the sim, so going and try and work it in here with the Doom and Gen.G. It's a very odd look.
Yeah, this comp is rough. I think for Alcatia, maybe being forced into this position as the Wrecking Ball against against Brig Bap, Cassidy, the Wrecking Ball can struggle. There are definitely a cohort of abilities that can make life a lot more painful for the otherwise highly mobile, very durable tank. Looks like caught out on the point here, though, was TVNT, and Simple attempted an air matrix to try and keep him in the fight, but it was a little bit too late for that.
So we'll see if they can actually kind of string a few fights together, right? So TVNT actually mentioned going over to the Zarya here yet again. So a lot of Zarya here early on from Twisted Minds. The Zarya can be even better, right, to help like protect that backline with like some of the bubbles, kind of keeping them alive, turning that defense into offense. Is Chase just getting pressured out with some right clicks there.
Still trying to work his way into the backline. Might be a pretty good recipient for a title blast. Nice punch on the Funny Astro, though. That's instantly going to draw the Zarya bubbles out. Quartz in trouble. Immortality Field had to be used there, and the Dragon Blade gets popped by Checkmate as he sees the drone already get used up, but he gets caught out, frankly. Oh my goodness. Oh, buddy. That's nasty stuff. Seismic Slam accounts for 2. Chase dominates them there, and I think there was a title blast on him as well, in case there was any more needed.
Yeah, I mean, you could also see both those players extremely low as he was going to come down with that meteor strike. So you could almost see that one coming. So Alcatia, not done just
Not
yet.
bad.
They will get a flashpoint here. Yup. It's Twisted Minds. We'll see if there's any more changes they can make in response to this. But it looks like Alcatia continue to run with this. They're going to actually have this Kitsune rush, Mitch, to kick off this next fight. And they'll end up having that sim wall. So an opportunity here for them to kind of parlay this into a second point.
Just some of these mechanics from Chase is really impressive. Unfortunately, the pulse bomb will still be the end of him. Not much he can really do to answer that, but at the very least, Funny Astro eats a water orb from Kellex and is taken down. Those channeled sort of left click orbs from Rialto do hit pretty darn hard if you can land them. So now it ends up being a trade. Alcatia have point priority here, and TVNT is not feeling confident about coming forward, especially with only 20% of his health remaining. So we'll be forced back and away, allowing Alcatia to take control first and chases back to the ball mat.
Get back to the ball in combination with the Sim Gen.G. So we saw them a little bit earlier there using it with the Tracer. A much different look here. Let's see if, nope, it's going to be Twisted Mind just backing on out there. They end up using the rally there, Twisted Mind. So at least for Alcatia, right, you get a slam of the ball, a pile drive, and then you get that ultimate out. It's quite massive.
Title Blast used it by Kellex. I think it might have been on Checkmate, if I'm not mistaken. Immortality Field down. Graviton Surge, though, still a powerful ultimate in the current year. And most of Alcatia are sucked into the middle of that, giving Twisted Minds a clean fight win, but already over half of the point ceded to their opponents.
And you would look out like that and be like, how in the world are you gonna grab that big, right? But everybody on Alcatia trying to like work across that right-hand side and put pressure up on the high ground, and just TVNT and Co. able to keep themselves alive. So Labda actually was hovering over the far, and now going to go back to the sim here. So looked like maybe it was going to be in response to something that TM was going to do, but going to bring that sim right back on in here, as it looks like Twisted Mind's going to get close to taking the lead.
Oh, there's the grenades having an impact there. The flashbang on Chase hinders him, but he's got the mobility to run away and just start to scoop up all of these health packs, and TVNT realizes pretty quickly that he's not going to be able to finish the job. Psycho here pops that TP, but it's already been made use of. Chase eventually went down, but Quartz finished. Blade out from Checkmate. This time, oh, buddy, that is big value. That's an absolute jackpot and should be a point flip back.
They desperately needed that, right? Because they end up losing Chase early on. We were on board with him, and like he gets hit with a mag grenade, he gets slowed, he tries to like go for all these health packs, still ends up dying to the gas of Quartz. So even with all the health pack and the mobility, not able to get away from the Cassidy, plus like having some of that other CC they have there. Oh, that is a sick knockoff there from Chase.
He's dead-eyeing at the time as well. That was so well put together. There's a pile driver that comes in, Kitsune rush, and then Checkmate flies on through. Sick from Alcatia. Such a well-executed dive. And now they're in position to take away the series here. Reverse sweeping in flashpoints now as we head to our final stage. I think it's Station.
This would be a rough map to lose for Twisted Minds. I mean, you were in pretty much a commanding position, right? Up 2-0 in terms of flashpoints, and then to just kind of give it away here towards the end, and then to lose 3-0 the first match. Obviously still a ton to play in for stage 3, but up against who you kind of would think is going to be standing in front of you for the top of EMEA would be a really rough loss.
Chase there knocked sideward by a whip shot with the looks of things. We're looking for a power drive connection. Still now with the symbol in play. This is pretty powerful. Kellex Tidal Blast has been activated. Labdic here low, eventually going to get taken down the front line. It's almost to be expected here, and it's a fight where Alcads here of every ultimate they could dream of, and still they're not getting brought down. Simple with a very strong air matrix in a position that's a little bit hard to assail for Alcatia. Clean win for Twisted Minds.
I was going to say, that actually started off really well for Alcatia. They just didn't account for Simple on an off angle with an air matrix, right? They end up getting a minefield down in a pretty good spot in combination with a sim wall, and then Funny Astro actually has a rally going, and there's no way they can kind of push forward with it, but the Ant Matrix put in a really great position from Simple up on the high ground, allows him to come up with some damage.
The guy has more healing than all of Alcatia's healers put together.
Yeah, that's not surprising, to be honest. I mean, Alcatia is really like, these fights are going, they want these fights to go fast in either direction, right? In a win for them or a loss, right?
Feels like there's some risk associated, but here's a blade again for Checkmate. Simple fell, and Funny Astro goes down as well. And that's probably enough, I think, if you're talking about Dragon Blade equity, but Cycle is still running right over the point, and, well, TVNT's still in play, so Alcatia with only a Tracer and a Wrecking Ball to work with here. The best they could do is try and contest this, but with TVNT going down, surely it's Psycho calling it quits.
Oh, he's going to try and get a touch here. Going to kind of keep it contested. That's going to be the Pulse Bomb as well used there by Psycho. Maybe seeing if you can get like a little bit of a drive-by there onto Chase. But they're actually going to end up using the Deadeye. They want to try and get this to 99, I think.
Just a good angle for Quartz, man. Checkmate forced into deflect now as the Tumbleweed do fly. Quartz won't have the duration left to make a kill after that. Now the mag grenade connection though went on the Wrecking Ball now. Pulse Bomb thrown down. Labd is on the safe side of the wall, but definitely still under some pressure. Pulse Bomb didn't connect. Now Downpour ready for TVNT. Crucially though, Alcatia have control of the point and a chance now to have an impromptu setup. Over the top, minefield. It's going to be a Downpour to hold the Wrecking Ball in place. Their TVNT though goes low. Guardian Wave starts to cut through, and there's the perk that allows it to go back and forth. So 2 knockups potentially for the Wuyang. Makes it really hard to be undisrupted midway through these fights. Now also Tidal Blast is there. Kellex holding onto it though, knows it's going to have to be a longer stretch for Alcad to hold on.
Dude. And that was actually a pretty sick play from TVNT. He actually gets a Downpour, survives the minefield, and then actually jumps back towards Chase, uses a wall to kind of like lock him in the room, but there's nobody there to kind of put damage down on the Wrecking Ball, and Chase is able to live.
Rally straight away. Labda caught out by the hindrance there. Tidal Blast though. Knockdown, very powerful. Immortality Field though protects Twisted Minds from the damage component of it. And Checkmate at least gets in to find one he needs more, and he knows that he's going for it. Simple spotted there behind the hazard, but getting through the spike block is, well, it's a big ask. It's just Chase here, I think. It looks like Twisted Minds may have done enough to win the map as the Wrecking Ball is now no longer able to stall. It's on Labda to try and elongate this fight. It's definitely a close but no cigar situation now as Labda goes down to that spike guard, and Twisted Minds stay alive in the series.
Barely though. I mean, they have to battle back in the end. It started off really well for TM, right? They go up 2-0 in terms of flashpoints, and then towards the very end, it's Alcatia battling back. So they bring in Chase. They try and get a little bit of a different look there with some ball and some doom. Doesn't exactly work out in the end, but I think Alcatia just showing that they have different looks they can go to depending on the roster.
Yeah, look, I'm glad we got to see that piece from them. I think it's great that we get to see it debuted so early on in the series, and Atlas is definitely a map where Wrecking Ball finds a ton of success. There's so much to sort of make use of in terms of terrain and people grouping up. There's a lot of smaller chokes where those power drivers look very good, and also minefields can get great coverage here. I think, though, that playing into the Cassidy is always going to be tough. You're also playing into courts, which makes things even more difficult. But look at this scoreboard. Look at this showing from Simple. 22,000 healing and a really respectable amount of damage. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're getting... Your comps are designed to do very different things. And Twisted Minds comp is designed to play a little closer together, which really benefits the Baptiste here. But it's pretty hard to get through that level of raw throughput.
No, I mean, look, with Baptiste, you can do stuff like that. You can have crazy games like that, especially if you're just trying to exist through some of these dives, right? That regenerative burst, like healing through that AM matrix. So Simple just putting up a crazy performance there, going to out heal the Kiri and the Wuyong pretty substantially. So see here, this is a nice graph that we were talking about where they tried to dive towards that high ground and then get caught in it. But Simple with a huge play.
Yeah, and look, Checkmate had to do a lot with pretty little in some cases. This Dragon Blade against a Kiri Bat composition is really difficult. And Cassidy in the mix. I probably think that's about as hostile as it can get for Gen.G players in general. But Alcatia, like, they wanted to go with this full dive setup, and I appreciate it. I think looking at the title blast impact for Kellex, it's kind of hard to see because it was very often an immortality field thrown down to answer that. And it doesn't do a ton of damage. It's just like 100 damage, I think. But it's a 1.5 second knockdown, which is the scariest part. But when you have, a backline like Twisted Minds had, you can very quickly make sure people are healed up, even if they are disrupted, knocked down. And in those longer fights, we see the Wrecking Ball comps start to fall apart because it's one thing to set up the first dive, right? All your pieces are in place. Yeah. Now it's like, okay, we're like 2 minutes into the fight or whatever. We're in like a 3v4. How does this comp work now? Outside of idealized conditions. How does this work after we've actually tried to dive them and we tried to regroup and now we need to do it again? And I think that's why it's just really challenging to make this work.
Yeah, and they weren't able to make it work in the end, right? So you see TM, they take Atlas there. They prevent themselves from getting swept. Obviously, now it's an Alcatia map pick. Would be their map pick pretty much the rest of the way if we get to that fifth and final game. But look, you can bring back in Ziad here, right? You have a choice of map, right, between hybrid and push in terms of what you want to go to. And you can bring back in some of those like Diva sim comps, right? You can like, do you ban a Zarya? Do you ban a Hazard, right? There's a few different things they can do to kind of make it even a little bit easier on themselves.
I wonder if we're in an era of like these more dive comps where we might actually get to see Hollywood picked at all. It's such a rare thing at hybrid to get worked in, right? I think obviously King's Row is still in the pool. That probably represents a much more reasonable pick. Also, I can
King's Row is like always in the pool, I feel like.
It's a real Twisted Minds home ground as well. So I don't know if Alcatia are looking to pick that map, but I can also a great option to mix in here. I just wonder, like, if you are trying to play, we saw Winston banned, by the way, so obviously, Alcatia didn't want to bring Chase in to play that particular role, but that's obviously historically been very good for, dive comps. There's just so much verticality on that second phase of the map, but teams just are not really showing a preference to take us to Hollywood actually for quite some time. It was in the pool, I want to say, in mid-season madness, even prior to that, but yeah, it's very rare to see it. And I think when we did, we saw like the first point and ended up being a full
we like rarely saw it go the distance. When we did see it, it was pretty much like one and done. Maybe you actually take the first point, then it just ends. But Ziad coming back in there for Chase. So we see Chase for just a brief moment here from Alcatia, and then look, going back to Ziad. This is also like we've seen this historically in Overwatch in the past. Like you kind of pick up a tank, you try and work them in, and then you're like, maybe we just kind of keep doing what we were doing, right? You think even back to VP, right? Last stage, right? They bring in Ice Gnome to try and make a little bit of a different look, right? And eventually they were just like, you know what? Let's just play Vestola because that works. So we'll see. We'll see how much we'll get from Chase throughout here in stage 3, but good to see him here early on. And then yes, we will go to King's Row. So Ike involved in Hollywood, not the flavor here for Alcatia. Alcatia, they'll get rid of the Pharah and then a Diva ban. I'm surprised that they left that tank role potentially open to have Ziad's Diva get banned out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we might. Do we end up going for hazard comps on this kind of map then? we're probably seeing, or at least so far today, we're seeing less of, I think as Matt described it earlier on, the boots on the ground looks, the rush compositions, we did see a lot of Ramatra, a lot of Diva looks getting mixed in. This is the kind of map also where Mei was very powerful, controlling the chokes and also just adding her Blizzard into the mix, and also an ability that straight up countered Annihilation. Ramatra's in an interesting spot where he has now a perk that allows him to increase the duration of Nemesis form and Annihilation when he gets eliminations, which is interesting. It's not too powerful, but it's kind of fun to see like that Nemesis form extended. Maybe makes it feel more like it's just a survival cooldown or for the speed boost. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Pharah taking off here. Twisted Minds obviously have Psycho here in the game still, and there's always a threat, always relevant on this map. So it's a pretty reasonable first ban from them.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, do you see Ramatra? Do you see them play like a Hazard, a Diva? Not Diva. I was going to say Orisa, right? So some options potentially. Looks like Twisted Minds here will be on D, so they'll be ended up piloting the Hazard, which has been quite effective for them throughout the series.
Yeah, I think that, his ability obviously to make those traversals with a lot of the verticality, especially on this first stage of the map, might be pretty desirable for Twisted Minds. Also, you got to attack the Cassidy's position here, I think, if you're defending. If Labda tries to get up on the high ground, someone needs to be able to answer that. Psycho maybe not the answer because of the flashbang is pretty scary for them. Quartz, though, is going to be on the Sojourn, which I think is one of their best looks, and obviously wins a rage matchup against Alcatia, who, with the comp they've got here, Matt, and the Orisa, they want to close the gap. They want to get into a pretty mid-range engagement. Simple just get owned. What?
Yeah, I think that's actually a spear that connects onto Symbol, sends him back toward the wall, and then just some firing down the alley there from Ziad. So crazy pickoff from Ziad. I thought, like I was talking about, like, do you see them play like the Orisa? Orisa also pretty good in a Hazard, right? Can use a spear to knock him back, interrupt, like dislodge him from position. So not the worst pick, especially when you expect your opponent to play some Hazard. And that is a really fast point, a take there for Alcatia.
I mean, the game plan about taking space gets so much easier when the Kiriko is down. It's obviously the dream pick, and it's something that decides to fight instantly. But we saw that in the past, like the Javelins used to set up like easy railgun kits as well. In the same vein, the Wrecking Ball's pile drive knockup will really help Sojourn get almost free kills. So Twisted Minds are trying to make use of this high ground now. Alcad do not have control of it. Don't have the best comp to really leverage it unless they, get Cassidy toddling his way up the stairwell, but they would likely play close to the cart and give Psycho opportunities like this. He'll have no shortage of flank routes to get in and start to harass. But timing is important, and also linking up a TVNT when push comes to shove is going to matter a heck of a lot. Alcatia, though, do they have the healing throughput to get them through this extreme poke damage? They don't. Twisted Minds have a much better comp at keeping him at arm's length, and they're able to dominate them in the choke.
Yeah, you can see Alcatia just getting pushed back into that corner, and you can see the health bars at the top of the screen just start to whittle down as Psycho doesn't even have to go in, right? Just, stay at a safe range, right? Put down some damage. You're seeing TVNT and Quartz doing it from the other side, and eventually Alcatia just going to rot out, essentially, over in that corner.
Same play again. Alcatia probably need to try and close the gap, but on where? That's the problem. It's just TVNT in their face, and then every other component of the defensive comp is like playing from high ground or off to the side. They're really hard to catch. Symbol's going to help with the poke, though, coming in from off screen. And Labda's able to double down here, playing close towards that left side in that library area. A third kill for the Cassidy. And finally, Alcatia are able to break through this rather oppressive choke scenario, but it's heavy spend. 4 ultimates committed to that engagement to get them going here.
And Ziad get into like that close quarter area and end up using the Terror Surge, putting down some damage with that. They had the sound barrier rolling at the time. I also want to point out for Ziad, right, using one of those new perks where when he's got Fortify active, like there's no movement speed reduction and there's no heat generation on the gun. So like that's essentially putting Orisa in a spot with like unlimited ammo.
Yeah, I mean, they brought that back, right? So that obviously used to be a feature of Fortify, which they've sort of had to remove, but the lack of movement speed reduction is pretty fantastic, because it's really what Orisa wants to do under Fortify conditions is close that gap or to get out. So allowing her still to have that component baked into the ability, very powerful, but Twisted Minds here behind. Again, a bank of ultimates they'd sat on, they developed for quite some time, are dishing it out. And now Cad's here. Look, I mean, they are the ones that chose Twisted Minds' map here of King's Road. This has definitely been one of the stronger ones for TM, and I guess you know, in absence of any of the other alternatives, they knew they'd be fighting into a team very comfortable, especially starting on defense.
I mean, I do like the decision by TM to kind of like chase there, right? Not allow Ziad to just kind of, I know, get out and move to safety. I mean, look at this position from Quartz. I don't know how you keep Ziad alive. They have to TP him out of the way just to give him some health back. You know, TM doing a nice job here trying to take the fight in these chokes.
That's nice, though. They take a quick beat there, right? They back up, get a Kitsune rush set up, and they just charge on in again. Great example of this comp that really can fight closely if they need to, especially with Psycho moving now in that Gen.G direction. And Alcatia have the sim so they can contest some of those high ground positions that otherwise weren't able to go for. But I think it's just not coming together for them as they, again, have to play in the choke.
It's still, well, I was going to say it's not that far, but you see how far the payload has actually moved back, right? They had like 87 meters there, very close towards the second checkpoint, but a few fight wins in a row for TM. Just kind of pushed the payload all the way back. They're looking to see if they can actually kind of catch somebody out on the high ground here. Oh, and that's a really nice TP. Downpour, though, it's going to connect with a few players.
Yeah, TBNT only sees 3 players caught in downpour. I mean, it is pretty hard to get that level of coverage on that ultimate at times. Sound barrier has to be thrown in by Kellex. They've only lost Checkmate. Olapta still in fighting form, as is Ziad. Terror Surge allowed him to catch up TBNT. And Twisted Minds, well, it looked like they had a great setup with a sound barrier and a downpour of their own. End up getting blown out.
And I think this is going to be checkpoint here for Alcatia. We'll see if Twisted Minds actually can kind of maybe get here. Get another fight. It looks like actually TVNT just getting around that corner. Looks like they're going to actually get a contest here. And they do have Psycho's Blade with no sound barrier response on the other side.
Caught backed up here. Caught that Jagged Wall in the way to some degree, but it's not enough to prevent him from finding Checkmate. Blade come out. That was 2 DPS ultimates held in reserve by Twisted Minds. And I think it's safe to say, Matt, they find the perfect time to make use of them.
Oh, perfect.
Alcatia on the precipice of that second checkpoint being picked up. Now we'll have to fight for it again with under a minute left.
And think about how good Twisted Minds was on D, like kind of playing in this streets area, in this like close quarter area behind like the Gen.G and the Hazard, right? You force Alcatia to kind of take a lot of poke damage here through that. They get nice Jagged Ball there, actually splits a few of the members, and they get Ziad. That is a massive play there by TVNT.
It also puts them in a really uncomfortable spot now. One more chance to stay in the map here for Alcatia. And no press Q to win strategy at their fingertips either. Twisted Minds once more will just set the playing field to advantage Sojourn as much as humanly possible. Lapis have to switch over towards the Tracer here. Alcatia already priced into a late touch because there's a lot of map to cover. With only 6 seconds left, Ziad is getting torn to shreds as he tries to advance. Now throws a javelin spin in, but the healing isn't there. Lucio Kiriko cannot get Arista back to fighting form after taking 80% of her health in damage. So Twisted Minds slam the door in Alcad's face.
Well, that's one of the rough parts about the Orisa, right? Is like Orisa doesn't generally do great against like poke. Like once the fortify and you know, shield, the spear spin are gone, and you don't pick into shield, when the armor is gone, she just chunks down. Especially playing up against like a Sojourn like Quartz, right? You know, a railgun shot or two puts you back to like no armor, and then you just disappear with how good these teams are.
Now, Quartz is having a bit of a game, folks. Only 3 deaths and 8.2
He's been having
damage.
a game the entire series. He's been sick.
That's a great point. I mean, he's had pretty insane output. He and Simple, of course, definitely 2 players who draw your eye if you want to talk star power on this Twisted Mind squad. And they're looking like now they're positioned to do the funny thing, the traditional thing between Twisted Minds and Alcad, which is to play a map 5. Feels like we don't get a matchup between these two without it going all the way. And it's nice to see, even if much has changed in the game, that aspect has remained consistent.
Well, if you think back, right? This match was obviously the one that kicked off Stage 2 in EMEA.
Yeah.
Alcatia wins it. But like after that, these two teams are like really close in terms of like maps. Like Twisted Minds and Alcatia are not really losing, like not even series, like maps to anybody else. So you see these two teams like obviously playing a really close series here. There could be a gap between these two teams and the rest once we get into Stage 3. So curious to see how the rest is leveled up here to battle these two teams.
I think, yeah, even throughout the stage, we had a feeling we'd be looking at TM and Alcatia once again towards the end of things. We'll have you with some game audio in just a moment, folks. For now, enjoy some folk music. It's going to be course picked up by Labda, though. He's playing inside the Alderworth Hotel, so Pretty far forward position for the Cassidy to be, but getting that connection onto the Sojourn is massive. Confidence brimming, at least at the start of the round for Alcatia, but now starting to maybe trickle away somewhat. The Zarya here for Ziad, able to bully their way through.
Yeah, the Zarya here can protect the Sim a little bit, and then also just kind of like chunk down that hazard, just try and put down some serious damage on him. I'm surprised we actually haven't seen Lambda play much Sojourn throughout this series. It's been a lot of Cassidy. His Sojourn's quite good, so see here, it's Ziad actually gets out onto the point. It'll be Alcatia on defense now.
I'll have that sort of view in just a moment. Psycho and TVNT out of the picture here. This is a very, very confident defense, and Alcatia on this side of the map can really make use of the hotel to push up very close and gets Aya in a position where she's always generating that charge, because see, she is glowing right now, so absolutely vomiting damage out. And we have Landon very quickly building towards the Kitsune rush.
And it seems like that when TVNT goes in, like Ziad's not really even worried about him, just using the bubbles and just pushing straight on pass and just going for that backline. That is huge. I mean, you get rid of Quartz, this is going to stop them from moving up here at all. And look at how aggressive, look at the damage that he's putting down on the Funny Astro and Co. as they're trying to run away.
Ziad here is getting 3 ult charge now. Basically, Twisted Minds have to be pretty quick about this. So they're running into Ziad at like minimum 70-80 charge after the previous fight. So Zarya, at this stage, with no lulls in fighting because no checkpoints being taken, is always going to be hitting hard. That's a barrier, though, pushed out of Ziad now. Both have to be used, and Ziad's barely alive. They go for a grab. Can it be followed up upon, though? With the sound barrier of Funny Astro in play, it's going to be impossible. And it's just a mild overextension. Can it be recovered from? Because TVNT's been felled, and Lambda is still at large. This guy, quite the bounty on his head, forces Quartz off that high ground sideline. An absolute menace right now in the DPS matchup.
Man, they are quite fortunate, right, to win that one. Ziad just playing so aggressive. I think he thought he was going to be able to like use the bubbles and get out with his life, and then the Kitsune rush was going to kind of like start to cycle those cooldowns. He was going to be able to live. Did not work out that way. Right before he died, just chucks out the grab, and it's actually pretty good connects with a few players. And I think that just buys him enough time with that sim wall as well to put down the damage. And Twisted Minds here, you're going to be below a minute here on your offense as Alcatia putting together a tremendous D.
Overclock here, though, should be able to burst the down.
Yeah,
No bubbles left. Yeah, Quartz this time allowed to play the video game. And we know he does it quite well. Lambda has to respect these railguns that come through. Now the map gets flipped to a degree. Alcatia with 4 can still fight for this, but so much requires Lambda to connect these headshots and complete these kills very quickly, and he has to take a big risk just to get Funny Astro. It's cooked there. I mean, we've been talking about how close these teams have played each other. It wasn't just at the opening of Stage 2, it was also in that playoffs as well, right? They meet in an upper final, also in a best of 5, and then in the grand final ends up going to 6. So these guys almost always taking it to the very limit.
And now we'll see if Alcatia can get a hold here on D. We see where that golden box of victory is. They do give themselves a great opportunity, Mitch, with how good their first point defense was, right? I mean, being able to hold that long gives him an opportunity here to like just kind of use his Zarya in the choke and just burn clocks, essentially.
Yeah, consider rush combat is a little bit harder, though. I think the fight's going to get taken to Alcatia. Twisted Minds, though, they both have them in play. And guess what? It's Lambda on Quartz again. That's exactly, if you're an Alcad fan, the combination on the kill streak that you want to see. Ziad's still relevant in this game, and now the sound barrier in play, Desire is going to be hitting like an absolute truck. Psycho that goes for a dupe, and already 50% of charge. Graviton very powerful inside that dupe form, and Psycho will have the time to build it up, to say nothing of an opportunity to make use of it.
I mean, they're just on the chase here, just trying to find anybody. They do end up taking out Checkmate. No, don't get the grab off, so that is a rough fight there for Alcatia. They end up burning that sound barrier here. Sound barrier used by Funny Astro. They want to push forward, get rid of Ziad because they feel like this is the game.
You see, so much of this game revolves around finding the opportunities to burst the Zarya down, but you know you're starting to stretch those barrier resources thin. Ziad can be popped pretty easily. Simul in play, they're going to go for it here. Downpull, though, at a pretty good spot. And Kellex touched, in theory, maybe was a little bit too far off the card, and so Twisted Minds have done it. A wild rush through the second phase of the map to take us to a decider.
Yeah, in theory, he touched. I like the way you put that. In theory, he got there, but it looked like just maybe a split second too late, or knocked off with the wall. So we are going to go to a game 5 between these two teams. Where it looked like Alcatia was just going to run away with it, right? We have a reverse sweep potential here for TM, and we just have push to be selected. So I believe it's new Queen Street, and I think Esperança. We'll have to take a look at the pool yet again. But taking a look at some of the stats, dude, Quartz has been on one the entire series.
I think the last time that Twisted Minds beat Alcatia, was it in the Saudi E-League before Stage 2?
That is...
Because these guys have always
ago.
played each other close, but Twisted Minds have not been winning. It's been like 3-2s with Twisted Minds on the receiving end of that.
That would
scoreline
put it
all the
back
time.
in like May, June territory, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that would be
Unless there's been like
fairly a long time.
unless there's been any like off-season play between these guys sort of since then, but I'm not aware of anything to that effect. So it's a rare thing. It's a very common thing to see at a 5 mapper or a 6-7 mapper between these two. Far less so for Twisted Minds to ultimately take the series, and I'm sure it probably is in the back of their minds. I'm sure that sort of plays on them a little bit here. But Alcatia, a strong start, a really confident defense, but as soon as start of the cracks in the armor start to appear, as soon as some of the cracks in the Zarya bubble start to appear, this play here, where Ziad pops an early bubble, tries to back away, Kitsune rush thrown out for the extra throughput. There's a little bit of fragility to the Kiri Lucio comps where they can't really get that massive burst of healing back in play.
And I am curious what Alcatia decides to do ban-wise. We'll have to take a look at the kind of series set, but would you ban Hazard here if you're Alcatia for this final game, right? Get rid of the Hazard so you can consistently play like it's a D.Va head-to-head, right? That you'd be looking at that moment. That's probably what you're thinking about. And oh, look at that. Actually, it's the Jagged Wall plus the Downpour that actually catches him in the corner. So it doesn't allow him to get there and contest. Great catch there.
Yeah, I mean, if we head to New Queen Street, I think the kind of map where maybe Hazard feels much more reasonable, almost feels in some ways it's kind of built for that level of vertical mobility. But we've also seen a lot of comps on that map that really are agnostic to trying to access high ground. Sojourn's obviously going to be really potent there. I'm curious to see if we keep seeing Lambda just fall to Cassidy into this matchup, because we saw how good it was early on. Once the map allowed for the range to, or rather for some distance to be closed, the Cassidy was able to like 2-shot, 3-shot the Sojourn right at the start of these fights. But you can see as the game starts to break down, Twisted Minds really build some sick momentum, and they don't really get caught up in that choke in the second phase too long. I think that's the big difference. They might struggle with capping that first point, but after that they are chilling.
Yeah, they never really got a fight Alcatia where they were able to like get that Zarya to the choke, right, and just kind of like lock them in. It was a really nice job by Twisted Minds to just realize like we cannot get stuck here and like use Kitsune Rush and speed and get right on through. I think also like the duplicate to get Zarya there for Psycho's quite massive. So big plays all around for TM as they're mounting a pretty serious comeback here. I mean, this would be we were talking about how a rough loss this would be for TM if they were to go down 0-3. But now the ability to reverse sweep, I mean, a brutal scenario here for Alcatia.
Yeah, like we talked about it, that Alcatia chose this King's Row map, knowing sort of full well that in the past Twisted Minds have been really comfortable here. But the other options feel a little volatile, right? Like what is Eichenwalder supposed to look like? God forbid.
Yeah, I don't think you're picking either of those.
Map.
Yes.
No. So the fact that King's Row remains in the hybrid part of the map pool means you're going to see a fair bit of it over the course of this stage, folks. But I'm not complaining too much. That was a pretty lively game with two pretty drastically different comps. I'll note that May's not really making any appearances here. I think, without May, Ramatra, and Sigma compositions sort of being used, there's not a ton of reason to fold her in. So it's really that high damage, hit scam pressure we're seeing. Teams are opting very much into Cassidy Sojourn and less of Freya even after she was banned in the first map. We're not seeing a ton of that here.
Yeah, I don't really see like Freya when she can kind of get airborne, right? It's probably where she's the most successful, but also like a fairly easy target for D.Va, especially now that D.Va like has that perk that can kind of shorten the spread, right? Like just kind of like mow her down. So we're gonna see them go to chase here in Game 5. I mean, that's one I didn't expect to see.
We're heading to Esperança for our next map, so I guess that at least appears to be the case looking at the lobby. So we'll see if that's where we end up going. So obviously it's a great map for any of those sort of dive tanks. Doomfist has been spotted here on many an occasion. I think though, like Wrecking Ball or Winston may be a little bit more common. I don't know if there's an option here, I think, for a Winston ban from Twisted Minds. Because the last Winston ban was from Alcatia, so curious to see what that's supposed to look like. think Wrecking Ball here still looks pretty good. I don't know what you're thinking. Yeah, it's pretty big risk, right, to bring Chase back in here after the Artless struggles were pretty clear to see. And that's it. Esperanza and New Queen Street are your picks here, and that's where Alcatia choose to go.
Yeah, I mean, so if you want to play Winston, I think you have to ban a tank if you're Alcatia, right? I mean, to protect it. If we've already seen that kind of be gone, right? So I think that's kind of the position you're in. It's a really odd spot to be
you can
in.
tank protect here.
I think with Chase in, though, you definitely want to play ball. You want to play like a Winston, something along those lines, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to look very different to Artless as well. Is like that's obviously a constantly shifting environment where it's a bit more static here on Esperanza. You are playing around those bridges, around those high grounds. Doomfist again really can have some potential, especially now with the slow that's been brought in and the perks have sort of been adjusted. I think a lot of this is making me wonder if we see Lijiang brought in yet again, combined with some sort of dive tank. Because so far we haven't exactly seen the most impactful title blasts, or at least not ones that are easy to spot.
But it feels like even when you went and played some of those comps, if you were Chase and Alcatia, like they played Hazard and it was just something you weren't able to deal with, right? Where I think you got to kind of look at like a tank like protect, potential ban here for Alcatia to kick things off.
I think also Simple was just running away with the game on the Baptiste. And I think, Twisted Minds also, or rather Alcatia know how to hit shift. So they were obviously aware just of how much room the Baptiste was given. And that's a huge component of what allows them to pop off like that. And they have a consummate professional Baptiste player on their team in Landon, one of the best in the world when it comes to that. So,
okay, so a Soj ban here for Alcatia, right? This makes sense because that's kind of what Quartz was going to the entire time. Lambda clearly just wants to end up playing the Cassidy. For Twisted Minds, they get rid of the Ramatra. I'd also like to point out that Chase is not in. So Ziad in the game here still for Alcatia. So with Ziad in the game and Chase not coming back in, this makes a lot more sense.
Okay. Debated by the substitution graphic there. No worries. So TVNT will be on the Hazard, Ziad on the Diva. This is straight out of stage 2 compositioning from mostly from Alcad. It was less of Psycho then, but he's the go-to right now. It's going to be up on that Gen.G. Going to be Brick and Juno folded in here. Of course, Labda will get a match he probably feels better about. I think going up against the Freya of the Sojourn is probably fine with here. Alcatia's composition really want to make use of that mobility of the Sim TP as well. Of course, it's found a nice little off angle though, being a bit of a nuisance here. Well, those aim shots, yep, explosive bolts with some damage can be spread and followed up upon by TVNT, who is though traded out. And then once you take the fight to this pretty defensive Alcatia core, you have to suffer the wrath of the Cass.
Yeah, and the Cassidy inside of this close quarter area, not the hero you want to be fighting. Especially, you see Psycho there on the Gen.G trying to make a play. Quartz actually takes him out there with an explosive at the end, but you do not want to be in that type of situation, right? Ziad in Baby Diva form.
Not great either.
Just going to move that car. So we'll actually see Quartz going to go over to Ash. So this is a hero we haven't seen in a bit, but now getting some of that dynamite, like heal pressure. Very interesting selection.
This is actually pretty bad for Ziad. You are giving up a huge amount of ground here for free. You might even allow Alcatia just to, rather Twisted Minds to catch up on your total because your Diva can't do the thing. If Ziad dies before they get a remake as well, that's even worse. The threat, of course, of the damage off.
Oh, okay, come on.
Oh, no. Surely tracking that, there would be a Diva remake at some point. That's perfectly timed. Ziad is such a jokester, man. That's rough. Okay. Well, everything I said about it being bad.
But I mean, Psycho just gets, squashed there by the remake. So, Psycho now going to go back and play Tracer, right? So we see some Gen.G, some Tracer, now some Tracer, and then Quartz. He started on Freya, then a spawn on Ash, now over to Cassidy. So, Quartz, I think, just trying to get comfortable with what hit scan they want to work with here on Esperança, as it seems like I can't figure it out just yet.
Yeah. Maybe something that works a little bit more with this Brig, perhaps. Stay a little bit closer, benefit from Inspire procs, and and hit hard anyone who tries to take the fight to you. So Kitsune Rush was used here. To what effect, though, sort of remains to be seen. Disengage there from Twisted Minds with this relatively mobile composition. Fun checkmate getting caught out there by Court. So the switch over to Cassidy already generating some results. And Simple almost went down there to the Deadeye, but maybe a slightly early activation of that one from the cast of Lambda. It makes the kill impossible to collect. Ziad gets a Suzu and should be able to get out of trouble for now.
Yeah, I mean, is this the worst thing for Alcatia, right? They end up having to use Orbital Ray on the other side. I know you have Simple now playing Brig, so no rally available, and Alcatia, like, they get a pretty, sizable lead, right? They double up, so not the worst thing for Alcatia that this goes back to mid-map.
I think they're happy enough here to play and make use of that high ground. Secret checkmate's good. This time, start to provide a much better
too easy.
Well, on the Brig, sometimes it is pretty straightforward. Usually the first target for those traces. Now, Deadeye is completely stifled by the entirety of that defense matrix. Checkmate here, a sign of respect. Doesn't run it up on Quartz, but eventually we'll be able to bring this Cassidy down. There's just far too much pressure, and all the while, Alcatia grouping up now to push this spot towards the checkpoint.
Yeah, and they're in a very good spot to take it, right? Funny Astro, not going to be back in position fast enough, right? Going to go over to the Lucio. Let's see if this is just to speed them out of the spawn, or we're going to kind of stay on it. He will stay on Lucio, so we get that, like, Funny Astro trademark Lucio pick here as, look, you need a little bit of that speed survivability with the sound barrier for what Alcatia is bringing at the moment.
Kitsune Rush, though, here for Landon once again. This time, Alcatia in a position to make use of it, given the Twisted Minds cannot freely disengage away. And they struggle. It's just a numerical disadvantage now with that haste buff being given over. And the speed boost. Alcatia chilling now. 75 plus meters. And again, moving into another fight where Checkmate can look to land another early pulse. Quartz at least has activated a relief valve by taking his opposite number down.
And we watch Checkmate play so much Sim. It's awesome to watch him play like a Tracer and even Gen.G throughout the series. Just reminds people like how good he is on these other heroes as well. But that pick by Quartz is massive, right? It actually gives Twisted Minds the space to get a fight towards mid-map. And look, we have half of the game gone already. They have to make a serious push here with control of the bot soon, or else they're going to be in a very difficult spot up against the clock.
Now, so far, they've just not been able to win consecutive fights, Matt. That's why they've never been able to get past this first little hurdle. Same issue might be here, if I'm honest with you. Sound barrier comes up for Alcatia. Simple holding onto this Kitsune Rush, though, but, well, the loss of TMT's mech might really hurt them. Both Cassidys are down now. The Tracers, though, get to run roughshod, and Checkmate is more than up for the task.
Yes, it's an early sound barrier from Alcatia, right? They kind of engage with that sound barrier, and I think Twisted Minds, their logic is it's like not worth throwing the Kitsune Rush into, especially at that moment of the game. And most likely, right, if Alcatia wins this fight, they still need another fight to gain any type of progress, right? So for Twisted Minds, it's like, look, let's just not end up burning some of our key ultimates here in a fight that we're probably going to lose anyway. Now an opportunity here behind Simple's Kitsune Rush to gain some serious progress.
Self-destruct here. Opportunity to pop back in for Ziad and keep fighting. This is Twisted Minds burning elements just to get into the middle of the map, but I guess that's the unenviable situation of being behind the 8-ball by a significant margin on this map. At least Quartz has his high ground, and Alcatia gets stuffed into that back corner for a moment. But they are going to give it a chance to spring forth. They're going to use Kitsune Rush for a little bit of momentum. Sound barrier, the prescribed response here for Funny Astro. Lambda has that defense matrix in his face, but have a swing, and he finds Funny Astro. This is not enough of it there for TVNT to shutting him down. All the healers off the map for Twisted Minds, and Alcatia again will surge ahead.
I mean, actually, silly. He walks like right past TVNT, right? And he's able to just kind of get like a clip on the Funny Astro, and then just takes out Simple. And yeah, now you're gonna stagger Quartz. I mean, this has just been 2 minutes here that is really nothing has gone TM's way. As Alcatia with like a 60-meter lead here, as we are getting in a crunch time. As Quartz now, this is like what, the 4th or 5th hero he's played here on Esperança. Gonna go over and play some Sombra.
Doesn't feel great against the Cassie. Hindrance against Sombra is basically a death sentence, but something maybe needed to keep Ziad from being so effective. It's a concession though, it really feels that way. Virus though, catches on the Kalex. Alcatia will be able to move forward here, and again, we just reset the fight back in the middle of the map, just as the team in orange have been hoping for.
It definitely feels like, look, Sombra's not great into the Cassidy, but Ziad is the one that they're worried about. I mean, Ziad just kind of like running into the back line, just doing whatever he wants, being able to get out. I think that's the player they're worried about here. Not necessarily, like, even though Lab has had a pretty good game, right? They're not necessarily overly worried about his impact. It's really Ziad.
Does this give them an edge because it takes away a little bit from the raw output? TMNT wants to dance on the high ground. It's a very charged up Checkmate. Sim that is burning him down. Funny Astro, the next to face the scrutiny of Checkmate and doesn't hold up for very long. Another DMEC on TVNT, and it's Groundhog Day out there for Twisted Minds players. We are running it back now with Alcatia shepherding the bot forward.
I mean, to give you an idea, when I said that they're worried about Ziad, right, more than Lambda, Ziad currently is 22-0 and number 2 in the team in terms of damage, right? So a huge impact here from the Diva. Just doing the stuff we know he can usually do, really what he did to everybody in EMEA throughout Stage 2 and quite frankly, everybody at EWC except Falcons in the end. So Ziad, no surprise with his dominant Diva play.
Great, EMP's ready, but Katsuna Rush already got used, so the timing might not be that beneficial for Quartz now. Hack attempt on Ziad, broken up. Defense Matrix also went through it. Now there's a Deadeye. That means that Twisted Minds will be ill-advised to come forward at all. Here's a Suzu now. Hack does catch on to 3, rather. EMP is good, but Checkmate had already burned Simple and TVNT down in that small room, so Quartz is a couple of seconds too late maybe with that EMP, or maybe it's just not enough.
And I mean, Ziad still lives throughout all of that, right? So even with these adjustments to try and put pressure onto the Diva, not enough, and Alcatia has just blown this game completely open, Mitch. An opportunity to potentially finish the map. Another hero swap here for Quartz. Just trying to find anything that will work here. Is some shots in a Checkmate gets him quite low. Not enough to finish him off, though.
Quartz here just hoping to be able to wrap around at some point and be impactful, but again, the carousel of mystery heroes continues for the Twisted Minds hit scan player. Fortunately, the Checkmate pick from Psycho's hands will at least give them a way to get back into the map, but we are in overtime, and as you know, folks, it's overtime with over 100 meters to overcome. The odds of Twisted Minds being able to take the map from here are unbelievably low.
I mean, they would need to win. You're probably looking at, like, I mean, they don't even have checkpoint yet, right? I mean, you're looking at like 5-6 fights. So this has to be a like legendary historic run here for Twisted Minds in combination with some spaghetti dropping from Alcatia. So we'll see if Alcatia, okay, so it's going to be Downpour. Looks like they're going to save some of their ultimates. So that's a fight win for Twisted Minds. We'll head back towards the bot. They should be able to get checkpoint off of this. So that's like one big key fight off the table. Good thing for Alcatia, though, is they end up not like trying to commit some of those support ultimates, try and win it there. They hold on to them for this next one.
These players have been in this position a number of times, being drastically ahead on this Esperança map, and knowing that it's definitely better to fight another day if they want to hold on to some of those ultimates. Bowler shot here, of course, and Katsuna Rush will be there for Twisted Minds. So given how effective they've been in these fights, and they've just been building on by being successful, they are going to have at least a little bit of work with. There's a sound barrier, though. Everybody on Alcad able to catch that out. The sim wall in play makes it really difficult for Twisted Minds to navigate this situation. Half the time, they are shooting at a shield, whereas Alcatia have the bullseye, and the mark is hit. Nicely done. Alcatia take the series away in a 5-map banger, but never really fall behind on this last map.
I mean, goes all the way down to a Game 5, but Game 5 not exactly, you know, the most competitive of all of them. Twisted Minds, they did a great job battling back. Obviously, a chance for the reverse sweep, but in Alcatia, just as dominant as ever in that 5th and final map. Then I also think you see TM, right? Like, didn't really seem like they knew what they wanted to go to there towards the end.
Well, I think that nothing was working is half the issue, right? We see a number of switches from Quartz, who basically like comes out of every one of these games with a really impressive amount of damage. The guy, like, with the consistency with which he can hit his shots is legendary. But maybe the ideas is not really coming together. This is Twisted Minds, though, being able to play a style that has suited them in the past, right? With that hazard-based composition. I really think it's, you know, the best looks of both these teams thrown together, but eventually Alcatia happen across a map where their style just gives them an undeniable edge.
Yeah, and I feel Twisted Minds, I think they had the right idea, right? Playing some of these like hazard-based comps. I just don't think they figured out like everything around. I thought TVNT actually had a pretty good series, Mitch. All things considered, I thought him and Quartz played quite well. We saw Simple at times. I don't really think it's like a one-person kind of thing here for TM. And quite frankly, it might just be that Alcatia is so good at these comps that they've just kind of mastered over stage 2 that like it doesn't really matter what the other team plays, right? Like they're gonna have an answer for it. I'll be curious to see how these two teams go against everybody else. In my head, I find it hard to imagine that there's like teams that are above these two in the region at the moment.
I could agree more. I think the balance of power rests squarely with Twisted Minds and Alcatia, with maybe some outside opportunities in EMEA, but with the Ultimates, you know, now sort of dissolving and those players sort of being distributed across a little bit more. There are teams that we would hope to see step up, but it's a standard that's been set by Alcatia and Twisted Minds, and they've maintained these very solid rosters. They are going to be the teams to beat as per usual. Chase gets mixed in a bit there as well, so glad we got to see some more of the Ukrainian. I think that, you know, that one map where they come in, though, Atlas, it does feel like it's a little disjointed. Maybe just the coordination, which you really need in a Wrecking Ball comp, isn't present in enough of an amount.
It's also... Oh, so he's back.
I'm back. I'm supposed to be back. There we go. I am back. I am back. And
You're like the voice of God in our ear. I was like, whoa, who's that?
That's me. That's what they call me. Yeah, no, it did end up being a very quick affair. No, a very drawn out affair here, and that's exactly what we expected to see from these two teams. I have to say though, given the fact that Alcatia is not really playing the quote-unquote meta comp, that they're still leaning so heavily into like that Symmetra and everything that made them like just so dominant in stage 2, and seeing that the second most dominant team in the region, who is leaning more into like a dive kind of situation in the current meta, that they don't manage to win that doesn't bode well for any other team in this region. Because if Twisted Mind can't find an answer to it, then like actually who can?
There's also a part of me that Twisted Minds could also look at this match and be like, well, screw it, let's just go back to playing Sim ourselves, right? Like they're like just as good as it, right? Like, so they could just say, yeah, you know what, screw it, just put Yubi back in and let's go back and do what was working during stage 2. But I do think having at least like this hazard look, and it looked good, is a big win for TM to have in their back pocket.
The Sojourn ban in that last map, I think, was pretty dastardly. I think that like that's what Quartz looked so good on when they were playing King's Row. And the King's Row comp was very good. It's not a sim-based one, right? Psycho is in the game, so they're looking to have like a secondary flanker option there with a sort of like Gen.G or Tracer mixed in. And they look really solid, but you're going up against Checkmate. It's always going to be a tough matchup. I think this is the kind of game where, yes, Twisted Mind's weaknesses get exploited, but there aren't too many teams outside of maybe this new look Virtus Pro that's going to be able to take them to that point in their game. And just, you know, to circle back to the question of how they'll look throughout the rest of the stage, I think they're fine. I think they're looking solid. I want to see them firm up Chase's role in this team a little bit more to give them the other option, because he has offered that to teams in EMEA since OWCS began, and I think it's something that's really worth investing in.
Yeah, and I think as we take a look at some of the highlights here, right? Like the Widow play from Quartz was good here on Rialto, but as soon as they couldn't run that Widow anymore, things kind of just fell apart. And I gotta say, for TM, like they almost ended up losing Atlas, right? They ended up getting that first 2 checkpoints, and then Alcatia kind of battles back, you know, takes it to a tie scenario. So potentially series could have ended earlier, but TM kind of closes the deal there. And then like you mentioned, Mitch, like very good on King's Row. So that's one that I think a lot of teams feel comfortable on, but that's one that is right in TM's wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, and that's Alcatia choosing to pick it into TM, so like I do wonder what they think about like maps like Eichenwalde and Hollywood, especially like Eichenwalde definitely has been an option for teams in the past. Really do feel like, and it's giving you like you don't have to play just one certain style. We've seen like a bunch of Arisa, we've seen Diva mixed in like a ton on that map as well. So I'm curious that they went away from it, because I don't think two teams in EMEA know each other better than these guys. Like they've always played in high stakes games, and they've always been very, very long series, whether online, whether at LAN, doesn't seem to matter. So I still plenty of learnings to take away from both squads here in this series. I think Rialto was fun to see that map kind of mixed in here. Lijiang, I think on 2 maps, both teams had a crack at that. I don't know if those combos, with Lijiang Ultimate are really sort of making a huge difference right now. I think Simple's Immortality Fields often sort of shut that potential down, but it's nice to see there is another angle that you can attack the meta from.
Yeah, I think for both of them, since both of them utilized the Lijiang, it didn't look like either of them have been giving those Lijiang comps a lot of playtime. But how about we just ask them ourselves? We should have a winner's interview with Landon, I want to say. It is Landon. Hello and welcome to the show. First of all, of course, we have been treated to another close series between those two teams. We know how familiar you are with one another. How did you feel coming into this one, given the huge meta shift that we're seeing in other regions and all the buffs and nerfs we've seen to so many really integral meta heroes? Did you have like a specific game plan crafted against Twisted Minds there?
Going into this series, and to be honest, like most of the regular series, we're trying to like prepare as much as we can for Stockholm. So we're playing like a larger variety of comps, even if it's not something like we end up actually playing in the playoffs in Stockholm, like in the World's Finals. It's like helping, I think, us improve as players. So going into this match, like we had a couple of ideas of stuff to try to kind of like test the waters for how the rest of the stage is going to go.
Yeah, pun intended, I'm sure. Obviously, you guys end up taking the game to King's Row, and we know that's map we've seen you guys play against Twisted Minds on a lot of occasions. You also worked chasing a little bit there on that Atlas map in the series here. So, I think more on that note, tell us how that's gone, integrating Chase. Obviously, he's been around the EU scene a ton, and it's kind of giving you a bit of a wrecking ball option. How do you sort of feel about where that sort of style, that look for your team is right now, and how should we expect to see more of that in the future?
It's something like we're still like working really hard on, but Chase as a player has been really nice to work with. Like whether he's playing in game, like with his main tanks, or like out of game, helping us with review and like being like an extra like smart player to help give input on stuff. It's been really nice to have.
Yeah, Landon, congrats on the win again today. Obviously, a lot of changes with Season 18. Didn't seem to change a lot of like what you guys were rolling with today. But like overall, like what's been when you guys are like scrimming and since Season 18 has started for you, what's been like the biggest difference that like whether it's like a balance change or a perk adjustment is made with a specific hero? It could be good or bad.
I mean, they took out our weapon. The weapon we had that was like the most broken thing in the entire game, and it probably should have been removed. It was a good call. Was Sim's long TP. The stuff you could do with Sim's long TP was never met. Overwatch maps were not designed for it. Like it was unbelievable. So all like our little cheese comps that we were saving for matches and stuff, we unfortunately don't get to show them all off. But it's been fun to adjust.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't look like you need it regardless. It's been a great look. Many looks we've seen from you today, and we can't wait to see what else you have in store for us in Stage 3. Landon, thank you so much, and once again, congrats.
Thank you.
That's Landon from Alcatia. Always great to chat with those OG players, but you know what? I also always enjoy getting to pick the brains of newer players, and that could be you, dear viewer. That's right. Why don't you just head on over to FACEIT.com and make an account, play in the FACEIT tournament, start earning rewards as well as you get some Overwatch 2 drops, and perhaps you might end up in the Masters division. I know Matt had a crack at that at one point.
We had a brief run.
Very brief.
We were, but maybe this is my time. Maybe
yeah, I mean, off-season is coming, right? Maybe
back,
not this
honestly.
year. Maybe 2026 could be your year.
I already have a FACEIT account, so all I need to do is to start playing.
That's right.
Probably the hardest part is going to be that improving that one. I feel confident that I can play and then I can earn. I feel less confident on the improving my play.
And the finding teammates.
But you will improve as a person.
And finding
I think
teammates too.
Losing is learning, so lots of learning will be done if you're a match team.
Losing is just losing.
Maybe you're just losing. We learn nothing. That's okay. We'll learn something about the next two teams facing off against one another. Our second EMEA opening day match is coming up after a quick break. Gen.G taking on Team Vision. You don't want to miss it.
Control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast. Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
What was it Shrifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Oh, easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected! Go make a splash! Hope you brought a change of clothes! Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick!
Welcome back, everyone. One match down and many more to go on our opening day of Stage 3. Zoe here, joined by Mitch and Matt. We're getting things set up for our second match. Now, we have Gen.G looking to redeem themselves, I dare say, from what felt like a little bit of a disappointing Stage 2. And we're also going to see the return of Vision Esports. We have them in the mix. Not Vision Esports, Team Vision. It's either Team something or Team Esports something. You know how it is. Anyway, Team Vision Esports. Yeah, those are the guys.
Like, so you just malfunction
Team
there for
Vision.
a sec.
Yeah, just kind of.
quick restart.
Reboot. It's all good. Day one, it's rough out here. No, okay, so yeah, Team Vision, they are back in the mix. They have been with us for OWCS in Stage 1. And we did not get to see them in Stage 2. Of course, they did make some changes to their roster, looking at their return. But let's talk about Gen.G first.
Big changes
we've been disappointed. Yeah, very big changes.
Okay, so like
the biggest changes.
They have a sick team, right? And the coaching staff is, pretty legendary, right? Some of the decisions I think that they made in terms of role, like the comps they were trying to play, it didn't always look like it really fit Mag. But they have a pretty incredible DPS line, right? Who are you, unfortunately, didn't pan out for them, which is kind of wild. Also a legendary player, but they brought Backbone onto this team, who obviously has had incredible results with top teams in the past. And Exodial was a real standout, I think, over much of Gen.G's play in the past. They also have an embarrassing amount of good support players now. Kanale obviously was on this squad before alongside Zox, but Sky has joined the team. Crispy also came back onto this roster, so don't always know what Gen.G, what look they're going to try and put forward here, and there's been a lot of shuffling with them. I think they're going to do better than last time.
There's always this risk though, right? There's always this risk because we have high expectation on the org in general, because Gen.G is just like such a household name in esports in general, and then you're adding so much name value to your roster. So once again, we're heading into a new stage. The expectations will be very, very high. So anything below a top 4 finish might make us all disappointed again.
Look, I was so excited for this team last phase, and then they hurt me. They hurt all of us. And I like this team. I just want to see them play first before I let them back into my life.
The disappointment is coming from a place of love.
Yes, because they should have been good.
They probably should have beaten. I think the one game for me that was pretty decisive in terms of this team was the loss to the Ultimates. I think Gen.G beat all the teams that expect them to. Vision though, this roster is also looking kind of sick.
They have quite who's returning from them. So one has been in the mix before. Choice of One has definitely been like a.
I mean,
the Choice of One
pickup is crazy.
Is in the mix now as well.
Violet's been on this team for like 2 phases now. Like, he was on this team last phase and they didn't qualify. And now he's on this one.
They're also gonna have Tama as their main tank. I'm not super familiar with Tama, the Austrian player. That's where my knowledge of Tama stops. But he's been at Wasp. Oh no, what was it? What's the team name?
Yeah, Wasp X Oh No. Also on Nuage and like that Celtics team. So has been competing, I would say, like on the fringes of OWCS in EMEA.
This team, I feel like, to me, is like a complete like wild card, right? Like. You look at them and like the roster is like, hey, this roster is like pretty sweet. It's just like, I think everybody just like wants to see what it looks like. You beat a team like Gen.G here to kick things off. Like, yeah, I mean, look, after Twisted Minds, Alcatia, and VP, right? Like, if you're able to beat Gen.G, like you can have an argument like this is like, your team that's like right on the outside looking in. So. For me, it's like, okay, they have a pretty sweet roster. They have some obvious potential. It's just what will it look like against some of these upper echelon teams? Or Gen.G, I think, is a pretty good matchup for them early on.
Yeah, Choice they won, by the way. Like, let's not forget, Guangzhou Charge was on this team. Like Element Mystic before that. Kind of an insane player, and obviously it spent some time in OWCS in that Korean region. Also played on Rock Esports for a spell. So like, you want a pretty sick potential star player using an import slot on. This guy is your guy.
Yeah, it's just for Vision, for me, the question is just like, how would it all mesh together? It's a very multicultural affair. We have there with a Swede, a German, an Austrian. We have the Saudi players, we have the Korean players. Like, how is this all coming together? How will they fare? We'll find out in this first test for them. So, guys, please take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, no, again, expectations pretty hard to develop coming into a game like this. I think that, you know, look, this Gen.G team finished about where we expected them to. It was like a 4th, 5th placing, but it was the manner in which they maybe lost some games that felt like they sort of could win that left us scratching their head. So I've got confidence that they will remain a competitor and a team that, you know, features in playoffs, but we want to see them make that deeper run. We want to see them, you know, really squeeze value out of Tread, someone who has shown a lot of promise.
It's a team with Gen.G where, like, last phase I thought, like, okay, there was a chance they were going to catch up into like that top 3, top 4, like they were gonna make like a pretty substantial run, right? Because stage 1 they were kind of right there, at least in the regular season. And you know, you saw the additions, right? Like they got Exodial and Who Are You and Mag, and you're like, all right, like, hey, we're cooking here. And it just did not pan out. Where maybe going this direction will be a bit better here for Gen.G is they decided to take us to Lijiang Tower to kick things off.
Okay, pretty standard battlefield. You know, one that I think is a decent way to put these teams through their paces straight off the bat. We talked about, you know, new additions to this Gen.G squad. Obviously, there needed to be a tank player that made their way into the mix with Mag departing this roster. I want to see what Tread can do. He's actually played at an international event. And remember, he was in Hangzhou for that Alcatia squad. And I think that there were a multitude of issues that they ran into to sort of be difference makers at that event. But I think Tread is someone who's kind of reminds me in a way of like, what I hope is that he's able to turn up and develop just like our Australian tank over in NA has been able to do. Young Kuffer has really made use of his time in OWCS to become a top contender. So find a consistent, solid teams. The first step for Tread, that one's been locked in. We got our bans for our first map here. It's going to be Lijiang and Symmetra actually taken away by Vision.
Yes, potentially worried about some of these sim comps still here in EMEA. We thought they were kind of dead, maybe gone, but not the case, at least with what TM and Alcatia are putting down, and then Vision obviously getting rid of it here off the rip. So I'd also say Sim is a hero that Backbone has been like traditionally pretty good on. Like you think like Sim, May. Reaper, those type of heroes where maybe it's one they just don't want to deal with.
A really particular hero pool, actually. Even making random appearances on Zenyatta on occasion. So Backbone was such a great pinch hitter in that regard. And with Exodial's hero pool being pretty defined, in my opinion, and definitely over more towards those hit scan picks, we're heading over to Night Market first up here. Trader's going to be showing us the Diva. Vision might actually walk out here on this Winston. Look, that one is interesting. So Austrian tank player Tama thinks that Winston's the answer, but it's definitely going to be a challenging one in the front line against this Diva.
I mean, not even against the Diva, against the Reaper, right? I mean, Reaper just chunks through Winston. So Tama's going to have to very careful kind of circumventing where Backbone is coming from.
It is a really hostile, high burst, close range front line that Gen.G been able to put together. Here's Tama having to crack it low, dives on in, and Sky Ripper gets caught out inside the Winston bubble. This is good looks here. Cookie, of course, coming over from Team Peps. Someone who, for them, was able to generate a lot of momentum in-game. Disrupt the shot will account for a kill, and Backbone eventually will fall.
I mean, that's a fantastic start there for Vision, like running this Winston-based setup, right? Which I think this is what I expected to see. More of like, you know, Winston with like Tracer Genji, maybe some Sojourn in play. And Vision is the one who ends up bringing it out, and they get a very clean fight win as Backbone not impactful there on the Reaper, and at least in that first fight.
Just not having maybe enough time, frankly, without the Kiriko being picked off so quickly, which is obviously the first port of call for this Winston-based comp of Vision Esports. Exodial here already working his way around the fringes of the point, but doesn't want to spend too much time trying to duel out with Choice One of all people. Want to try and get past enemy Tracer into their backline as Sky. Now very aware of his mortality after that first fight, I should suspect. Sees Gen.G working the fringes, and a random kunai headshot there onto Cookie will give them the perfect way in.
Yeah, it actually looks like Backbone was often in a little bit of an off angle and actually put down some damage on the Cookie, and that allowed just one kunai to finish him off. But now that Backbone's gone, you're going to be able to stabilize here for Vision.
Okay, stick on the Tama, and a long way away from a Primal Rage here, so Tread is going to be able to get in there and finish the job. The Kitsune Rush also thrown into the mix. Vision a little unfortunate. They haven't been able to work both of their support ultimates into the game yet, but they get 61% to start.
I think more unfortunate than Tama not being close to the Primal is that Violet was like 99 towards a beat, right? They could have potentially beat it there and like turn that fight around if he got it at that moment. So unfortunate there for Vision Esports. Violet not able to come up with that big support ultimate here as Exodial kind of lurking there on the high ground, just trying to find a target.
I don't know why part of me expected Violet to hit Q there when he was down to 20. Couldn't tell you why I thought that was going to happen, but just a thing. Here's the Kitsune Rush now for Vision. Sound Barrier going to be committed as well. Crispies will expire and at least allow Gen.G to hang around in this fight for a little bit longer, but you can see they are struggling just with keeping everyone healed up. Cookie with an overclock here that may not have been necessary. Tread off the map. That is brutal.
I was gonna say, like, the overclock after you get Tread, Sky, and Crispy were just like basically dead over on the point, and Backbone's nowhere close, right? Maybe they felt that there was gonna be a little bit of a bounce back potentially from Gen.G, so you decide to end up using the overclock, but that's one you potentially could have held here for what could be a point deciding fight here for Vision Esports.
Well, this will be the one, that's for sure. Suzu they used on Sky already quite low, and that's not even a full dive used on the Kiriko. Those cooldowns are being drawn out of Sky means that the Primal Rage is going to make it easy for Tama to secure the kill. The win condition is so well defined here for Vision. You can see what they're playing to, but it leaves Tread in a position to take Cookie out of the game, exposed alongside Sile. So Gen.G now can still fight for this. Self-destruct here on the point will be respected by Vision as they play off towards the side, and now Crispy's trying to run them out of town.
Violet dangerously low. Yeah, he will end up falling. You're going to lose Tama here as well. So Vision Esports, they get it to 99, but Gen.G there, just a really good flip. Able to get control of it. And I'm pretty impressed with how they were able to keep Sky alive, right? At the beginning of that fight, he kind of like switch steps onto the point. He's dangerously low. Suzu's himself, gets some extra healing, gets kind of out of dodge, able to live. Exodial gets quite low, has to be pretty careful. You cannot lose that Tracer here early on.
Here's that Kitsune Rush now out in the middle of the map, forcing Vision off towards the side. They still want to play for the point, but they lost Cookie left behind here as Gen.G run up on him real quick.
Oh, he doesn't have the TP!
Doesn't have his TP available. Just the Wraith Walk, which doesn't have any impact when it comes to environmental kills. And Vision snapped the point back. This is definitely representing the situation going wrong for Gen.G. Tread out of mech, can't do much more but try and run at the nearest opponent. And no real touch outside of Exodial, but Violet cleans him up instantly. A Death Blossom here for Backbone that mostly is ornamental, as nobody from Vision is close enough outside. Cookie to be affected by it, and a beat for Violet just to lock things down, secure the first round for Vision Esports. Very nicely done, and frankly, with this Winston comp against Diva and Reaper, looking really clean.
So when Sky kicks, this is like way at the beginning of that fight, when he kicks it off using that Kitsune Rush, everybody from Vision pushes forward and like towards the point on that like right-hand side, except for Cookie. He like moves back on the Sojourn, and that's when Tread and Backbone go in and take him out. And then Backbone TPs back to the point area and then gets knocked off the side and doesn't have the TP to TP up. And that's kind of where things start to fall apart there for Gen.G, even after getting that first pick.
Yeah, I really thought they were again kicking the fight off with the Kitsune Rush in a pretty good position, but I love that. Just the rotation from Vision out towards the outer edge of the map and back behind the point. Cookie going to be on the fray now. Gen.G very much the same look. And I'm looking at Backbone here to see exactly what this Reaper can achieve. Obviously can control the dojo fairly well here, but will not really be able to interact, I think, with this Freya at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sojourn the last round for Cookie, right? This is going to be way harder for the Reaper to make an impact on it. Dude, they lose Sky yet again. Tama's able to find him like 2 or 3 times here at the beginning of these fights.
Yeah, their coordination of Gen.G being stretched really thin. They don't have great ways to redirect Winston outside of Tread, but if Tread is going to spend the whole round milling about near Sky, then Gen.G can't actually engage their win condition whatsoever. Backline is also not playing with Sky in their backline. He's playing off towards the side, trying to control that space as Reaper, so I guess there's just not much to deter Tama from diving on in and being joined by Close One.
He just constantly there just finding Sky at the beginning of these fights. It's and especially, I mean, in this type of comp that Gen.G's running, if you lose your
Kiri, I mean, good luck, because that's going to be the race form out of backbone yet again, really early. So let's see if they try and, for a second, I got this vision when they couldn't capitalize this and push forward. Sky dangerously low.
Sky's like 20 HP. He has been for like 5 or so seconds. Vision, though, took their foot off the gas for a time and played off the point. They're still keeping it contested, though, mind you. And Goki just has enough altitude to stay out of arm's reach for Tread. Exodial falls as they tried to dive onto the Freya. And again, that's Gen.G's playing clearly to assault these DPS. Tama now on the primal range in and on the point. Sky was able to make use of a Kitsune rush, but it's hard to benefit from it if you're not standing in it. Tama just disengages though, definitely fearful of follow-up damage. Hellfire shotguns inside a Kitsune rush is terrifying. But now Vision out the ultimates of their own. They lay the support ultimates here. Silent Fire, throw them down. Cookie might still fall, but tries that one. And double bomb onto the back line. Bro is back. Rolling back the years with a stunning tracer showing here, and that's taken all the wind out of Gen.G's sails.
Oh, that was a filthy stick from Josewan. Just gets both players over on the bridge, and then the recall back over towards the point, and then picks one up. I mean, just sick stuff there from Josewan. They do give up the point for a little bit, though. Like, Exodial does end up flipping it, but I think that is one for Vision. I mean, you're much, you're okay with the scenario that you're in at the moment.
Exodial coming forward. I want to see this Wraith Wolf not burned too early for the Reaper. Behind him is Exodial. Still making his way, I think, looking at wrap. Back on the back line, this is a free telegraph to Death Blossom. Covered up by Kitsune Russian. I mean, Sai was able to get out of trouble. Nothing really working here for Gen.G. They at least try and be proactive in that fight, but unfortunately, it's shut down straight away.
This has been brutal for Gen.G, right? I know after, you know, even their fans, right, getting pretty disappointed with how it went last stage to come in here. I know the first map, obviously, you know, not the entire series, but you'd hope it would be better than this, especially against a team that is coming out of like promotions, right?
Yeah, frankly, they look like they have hit the ground running here, and maybe at full strength early. The whole series still to play, though. Bear that in mind. Trent self-destruct means a remake opportunity is there, but Tama returns with a primal rate to clear the point of any locals. It's Violet, though, falling first. The Sky is at least able to play the game in this moment. Kitsune Rush comes down. Vision here, just falling away from it. And it'll be a staggered fight loss here for them.
Yeah, you just dip here of your Vision, right? I mean, that's the Kitsune Rush used there by Sky, and now you come back for Vision, and you end up having your own Kitsune plus sound barrier. So you're willing to take that trade. I mean, they still need 40%, right? So you cross this gap. Yep, you Kitsune Rush across the point. See, I know Crispy actually doesn't even have the beat yet, right? You were like, oh, you can force out beat, then use your one as a little bit later, but Crispy doesn't even have the availability to drop it just yet.
Put it down now. Violet responds to one of his own, but Cookie and Choice here, why not in position to lap it up? It doesn't seem to matter, like the Frey is obviously in a safe spot. Crispy is down. Ice Ward's backbone is very low, and Violet's going to be able to account for him almost on his own there. Nicely done by Violet and Style. They do deal with their backbone threat now. Tread will be demech. And this should frankly be Lijiang wrapped up. Exodial will attempt to stall here, but 4 players looking straight at him. Style going to be back off respawn about now with a swift step to get them into the fray almost instantaneously. And Exodial doubles back over towards that health pack direction. Backbone with a TP now. And instantly Tama has to fear what the Reaper can do. So backs up now, tries to chase off the point. Waits till those cooldowns are exhausted. Crispy's been dealt with. Violet goes hunting for Exodial, who probably was in the dojo looking for a health pack, looking for some advice over the edge. It's nicely done. This should be a pulse bomb to take the mech out of the game. And Vision Esports have everything they need to close this out.
Yeah, that's my goat right there. Violet making plays on the Lucio, historically, obviously, you know, seen his probably best moments on flex support. But man, Vision Esports, that's a pretty nice way that you know, their season starts off here in stage 3. Obviously, a team out of like promo relegation going up against Gen.G, who is you know, they partner team. They've been in for you know, pretty much the entirety of the OWCS since like inception, pretty much. Since they've been involved, and they kind of handed to them there in that first map.
Yeah, I mean, look, you are drawing on players that have had great success in OWCS. Look at Tama's damage. Oh my goodness, that is impressive on this Winston. And looking at the Gen.G side of things, right? Sky being targeted. 9 deaths for the Kiriko, and Vision were quite easily able to get in there and just tear them apart. And outside of that, you're left with nothing but the Lucio. So it's a really simple game plan for Vision, but they've executed it really well.
And we see it from both Tracers, running just like a nasty combination of perks. Like the one allows them to get a blink charge back when they get a health pack, right? So you know how much Tracers play off of the health packs. And then also recall restores 2 blinks as well. So you know, one of the not the downsides of Tracer, but like one of the weaknesses, right, is like forcing out I know all the blinks, like removing some of the mobility. Those two combined basically take that away, and that allows players like I know Chosewan here. I mean, you see the double pulse to just run rampant through the opponents, and really no downside to using the blinks and getting in these positions.
I think that's something you've got to treat with when you add Backbone to your team, is that he has a unique hero pool, right? It's not like, you can't put him easily into the box of like someone who plays flanking, flanking DPS, or someone who plays hit scan, right? Backbone has done a little bit of each. We've seen some Tracer, we've seen some Gen.G from him. We've even seen him lean into some hit scan as well. But in general, it is those more off the wall, those more specialist picks that he often brings into the game. Now, you would think you have a Reaper and Diva based composition. Looks very, very good, especially in a longer fight against the Winston comps. But if you don't get a long fight and your Kiriko dies instantly, Reaper takes so much damage in the front line. He's always getting damaged by the Winston he's trying to take down. So if the lion's share of your healing is off the map already, then you're in trouble. I think for me, like, just the macro gameplay from Vision there, although the game plan is very simple, they executed on that plan very, very well.
I was like, oh, what is this? We'll see. Yep. Okay. So still awaiting the second map, but yeah, the game plan. Look, I think Reaper Diva into Winston, like, you should be able to win, right? I mean, like, is a winning guy in a combination. Tama just played really well positionally. I thought the support play from Vision was quite good too. So looking like they potentially could be a little bit of a riser here in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen from them so far isn't a whole lot. Like, it's one comp and it's one game plan, but against Gen.G, it's looked really good. That, I think Vision fall within like the same bracket of teams like Peps and Quick Esports, Gen.G, Vision, all in sort of that sort of 4-team thing. And the reason why it's important is because they're obviously fighting for like that 4th place spot, right? Or to sort of be relevant further and deeper into the playoffs. Circuit points now for some of these teams are less of a concern because we are in stage 3, and if you're thinking about building over towards Stockholm, then they're harder to come by for some teams that are getting their start properly later on. And if you're a team that's coming up from promo relegation, obviously that can hold you back. But it's great to see a team here that can tangle and to look to fight their way into the top 4 potentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's when we've seen promo relegation teams come up, I would say their performance has been a little bit left a lot to be desired there in terms of how they've been. But
Quick Esports last stage looked pretty good.
For like, I mean, it was like 2 games, and then they kind of just like fell apart. But okay. Yeah, Quick Esports was pretty good for a moment in time, but nobody, like, I think is seriously like come out of that and like contended for like top 4 in a region or something like that. Where this Vision team, without EMEA, is especially like you'd be looking at Gen.G as the team they have to knock off. It might be doable. So this is going to be Gen.G banning the Ana here off the rip. And then we're going to get a Vision ban on the Reaper. So that takes the Reaper away from Backbone, which you kind of mentioned his hero pool. I'm curious what he'll decide to go to. Doesn't strike me as like a May type of meta. Do they want to play Sim? I'm curious what we see from Gen.G.
You can. I wonder how the changes to the long TP perk, or the removal of it rather, impacts the second part of the map, where obviously there's a fair bit more ground to cover. I think the Sim is fine. Backbone has kind of played a bit of everything, but really orbited around the heroes that we mentioned earlier on. The Ana ban here for Gen.G obviously could be a protect potentially, and taking that out, not wanting to deal with it, because on their roster obviously Sky is someone who can pick up that Ana and look very, very good there. So it's not as if that's like a gaping hole in their hero pool. So I don't want you to worry too much about that going forward for this team. And I'm curious if that means they're hoping to play dive tank as well, maybe looking to take sleep dart and also the biotic bounce out of the mix. We'll have to stay strapped in and see. Vision Esports, though, I say, look dominant, honestly, in that first game. Definitely the better team. Lijiang for Sile, coming off the rip here for Vision Esports defense center.
So I mean, this is something I think I expected, right? A little bit more of like the Winston in combination with this support line, right? You know, we've seen it with Tracer Gen.G, but playing it on defense, right? Maybe you want some hit scan. Gen.G with the response, obviously some time to make some changes, but seeing them go Hazard Moira would be a bit of a shock. So yeah, I fully expect some wholesale changes here. Or if they want to just send their fans into just chaos, then maybe they'll continue to play that. But no, we will actually see them make a change. So, okay, so we were wondering if Backbone will play it. It'll be Venture, yeah. They're good against the Sim. I think they struggle against like a frigate, right? Who's like in the sky, like no real way to access the frame.
Backbone's looking to make nothing to
Creeps
spike.
with a lot of Vegas, yeah.
Going to be able to double back here. Vision Esports would like to be the ones that set the pace here, but Trent so far has been pretty proactive. I mean, that damage that Lijiang can bring in, by the way, is definitely not something you want to overlook. So Backbone kind of caught out in the open and chased down by Tama as eventually he emerges. We'll see him fall back, and Sile's definitely been able to get enough healing involved. And so many of Lijiang's perks just really like supercharge his healing output potentially. Yeah. So you find it can start and struggle a little bit to start the game, rather just to feel like you're healing tons and tons, but it really is to spec in that direction and be very strong in output.
But like you mentioned, though, the amount of damage output that Lijiang can put out is pretty strong, as well as they do get rid of Tama, but you lose Tread yet again. So I still think this is more of a positive for Vision, as Tama, let's see if he actually comes back on Doom, or if it will be, you know, maybe just a... Oh, no, they're going to come back on Doom. So we're going to see a Doom Fist here. Can definitely dislodge Venture and Diva.
Backbone trying to work that off angle. Choice one doesn't want to find him inside a room where the splash damage would be a factor. Fred again looking to the backline, but happy enough to have forced him away into that room. Seems like the opinion is the same for Backbone. Not a room out here on the point. Tama actually switched over towards the Doom.
Yeah.
Always feels ill-advised. Maybe just trying to get back to the fight as quickly as possible. Now, though, without their tank Vision Esports, so to fight with 4, and frankly, they're not doing a lot of damage outside of this.
No, I think... Look, you probably would have loved to see them stay on the Winston. I think the Doom, at least like what we've seen today in EMEA, has not been that impactful. So they'll go back to Winston here with Tama. Not saying they would have won that fight if they had the Winston. I think it would have been just a little bit better. They know that Josewan is behind them. You see actually Zodiel marking him. You saw both supports looking there as well. So this is not a surprise to Gen.G that he's still in this position.
Crispy picked off again by Cookie. Sometimes they've just been able to open the map up for their team. Choice one here, obviously, like you mentioned, looking with a pulse bomb. Able to avoid that of Exodial. Clearly, that was thrown back in that choke direction. Unclear if Tracer was the intended target, though. This might be a good chance he got Cookie. Great pressure. From over the top, by the way, onto Exodial. This is no escape
over
for
the
the
wall.
Tracer.
Yeah, he's right up above to the right where Chosewan is. You know, that little ledge. That's where he was playing from, and able to look over. Backbone, though, is like lurking behind. Somehow Backbone gets to the top of the castle. We don't see that. That is an interesting position for the Venture to end up in, especially after a few fights. That's huge. They get Violet.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not punished, right? So Tama tried to respond, tried to chase Backbone down, but he simply drops to the low ground, and that's the end of that. Now, Tama might be trying to force Gen.G to fight over the card a little bit more here, but Cookie finally gets nice and close. Trey gets nice and close to Cookie, and that bowler shot, well, wasn't really a factor. Not an opportunity to make use of it, not with the DM in front of you. Here is a Kitsune rush from Violet. Gen.G go for a sound barrier. In fact, both of their support ultimates get drawn out in this fight. At least Trent's able to get a remake now, but Vision are in a pretty good position. They've maintained this level of high ground control. The card is not advancing.
No.
So both teams trade heavily in support ultimates, and Vision are still solidly sacked here.
And what's a bit rough there for Gen.G. Tectonic Shock comes in here. Let's see, Violet gonna TP out of the way as ice pull shot there by Tread. It's Tama up on the high ground here, using the primal, gonna just dislodge a bunch of players. But in that previous fight, Mitch, Crispy ends up using that sound barrier. It actually doesn't land in time to keep Sky alive. So when he actually like connects with that sound barrier, Sky had already fallen, so not able to keep that Curie up. Obviously would have been a great source of extra healing and damage, potentially even, you know, like a little brief moment of invulnerability with a Suzu, but with the Curie gone and both supports alive for Vision at a big disadvantage, even with all the support ults gone.
Yeah, look at Crispy fell. Gen.G were trying to cross into the castle to take that high ground, but just couldn't get there. There's so much poke, and frankly, Cookie is working Exodial. Every time this Tracer's trying to push up, they're taking a bunch of free damage by Vision's Freya. Now we're under 2 minutes left in the map. We're also going to try to blast ready. Tracer or Winston can be great targets for that ability, and the knockdown is nuts when you can hit a backline that doesn't have any sort of CC mitigation. There it is. Choice one gets it, and Backbone is the one that gets washed away.
Yeah, Backbone feel like there was no response there. Violet with 2 in the feed is, you know, after that first point, I mean, look, it's pushing all the way up to the spawn. The cart moving further and further back is, Vision definitely making a statement here. Let's see if they can hold though. Still, Gen.G took first point, Mitch, with a pretty decent amount of time. I mean, they've got a few fights here that haven't gone their way, but still over a minute on the clock.
Also, super interesting. So I also suspect into the falling rain perk, it gives you like 3 orbs that all splash. They do individually a little bit less damage each, but they all sort of splash, and I mean, it definitely is an increase to your damage output. So fun to play around with that one. Definitely means that Sile can actually contribute a little bit more to the damage numbers in total. But I don't know how he's found himself in that position. Cookie's down. Trev was able to eventually locate Zero in the position of that Freya. Take her out of the fight nice and early. It's bodes very, very well for the attack. Yeah, Tama thinks there's a good reason here to invest his primal. Continue rushes down on that low ground.
Yeah, they also use Rush down on the low ground. I was shocked they end up starting to use some of these ultimates. Is Sky dangerously low? That's a nice beat there from Crispy.
I mean, the beat was supposed to say Backbone, I think, Matt, and it just doesn't. It buys them enough time to deal with Tama in their face, but Vision is still going to be playing with 4 here. Backbone just come off respawn now. It's going to be a little bit away from the action. But Vision have Bowler Shot, Pulse Bomb now, and Choice 1 has been looking pretty bloody accurate with those.
And looks like Tread goes to the high ground for just a brief moment. Yeah, they're trying to get Cookie out of that position, so be overtime here. Chose one still lurking. You have Tama in this position as well. Looks like they're trying to coordinate potentially some type of dive.
Oh, here's the Winston that drops down. Straight away, of course, Tread asserts himself and will force Tama off of the card. They go low. Backbone down to Sile, though. Told you I'd expect it. Even that extra damage is definitely nice, but Exodial catches the less mobile Wuyong out. Choice 1, though, still holding onto this Pulse Bomb and still looking for application for it. Sick bowler shot there as Tread is demeched and vulnerable in midair, and Choice 1 finds the correct recall timing. Now that Pulse Bomb doesn't really have an application as Vision hold Gen.G outside of the castle.
I mean, Cookie hitting Tread with the bowler shot as he throws the Matrix up onto the baby. I mean, that is a pretty nasty shot. I mean, that is, like, we just see it kind of connect with Tread, but that is very difficult to do. So, good defense there. Coming out of Vision as a clear opportunity for victory. Maybe a Gen.G's composition, Mitch, here, though, might be a bit better on the defensive side of things. Trying to play the Venture can be quite tough on offense, especially trying to get some castle control, where playing it on defense and playing a little bit closer in these chokes gives a potential opportunity.
I'm really impressed with this Vision Esports team. So far, we've only seen them showcase these Winston-based comps, and I do think there are going to be matchups where that's not effective. But getting to go to Eichenwald, getting to pick that, and also having the luxury of getting just a second band Backbone away from the Reaper to make it even easier for Tama to be maybe that extra level of aggressive has worked out really well. Now Vision, I mean, Choice 1, historically really flexible player. This far, definitely not outside of the wheelhouse by any stretch of the imagination, and pretty effective when you're trying to play around the central tower here, especially against those Venture comps.
Yes, we'll see. I think Far would be a great call, especially just off the rip, right?
Similarly, Echo.
Yeah, or even the Echo. Either of these, any of the flyers, essentially, right?
What a throwback
shot
that
there.
skin is.
Yeah, that's a little McDonald's mayhem there.
Yeah, good times. All right, Cookie off the winner now over to the Tracer. Still an Echo in play. can be definitely mitigated by defense matrix, but I think what Tread's going to work cut out from now. We've got a lot of bases to cover on this Diva. Focusing beam, lays Tread low will force him now to take solace inside the clock tower for a time for TikTok because Vision will keep this tempo going. Pressure being maintained.
That's what you know, you were talking about the defense matrix, but I was thinking more with the ability. As you see Violet there with a nice job on the Suzu, just trying to keep Sight alive. But the ability for Chosewan to just kind of burn the Diva down with a focusing beam, right?
Yeah, and it's tough to answer. You can't mitigate that, of course, with any of the defensive cooldowns. Sky was eventually the target. They fell second in the fight, but definitely was the #1 priority for Vision. And Backbone unsuccessful in a dive, but that there wasn't a whole lot he could do. He ended up trading himself out. Tread's back, though. Again, this is an uncontested echo, so that focusing beam doesn't get interrupted, broken up at all. Backbone's trying to go after Choice C1, which is a tough ask, I think, for someone as ground-born by definition as the Venture. Violet's still alive and kicking. Kiriko in play, and the Kitsune run should have been needed, but I've got a feeling this is wrapped up for point A.
No, this most certainly looks like point A secured. Over 5 minutes on the clock. Hey, my Violet fantasy pick looks kind of sweet right now, to be honest. I mean, that looks like I was seeing the Vision. I was all on board with the Vision Esports. But
honestly, bro, trade week's gonna be crazy. You know, Tama's out there on the waiver wire. That's a viable pickup. I don't think Choice One's been snapped up by Anubis either.
No.
Okay.
These Vision players are gonna start to go. I mean, right now Violet is he's got 12 limbs and like he's got you know, over 5,000 damage and then over 6k healing. And in the first game, we kind of just like, it was such a blowout. We just kind of talked about the overall team, but Violet had 25 limbs with like 8k damage on Lucio the first game.
Bro's kind of squeezing a lot of value out of that. Okay, so Tunnel Blast is there. I think everyone just disengages away from it. Sky might have been knocked to the ground, though, and that was probably the aim. Once more, Kiriko gets absolutely flattened. Now Cookie in extended engagement here with Backbone has gone over the Tracer. Another pick we've seen plenty from them in the past. This is freed Exodal up now to move over to the Cassidy. Yep. Insane hit scan player. But is it too late in the day for this to really tip the scales?
But I think you're seeing that, like, the depth of potentially Vision Esports, like, hero pool, right? Like, Chosewan is able to play the Echo, like, now gonna play Gen.G, right? Can play Gen.G at a really high level, like, put some pressure up on the high ground. See, play some hit scans as well, so already being pretty impressive with what they're able to put together, because the Gen.G is obviously really good here to access some of this high ground on the castle.
First one is down, but Tread has to self-destruct for this mech. Crispy also was getting a heck of a lot of attention, but was able to be kept alive. Vision will keep moving the card this entire time. Tama with the primal rage now. Sound barrier is going to be thrown in, but already on Sky and Crispy. What has happened? Oh no!
Oh.
Tread though still has mech. Still has mech, by the way. Zodial though, well, he's gone. Yeah,
he wanted to use. He was using the sound barrier like up on the top of the bridge, and I think was like gonna try and like he tried to like almost like hit the lip and maybe like see if he could catch some of the players on the low ground, and it did not work out that way.
It's over.
That's rough.
Sin Backbone get a touch here. Yeah, it's just in time. Blade from Choice here one though. He's gonna keep everybody contained inside the castle, lest they pay a heavy fine. Their life. No chance for a touch there for Gen.G, and Vision Esports closed out Eichenwalder, maintaining a level of confidence unexpectedly we saw from them on Lijiang Tower. This team means business.
There were a few times throughout that game though on Eichenwald where we were like, oh, like the sound barrier comes down from Crispy but doesn't keep Sky alive, you know, some stuff along those lines. That one though there towards the end like needs to be good, right? Especially with that golden box victory like right around the corner, and for it to only connect with the supports, kind of leave like Shredded Crow out to dry. That is a rough way to lose that one. You know, Violet, right? I know, little 7,000 damage, 7,000 healing, plus like 15 plus 15 limbs. I mean, putting together a pretty sweet game.
Yeah, that is a pretty damn good performance there with DPS level output over the course of this game. Someone though I think who got a lot of looks though was Tama, the head of the spear for Vision Esports, and was able to also just be the vehicle for that Wuyong ultimate on a couple of occasions. Sky and Crispy both with 9 deaths over the course of the game if you spotted the scoreboard. And for Vision Esports, the game plan has been pretty simple from start to finish. Use this dive comp. I mean, that's something that Gen.G have to consider. Is it a Winston ban that they need here just to break this up and force Tama onto something maybe a little less comfortable? Because right now it looks like they've got a lot of resilience in every other role.
Yeah, totally. Gen.G getting 3-0'd here. I mean, that would be, man, I don't know if you could have like a worse start. I mean, that just, especially because you like retool the roster again, right? It's like, all right, we're getting it right this time. And then, Vision just looks so dynamic, I think I would say, right? With like how Josewan and Cookie look together, right? I know Tama looks very capable on Winston, and the backline has shown us a few different looks already where these are the types of rosters that I think excel now in today's version of Overwatch, right? Of like, you got to be able to put out a lot of different looks, like new heroes come out, big balance adjustments, like you just kind of need gamers across the board, right? They can just pick it up and just nail it pretty early on, which Violet's able to do, right? I mean, he could just pick up. I mean, he was playing Cassidy years ago, right? I mean, he just picked up whatever.
There was a spell on Cassidy. Yeah. Look, I think if you want to talk about how import slots, have been used by Vision, I think you've done well to get Choicy One and Violet on your team. Cookie was also, I think, someone who caught our eye on multiple occasions on that Peps roster.
Yeah.
And it was just very, very solid. And multiple player of the matches on Freya especially. So someone who I think is, going to offer this team a whole lot going forward. Like I said, like it looks like they've got a pretty deep backline. Like a number of supports that they can start to mix in here should it be required. But right now, I think they've got a pretty good formula. It is going to be up to Gen.G to disrupt that somehow. I think like a Winston ban is a little on the nose. It's a little obvious, but you might want to try that. You might want to take Tama into a position where it needs to be Hazard or Ball, God forbid, something similar.
What kind of map though, right? Like, I mean, so like you have some of the escort maps, right, available. So you still have like Hollywood, Gibraltar, as option. Yeah, Gibraltar's in the pool. So curious what they decide to go with. Actually, it's Gibraltar, Junkertown, and Rialto. So you have those three available.
You could go.
New Queen Street,
Esperança, ban the Winston.
Yeah, you could do that. But then, like, that still allows Chosewan to play like a Gen.G or something along. Like, I mean,
you're not betting out the Tracer play. I think that's just going to be a fixture.
Would you go like Atlas maybe, or?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on actually what you know about Tama's hero pool.
Right.
If you go Atlas and like ban the Winston away, normally like that's if Tama is a Wrecking Ball player and then Gen.G ban Winston for him, he's very happy. He's like, oh,
he's chilling.
Yeah, that's exactly what. Obviously, because the Winston comps in the past were used to try and counter ball comps just by being faster at, diving and eliminating those individual targets.
They also wouldn't need to change up anything else really with their comp, right? You could play like Kiri Wuyong and plus like Tracer Gen.G or Tracer with like a Sojourn or a Freya. Like there's no real reason for them to change up anything around that too, which is quite nice.
I mean, a conversation we were having earlier today as well is that some teams might have to play more of the double flex support role, but here we had no Lucio ban on Eichenwalder, and Violet was more than happy just to switch over obviously and play one of those flex supports. That's been his role in the past actually, so he seemed quite comfortable doing that. That I think is a pretty big weapon. So you mentioned like what happens if Kellex can't play, or has to play like another flex support type hero. There's a possibility that some teams are tripped up by that.
So it will be Esperança. That'll be the next map. So players can load into lobby. If you get rid of the Winston, like Tama could play like a Doomfist potentially, right? Doom, Hazard, like something along those lines. So doesn't look like there's any subs either. So
yeah, the Doomfist, I don't know. I'm not sure.
We haven't seen it be like awesome today.
No, I mean, in many cases in the past, it was used to get back to the point as quickly as possible. So
yeah,
jury's out on whether Doomfist is going to be something that long term is kind of viable on him. I think we saw it on Atlas as well briefly from Chase. Yeah, I wasn't sort of over the moon about it. So Esperança, the pick for Gen.G. But I'll be honest, I'm much more interested in the ban's going to be. Because Gen.G have the mandate now to disrupt Vision's comp, which is very straightforward, and they're very comfortable playing that way. They haven't had to be flexible yet over the course of this series. Okay, so it looks like this resembles more of a protect ban. I think if Iliari came out.
Yeah, I was like, so they ban the Ilari, so like, yeah, it's strictly like a protect, right? Like, I don't think you expect Violet or anybody to change anything up. But then I think for Vision, like, the Junker Queen's a bit of just a throwaway, right? There's probably nothing else they really feel like they want to go to and get rid of. So why not? I wonder what the Protect is for, right? Like, because Gen.G hasn't played like
just playing Lucio Kiri, right?
Yeah, and I don't think like would you have banned? So maybe Vision could have banned Lucio, right? Because they have just played Wuyong and Kiri, right? So there is a world in which Vision says, haha, we're just gonna ban Lucio. But like I feel like getting rid of the other team's Winston would have been like way more meaningful than protecting your Lucio. But
I wonder if Gen.G have been using these support bans just to protect their Kiri Lucio backline.
I mean,
that to make sure they can't be targeted.
After the Alari, that looks way more likely. But I don't know if that's
because they banned Ana last map as well.
Yeah,
right? Which
no,
could
they
also
did.
look like a protect ban. So I think that if you're a team who has to spend these bans in order just to maintain the integrity of your support duo, you know, you can't actually target your opponent at any point. Okay.
I mean, and that allows Vision to just continue to play what has been working and go through it.
Come
yeah,
on,
you may.
Give me some fantasy points, brother. Show me this hazard gameplay.
Yeah, no, you might hear Hugo in the back. Hey, Hugo's fine. It's the summer, and for whatever reason, he thinks the hose outside that waters the grass is coming inside to attack him. We've assured him numerous times. It's not on the way into the house. He has not figured it out yet, though.
Right.
But now he's calmed down. Now he's run to his bed. He's cowering in fear of the hose outside.
Listen, outside is scary. Most gamers will relate to that.
That's why we're inside. That's true. The outside is scary.
And while Tama might look like an innocuous, you know, superpowered Simian scientist, so far he's been very dangerous to Gen.G, so they know exactly what to expect when he comes to call. So far, more of a neutral fight. Definitely is a case of Cookie looking for some openings. Exodial's someone we interviewed at the start of Stage 2 because we were blown away by what he could do on his Freya. So keep your eyes peeled for some pretty impressive long shots. That's something he was pulling off a little bit earlier than many of his contemporaries. Now, though, some ground being gained by Vision. You'll note the choice they want is starting to wrap around that left side from Sky's POV. And Red finds in the front line. The Winston bubble, man. He just opted to chill out inside of it.
And now, I mean, you're going to allow Vision Esports, like what they've done really well is like when they get this first pick, right now they up the pace, right? They don't let these players out alive, as you see Tama just dive in, use that bubble to kind of separate from the rest of the team. So really nice start here yet again for Vision. You lose Exodial. I mean, now you have to back up. You're going to give even more space. This is going to give Vision Esports high ground control. This has gone pretty rough now. It's a pulse bomb connection here for Chosewan, and like getting that first checkpoint would be like absolute worst case scenario for Gen.G.
They've at least been out of it.
And they get checkpoint. Okay.
Okay. Now, what is threatening them away from this? The fact that Vision don't have to spend any of their support ultimates on getting this. Now it happens. Now you go for the rush. Vision say, we're not disengaging. Why not? We're going to try and get even more bang for our buck here. Nicely done from Exodial, though. Catches the bowler shot directly on a Cookie, and Tread will complete that elimination with the lead. So Vision are going to be forced to give some ground here. And in fairness, they also commit both of their support ultimates. So Gen.G get an even trade with those highly impactful abilities. There's still fight to be had here. Treadling is a little bit too close to choice here one. He's licking his lips at a chance to take the hazard out of the game for the umpteenth time this series.
And even when Gen.G, right, you kind of like end up winning that fight, but the spawns are so close for Vision that you don't even really push them back, right? Chosewan able to kind of keep that bot like contested for a brief period of time. You never really kind of get them off of the high ground. And then players back in the action. You have Tama with a primal knocking players back, and the bot continues to go deep into Gen.G territory.
Almost triple digits here, Matt, already, and there's still over 6 minutes left of gameplay on Esperança. Vision Esports more than happy to go here and then not have any of their picks targeted. Just back to business for them. Backbone on the tracer. We start to see more of that on the last map, and now he's getting a chance to stretch his legs. Nice little 2K. Still get Gen.G back towards the center of the map at least.
But yeah, but Vision is going to have that front spawn still, right? They're going to be able to get up. Let's see where they decide to attack this from, as Chosewan's still behind enemy line. So we'll see Yeah, it looks like Division are going to take the fight back towards mid-map. They're not going to try and like wrap around here, but it does look like Josie want. Oh, they actually have Tama here, so it looks like they do want to try and pinch.
No healers though for choice here one, just because of the position he is on the map.
Tread plays down.
Doesn't connect. It's like Tread able to get away from it mostly and be kept nice and healthy. Cookie's suffering some pretty serious pressure right now. Exodio has switched over towards the Sojourn here to make it more of a pitched battle in that.
That's a long range right click there from Tama. That is pretty sweet.
So doing back get gobbled up. All of a sudden, you have no bite to your bar whatsoever. Vision Esports get a big result here without committing too much at all.
Yeah, and that's when we actually see Chozuan putting that pressure down onto Backbone. It's Tama actually with a right click from distance able to finish that Tracer off. Something that probably a lot of Tracers don't even really kind of account for, right? That Winston kind of you know, at an off angle, just shooting one of those shots at range. This will be a Kitsune rush here. For Sky, it looks like Vision opting to just back up here. Midge potentially trying to hold on to theirs, and oh yeah, they lose Tama. That's quite rough. I understood what they were trying to do there, right? You maybe back up to that corner, you still hold high ground, and then you have two support holds against one. You were able to kind of extend this lead, but losing Tama just ends all of that.
Still half a map of play left for Gen.G. Still plenty of room to mount a comeback. And again, a little bit of momentum and sort of snowballing a couple of fights together. We'll see this game become much more even. Again, Father, please! No! Well, I think we see this.
It was going too well. It was going too well.
Oh, do we have like a fantasy modifier for Ajax?
No.
That's
not fair. Everybody in fantasy has been against me, and that would just be directly just trying to rig it against me.
You've had an even playing field and done nothing with it. I have no sympathy. That's
debatable.
Nice. You definitely have had the same situation. You just picked badly. Here's the recall, folks, coming in. Tama has primal rage at least in Vision. Despite the hijinks of the previous fight, still seemed pretty confident to come forward. Tread there really tried to dive in there for Cookie. I think there was a downpour at close range, but everyone piled into Peel.
It feels like every time we see Tread get a violent leap and try and get aggressive, like whenever we see his health bar, it just disappears. I mean, they are doing a great job just focusing down the hazard of Gen.G, where if you're Vision, you don't really need to push it much further, right? You just kind of need to like force them out and try and force them up to this high ground. Nice play there from Violet, just putting some pressure here on the backbone, not allowing them to get in, but then take a railgun shot and take it out by Crispy.
Followed by Backbone here. He's going to get choice here one for his troubles as well. This is Vision though, kind of throwing themselves in, seeing what they can draw out of Gen.G for all appearances. Like the fight with limited impact being made on blue side, but still have that 40-meter lead. They are starting to allow Gen.G bit by bit though to claw back into this matchup.
I mean, yes and no, right? I mean, below 3 minutes and you're still like 40 meters behind, and you also don't have checkpoint. Still a very difficult situation to kind of battle through. So see if they're able to do it. So they don't get checkpoint. They're actually in a backup, and they're going to try and play from this like high ground position, right? They're going to try and force Vision to like push into them, right, and try and force them to play into this high ground, which obviously is an advantage here for Gen.G.
And Gen.G need to keep Tread alive a little bit longer in some of these fights. I mentioned how his health bar was disintegrating pretty quickly. The peel has been very good for Vision. As soon as Cookie's been accosted by that enemy tanker, everyone turns their head to get involved. Tama down to a pulse bomb. Backbone's Tracy here starting to leave a bit of a mark, and this will allow Gen.G now to extend a bit further, lock that checkpoint up, and get into the game for real.
Now it becomes much more real, right? Below 2 minutes, you get this checkpoint, you have your sound barrier, you're gonna have both sport ults coming around this corner. I mean, now you're in a spot where this is much more realistic here for Gen.G be able to make this comeback. And Exodio getting a few railgun shots here and taking a player out would be massive, and he gets Violet.
Yeah, he's done more than just soften them up here, Matt. He's devastated the entirety of Vision as the backline down to just the Sojourn ultimate. And this is very, very good for business. Now it's the 20-meter gap, which is about to get closed awfully quick. You can see where that checkpoint is, that line there on the zebra crossing. And Vision Esports have been a little quiet in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, Chosewan may be able to get here contest. Let's see. It looks like the Tracer working around the outside. Yep, he does get their contest, and it's going to be the sound barrier.
Out of pandemonium now. Sound barriers from both sides. Kitsune Rush has also committed everybody all in for this engagement. Sky low, but Choice A1's going to be the first one to go down. Sky picked up, at least Tama gets in there, but it's still the threat of Exodial. He falls to Tama, but Backbone trays an elimination. It's Trent going low, but late in the fight this time around. And this is broken down, but Backbone still stands alongside Crispy. And Gen.G have just broken the back of Vision Esports. Back into the game. Big ultimate commitment in that fight, and they still prevail.
I mean, that is a huge fight for Gen.G to be able to win. They do lose a few players, so they back up. So now it is on Vision Esports to clutch up as Gen.G, they have kept themselves alive in that series with like 2-3 really good fights in a row. I would say Exodial on the Sojourn really has come alive.
Exodial and Backbone have stepped up to the plate here. So the dive there in from Tama, but Crispy's able to get a safe distance away from the questing Winston. Overclock here, Tez strips off of Trent, but he also is able to fold back around the corner. This is really only a matter to a bit of a space game now for Vision, but a Primal Rage will assist them now with that disruption through the squishy backline of Gen.G. Backbone over the top, knows the Choice A1 is trying to get the bot back in their direction, so he'll accost him, force him back away. Tama healthy, Cookie, what a rail. That might have opened this up now. Tama with a Primal Rage looking in the Sojourn's direction. Exodial doesn't have that overclock quite yet. And now it's going to be tough to line things up. The bot has made it past the checkpoint now as well. You can see where the barrier is. It's not too much further, but this is a push that has to occur in overtime, and Gen.G know it, so they commit. Crispy with a sound barrier, but that is an odd time to make use of it. They have allowed Vision to get back within striking distance of their total, and it's so close. 94 and counting. It's going to be a touch and a pulse from Backbone. Big, but he takes himself down with it. That might have hurt a little too much, denying himself the chance to contest further after the kill. Vision Esports snatch map and series away in the dying seconds.
Man, that is brutal for Gen.G. They battle like all the way back. They look to have clutched it up, and then Vision Esports just run it back basically down the map and take it. And I mean, like, there's a lot there at the end, but you know, you end up using that sound barrier. It's like a 2-player sound barrier. Maybe you could have like held on to it and got another player back in the fight. I think it was just like where it was Crispy and it was for Exodial. Like maybe you could have held on to it a little bit longer, but I mean, dude, look at Exodial. I mean, he was putting up some serious numbers there. Just a really good game in a losing effort. It's gotta be frustrating for him because he's a player. Remember, he went from like Heps up to Gen.G. We thought it was like an upgrade. He was like a player we're like, oh, like excited to see him on a roster this caliber, and it just has not worked out since he's been added to it.
Yeah, man. I mean, they hit the ground running. Gen.G stocks in shambles after just one single game this stage already.
I saw the vision. I saw the vision.
You did see the vision. Well, I saw a vision for Gen.G as well, given the personnel they've brought on for this stage. Alas, off to a rough start, but you gotta give it to Vision here. They look so very comfortable in this dive meta, and even when Lijiang is not in the mix, not a problem for them at all. Like they had a very clear win condition and play to it. A simple game plan, you called it, Mitch, but like it's not been interrupted really.
No, but I mean, again, I have an issue with like the way like the ban strategy is set up for Gen.G. Krusty's always cooking something, and it's always like on a plane of mortality that is just hard for me to reach. I really sort of know. Honestly, like
it's some fusion kitchen kind of stuff. You don't understand it. It makes a lot of sense to him.
Yeah, and that's fine. I also think that like it's not a problem if Gen.G think that they can beat this Winston comp without targeting Winston specifically, right? But when you play Reaper in that first map, and that is not enough alongside the rest of your team.
I mean, Reaper and D.Va, the Winston comp should not work here. It just shouldn't.
It's just harder to make it work, but I think the game plan for the Winston comp is simpler than the game plan for the D.Va comp, who needs to be a bit more mindful of like the balance between, you know, diving and peeling, whereas Winston's like, yo, where'd that Kiriko at? I'm coming for him.
Yeah, they did. How many deaths did he have at the end there?
I wasn't counting. There
was like 18 or something.
Yeah. And again, now Kiriko doesn't have that extra layer of mobility with her double swift step perk
that allows her within like a brief window to use it again. So she is a little bit more exploitable than she used to be by dive-based compositions. So I do think that in order to go deep in OWCS, you need more up your sleeve. I mean, look at the Ultimates. They were hoping that they were banking on Winston-based comps, and that didn't get them very far. So it's just not the kind of matchup where Vision are required to show any more than just that. It's a simple, honest Overwatch, a straightforward game plan that, frankly, Gen.G should have the ability to counteract, and they don't.
Yeah, but also there might be a lot more to Vision there as well, and we surely will be seeing that in the weeks to come. For now, though, let's take a look at our DHL EMEA highlights. These are the DHL daily highlights that walk us through what happened here today.
I mean, Gen.G, like, for me, I think it's like the ban process, like you mentioned, Mitch, right? Like, you know, you see them kind of constantly go for the supports, but like when you get to that third map, it started to feel like, okay, were these just like protect so they can continue to play this backline? But that allows Vision to have way more control over the course of the game, right? It just felt a little bit off, but I gotta say, like, this Vision team is gonna be very difficult for people to deal with. Like, they seem at least to be very dynamic. Like there's still a lot that we need to find out, right? Like, Tama was not forced to play anything other than Winston the entire series, right? Like, we don't know, like, somebody else would have banned Winston at some point, right? And we would have kind of figured out what happened there. But look, if you're going to allow them to play this like Winston type of playstyle, like, they're probably going to be able to put together these pretty good performances like this. And I think there'll be a handful for a lot of teams in the EMEA, because a lot of teams in the EMEA don't play like this.
Yeah. Again, it's like the storyline we had for the Ultimates, except they're winning, which is kind of cool. So, you know, I think it offers you an edge. You can look back over the course of the series. Like, the ban strategy here is ban Rialto, ban Ana, ban Lijiang. So,
what do you think they would have banned on map 4? Like Mercy?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mercy, Brig. They would have targeted Brig, I think. So, like, so much of their effort was to, like, say, we only want to play Kiri Lucio. That is, like, our bread and butter. And that, say what you will about that, but it's also a backline that, like, Winston can absolutely threaten, right? Like, especially like we mentioned, Kiriko has that less of that mobility right now. So, I don't know. I think Across has a different philosophy on how to use bans, because we've actually we've objected in the past to Gen.G's strategy in terms of making use of those bans. There's nothing wrong with trying to set the playing field so that aspects of your team can have great success, but I think that if you have to do this, then there's questions about, like, the way you put the team together or the way you're instructing them to try and play the game.
Slight caveat there, though. Like, I do think we also have to take into consideration that they did go up against Vision. They are most likely not very familiar with this team. I don't think they prepped specifically for them. So in terms of bans, if you're just doing protect bans there in your first ever match against a team that you probably think is the underdog, it might be a little bit arrogance influencing that, but I can see the logic there as well. I don't know.
I'll defend your logic for 2 maps, but then by the time we get to the 3rd map, maybe it's time to make an adjustment.
They also, like I said, said choose Esperança, ban Winston. Not choose Esperança and let them play Winston. That is, in my opinion, that's not really, like, that's not slanting the game in your favor.
I couldn't care less, though, because this just means that we got to see a Vision popping off in their debut this very stage, and also we got to see Tama in action. He will be joining us for an interview now as well, so let's welcome Tama to the show. Congratulations on the first dub of this stage. We were wondering what we're going to expect from you and the team. Winston seems very much in your wheelhouse. How do you guys find the meta right now? Is the dive of what you would consider the team identity something that you would just like to play?
Yeah, we're thinking about it. Like, D.Va is still really strong. Hitscan is maybe kind of weak. And in Korea, you see a lot of people playing ball because they're never used to playing D.Va. I think, like, we are thinking that ball is kind of hard into D.Va, and there was just one scrim where we thought, okay, Monkey's actually pretty good against D.Va, let's just try Monkey. And since that scrim went, like, really well, and since then we just kept it. And I'm actually just happy that they didn't ban that throughout the whole series.
Are you a natural Winston player, or like what's usually you go to tank?
I played. I mean, Winston was I was known for my Winston before I came to Vision. I was like primarily a dive tank player, like traditional main tank. And on Vision, I just picked up like the Orisa and Ram and all of that stuff because Dive was like really not playable. But yeah, I'm glad I can be back on Winston now, this stage maybe.
You, at a couple of points, you folded the Lijiang into your compositions, right? We got to see that on Eichenwalder. In your opinion, like, where are the best places, or what conditions are the best to make use of this newest hero?
I think anywhere where you can get away with double flex compositions, like wider maps, maybe more of the hybrid maps and escort maps where you can set up on high grounds and stuff like that. So you can make sure that your Lijiang lives, and if you can make sure your Lijiang and Hitscan like survive as a duo, then you have so much pressure pre-fight, and the enemies are like we saw it in this game, like they just have to go in. If they're like Lucio comp, they just have to go at some point.
So much poke, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seems like a pretty awesome setup for you guys. I'm curious, were you surprised they never banned out like the Winston in the series against you? And then also, how has it been like playing with Violet?
I mean, regarding the Winston ban, I don't know. I think they probably never played against Winston. I don't know if any team even tries playing Winston. I think everyone just tried playing Ball, so maybe they thought that Winston was actually bad, but I'm not sure about that. Violet is pretty nice, honestly. Like, he flames me, but in a good way. If you know what I mean? It's like he tells me mistakes like straight up.
Yeah, you better flame his ass with that Ajax.
If I say something there, then I can't say something.
But keep it in the back pocket for later. You just save that one for later.
He had a generational performance on Lijiang Tower, though. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
If anyone on the broadcast said anything about that, he had like 8k damage at the end of the round on Lucio.
Yeah, we called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he might be the GOAT.
He's correct.
Yeah, I mean, you and the entire team really showed up today. We're very excited to see more of this squad. Tama, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course, great to chat with Tama, learning a little bit about him, and of course also the team. Yeah, they're having a great debut performance in Stage 3. That makes me very, very excited.
I'm picking up Tama on waivers. I've decided.
Is that
I've got a spot opening up for a new main tank. Sorry, Dread.
It's
not you, bro. It's me.
Who is the team in NA? In Stage 1 Mitch when we were casting, like they won a game week 1 and everybody was super. Was it Rad Esports? Everybody was like on the Rad train and then they fell apart.
Esports,
like, look, I won't get back on the Gen.G train right away because they've hurt me. I am cautiously seeing the Vision and getting aboard the Vision Express. I just want to see it maybe a few more times before I'm all in.
Gen.G is going to go up against, I believe, VP next. So.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe don't buy that ticket for that train just yet.
No, I'm getting off the train. I'm off the train. I'm
getting off.
Like the band strategy. I'm off the train. I'm sorry.
I'm very interested to see how Vision will fare in their upcoming match, which will be tomorrow, and it's going to be against Alcatia. So definitely a high bar to hit. But if they can look competitive, like no one expects them to win that one, but if they can make Alcatia sweat, like that should rise the stonks through the roof. Now, if anyone who's watching want to have a chance to compete themselves on the big stage and just like Vision, fight their way through promotion and relegation, I almost dropped the word there, promotion and relegation, you might be able to do so. So make sure to sign up, play in the FACEIT League, register now for Season 6 at faceit.com/OWCS. And we might be chatting about you or with you in the near future. Isn't that exciting, Matt? Tell me how exciting that is.
I gotta find 4 other people who are willing to play with me. I know which.
That's the real test.
Might be difficult. It might be the hardest part, honestly. About
no, just go under a fake name and you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's true. But dude, I mean, the matches today are kind of stacked. Like TL versus Nightmare is gonna be sick when you guys kick that off in NA, and then I mean, poor Sakura. Who in the bag is not a fan of Sakura Esports? I mean, they get SSG here off the rip. I mean, come on.
Okay, but you know what? I'm down for it. Obviously, you know, Sakura Esports with a lot of sort of returning names, right? Like Nutskey, Zeb, X10 Zomba. Hopefully we can see what they've been working on. I do think that this Stage 2, Stage 3 gap for some teams, especially those that didn't compete at EWC, has been quite lengthy. Plenty of time to prepare yourself for this last campaign. Lengthy. Yes.
All right. Well, it's been a short day, not a lengthy one with the two of you, as we only covered 2 matches in the EMEA region, which we're done with for now. But I get to welcome both of you back tomorrow. So rest up. Thank you so much for lending us all your expertise and knowledge and the poetry. The pure poetry.
Yeah, thanks for that poetry, Matt.
Thanks for Matt's poetry specifically.
If there's anything I know, it's poetry.
All right, I'll let him sit on that one, and maybe he will intro the show tomorrow with some good old-fashioned haikus. Thank you both so much. We're not done for the day, though. We have NA coming up after a short break, so strap in. We're in for a good one.
Let's dive in. Centuries ago, a wise family dedicated themselves to understanding the Wuxing philosophy. After studying the 5 phases, fire, water, metal, wood, and earth, the building blocks of our world, they founded Wuxing University, where traditional wisdom would pioneer new science. The school is divided into 5 colleges, each with a unique curriculum. Fire College, Martial Arts, Defensive Strategy. Metal College, Robotics, Technology. Water College, Traditional Medicine, Medical Advancements. Earth College, Agriculture, Sustainability. Wood College, Civil and Environmental Engineering. During the Omnic Crisis, a task force of Fire College alumni beat back Anubis' forces. Since then, the college's prestige has skyrocketed. Only the best of the best are admitted. Fire College is where my parents met. They were top fighters during the crisis. And my older sister, Anran, she's been Fire's star student since her first year. I was so inspired to follow in their footsteps. But when I applied...
Then regrade his exam! This is clearly a mistake!
I only scored high enough to attend Water College. When word got out, I could tell.
Water College? But that breaks the family streak! It was unexpected for us too. Thank goodness our Ming got into metal.
I disappointed everyone. My family was trying to be supportive of my studies.
You'll need to work extra hard. We won't be able to help you.
But I think they saw me as a waste of potential. If I wanted to give them something to be proud of...
Then you were like blam! And the fire went whoosh! That's when I knew we aced the project. Ming, you're going to set the courtyard on fire again.
Maybe I just have to be more like her.
So it's like that fire staff you made. But imagine this section condenses water instead. It'd give water at least some combat capabilities. I wonder why you'd want that. You know, I still get crap for not getting into fire. But at least I'm not her younger sibling. Gee, thanks, man.
So, on top of my normal studies, I started studying Fire College lectures.
Something to share with the class, Wu Yang. No, Shifu.
I knew I couldn't be exactly like Anran, but I felt trapped in her shadow. What would it take to stand with her in the light?
Attention students. No sector attacks reported in Chengdu. Please report to the transport bay for further instructions. This is an emergency situation. Wuxing University students are asked to support evacuation efforts until official forces arrive.
Anran, I'm coming with you. No, don't leave the med bay. You'll be safe if you just keep away from the front lines. But you'll need help, and I said no. I can't protect you if you get in my way. Get in your way? How could you say that? After all this time we've trained together. You don't trust me? I didn't mean it like... If I needed someone to tell me I'll mess everything up, I'd just call Mom and Dad. I didn't need to hear it from you.
All colleges to your posts.
Wu Yang.
Fire students, prepare to deploy.
But while I stewed in the med bay, there you go, all better.
Help!
The tide turned against us in Chengdu.
No sector overwhelmed us during the evac. Anran's still out there. You left her there? She made us run. We didn't know what to do. Hey, my sister. Where is she? What was I thinking, picking a fight at a time like this? Her family. Anran! We're supposed to protect each other. Wu Young, you shouldn't be here. Hey, tin heads! Get away from my sister! Reverse the tide! You okay, sis? You idiot! What are you doing here? I had everything under control! Oh, yeah, clearly. Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I never should have said... Make it up to me later. Let's just get out of here. Don't get in my way, though. Oh, shut up.
3 weeks later, after Anran and I returned to the evac zone, official forces arrived. The following Monday, it was business as usual. Guess even Null Sector couldn't change our exam dates. I was nervous about what my parents would say, so I didn't tell them about what happened with Anran.
Why aren't you studying, Wu Yang? Here, I peeled you some oranges. I'm just taking a break. What are you guys doing here? Dad bought us all matching hats. This one's yours.
Somehow they found out anyway. I think I know who's to blame. When I came to Water College, I thought I'd never find my place. Keep working hard, son. But after everything, I'm starting to realize maybe it was here all along.
Wow, the medal the headmaster gave you is so heavy. Ugh. Too bad this doesn't count towards your GPA, huh? Hey, leave my grades out of this.
Oh, what a ride. I hope you'll join us in Overwatch 2 when Wu Yang officially joins the roster. See you there.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump in. Two payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves. Winston!
Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time! Think you can keep up with me?
Such confidence. Shall we go another round?
Wow, they're making waves. One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we go!
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcatia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The ball just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what the flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hey, this is OWCS Stage 3, Day 1, and with me for this portion of the day are the lovely Necra and Jaws. It's been way too long. How have you been?
I know.
What's going on? Tell me all about your life in like 10 seconds or less, because we're kind of on a schedule.
Lots completed Battle Pass already. There you go.
Awesome.
10 seconds.
That's good. Necra, what you got?
Is awesome. Yeah, let's go.
Perfect. No notes. This was all I needed to hear. No, I'm so glad to have you both back. And I think we should kick this one off by talking a little bit about Lijiang, you just mentioned, and the meta in general. I hope that at this point of the show, we would have so much to talk about because EMEA already played their first 2 matches. Alas, EMEA doing EMEA things, just playing Symmetra and like keeping us guessing, I guess.
I was very convinced coming in, and I think a lot of people were as well. And I promise you, NA will be different, everybody. Don't worry. NA are going to play a lot of Lijiang. But I was convinced, like, you know, Kiri, Ana, and then the Lijiang. Like, Lijiang being a staple pick, going to get picked like 90+% of the time. And I even spoke to Astra, and he was like, you know, it was, you know, some maps you want to play Lucio, some maps you want to play Lijiang. I was like, okay, but it's, come on, it's going to be near 80% Lijiang playtime. And then EU just does EU things, like you said. I thought Sim was dead. I thought she didn't exist anymore. But I guess she does.
Yeah, I really thought that after the performance that our teams had at the Midseason Championship, you saw those patch notes, you know certain things were very targeted, but the fact that our players are still going with things that are comfortable, I think you can expect to see a little bit more of that as we head into North America as well. Like Jack said, Lijiang is so strong that it really should be one of the top picks in the meta, but if there are players that are still uncomfortable with that hero, maybe they think they'll find more value on something like a Lucio or even a Baptiste, I think we'll see that instead.
Yeah, I was extremely surprised to see the Baptiste, to be honest with you. It was like, slow comp's not really working out right now. Baptiste just kind of gets jumped on and then dominated after they used Lamp. But yeah, a little bit of BAP in EMEA. NA, it's got to be a lot different. There's so much versatility in the backline in NA, and a lot of double flex has already been played, like even last stage. So yeah, expect a lot of Lijiang here. If not, then I'm wrong, and my read sucks. So yeah.
That would be a first, though, and I couldn't believe that that would happen. Exactly. Let's take a look at our participating teams for Stage 3. We can discuss the NA teams as we're looking at that graphic and see who is joining us this stage around. We have, of course, a lot of returning faces here. Looking at those teams, who do you think will actually be benefiting from what we hope / believe or anticipate to be the meta?
Well, I think first and foremost,
double flex.
Gotta look at Team Liquid then, right? That is the team that is going to be so good at dive. You got Infected that can play Winston as well as the Wrecking Ball, and then the rest of the team is able to play the double flex, like you said. But Jack, I mean, we've got a couple of teams here too that are very good at being able to play that Tracer and Gen.G together.
Yeah, double flex support, double flex DPS. That is what seems to be the meta, at least the reads from the players that I've spoken to. PDK move team is on Sakura now with Zomba. That's a pretty scary duo as well. PDK performed pretty well. Loves the Sojourn, obviously. We saw a little bit of Sojourn in EMEA, but it's going to be Gen.G duty, and it's going to be a lot of Tracer as well from Zomba. So teams with a good Tracer player and good flex support players, those are the teams that I expect to be on top.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see like high mobility kind of play. I like fast gameplay. Dive that's my jam. So NA, please, pretty please. That would make me very happy. Another thing that makes me incredibly happy is the announcement we shared earlier with all of you. But in case you missed it, let's do it again. For 2025, we have DHL partnering with us, and they will be delivering some very exciting things at this stage from Cargo. That's the little guy on the other side, because I know how directions work. Yeah, that's the guy. That's Cargo. And he'll be delivering things, every pun intended. One of the things that will be delivered is a ticket for 2 to DreamHack Stockholm. I also know words of, you know,
It's been a
cities.
long break.
Been,
don't worry.
it's really, it really has been,
a
hasn't
long
it?
EMEA
Yeah, we said it earlier already. All you have to do is predict who is going to come out on top of NA and EMEA. The prediction doesn't need to be correct in order to make it into the mix. If I would put you guys on the spot now to predict a winner for both regions, who would be your pick? Starting with you, Necra.
Oh, I think for North America, you have to look at Team Liquid. If they don't win this, then maybe it's just that we saw a team like Space Station finally get their just desserts, or maybe it's just going to be a GK sweep, but I think it's got to be Team Liquid.
Oh, I don't know, man. I think Team Liquid are up there. I think it's either them or Nightmare. No, Nightmare have been aura farming for the longest time at this point. If they don't, if they don't make it, I'm going to be devastated. And I think the entire community will as well. But I think they've got a really good shot of actually taking the whole thing. Seeker obviously joined the team recently as well. I think they're backline. They've got 3 support players. There's a lot of double flex in there available. Yeah, I think they're in with a good shot of at least making it, maybe even winning.
I'm excited to see Seeker back under the Nightmare banner after his stint there in 2024. It feels like ages ago already. Alas, lots of things have changed within many of the teams, so it's going to be a new look for most of them. Speaking of changes in teams, we took it upon ourselves to make our own teams to play Fantasy Overwatch 2 with all of you. So let's take a look at some more of our fantasy teams. Joss, defend yourself. Make a case.
Where's Stitch? Vancouver Titan Stitch. Where is he?
Vestola is a take.
Vestola. So, okay, my plan is, have we done the draft for the substitutions? Because I'm picking up another tank. I will not reveal who it is. The haters will sabotage my plans. But I think Lethal and Chronic are like easy shoe-ins. I think with this meta of double flex, it was a fairly risky choice for me to pick up Lethal and Chronic, but I still think Hitscan is viable. So Lethal made sense for me there. Admiral, standout player. Look. The Wu Yang, the Lucio, guy doesn't die, he looks great. And Z2 to round out the roster. I think it's pretty decent. Look, hey, I got substitutions I can swap in and out. I think this is fine.
Yeah, I ain't hating. Yeah, none of us has drafted their subs yet. So there's still 2 players for each of us to go. And maybe we have a better idea of who we want.
Why is Painkiller so short?
Why is the Ramonda so short?
Matt Mr. X Morello-sized Painkiller.
I think, honestly, I won this draft. I'm gonna go out and say it. I actually did so well, but to be quite honest, it was because I was one of the last people in the draft, so I didn't really get a choice of tank. I love Painkiller. I think it worked out perfectly for this particular draft. But you've got Jwoo, Sugar Free, both of which can play a great Tracer and Gen.G, so I think they'll always see a lot of play time. And then Lep and Lucamino, 2 main supports. If you're going to see Wu Yang played, that's probably going to be in the main support role. So I think I nailed it.
The 2 Tracer player pickup is great. I'm not going to lie. That kind of slaps from you.
Okay, now without them here to defend themselves, we can also dissect Mr. Reinforce's team. Hawk, okay. That's
he went for the old head.
That I was about to say, that's just like such an old head pick. Yeah, Hawk back in the mix for those who have missed it. We will, of course, discuss that at great length once we see the team play. But Hawk out of retirement and straight into Team Reinforce.
Yeah, I don't think the guy's skipped a beat. He's known as kind of a ranked grinder anyway. I think Kevs is also a good pickup. Johnny's got a really well-rounded team, and I hate to say that, but he did pretty well in the draft. Landon and Skyle, too. Really good pickups. Very old head roster, but yeah, I like it. I like the vibes.
It's like a steady roster. Mac
Bro's
on
team. Wait,
okay,
he cooked with that name. Hang on a second. He cooked.
Okay.
This also roster is kind of sick.
Mac is not even here anymore, and he's still like taking shots. That's rude. I
cooked with the
like
team
this
though.
Yeah, I like this.
It's a real good team. RuPaul is such a sick pickup from Avril.
Yeah, I think just like honestly, everybody on this roster though is so good at their individual role, and I think especially if you're looking at eliminations and damage as a primary way to be able to earn fantasy points, you got like RuPaul, CJ, 2 very good sharpshooters in the support role, and then Tree and Psycho can be basically anything, and of course you have Cuffo, who's just such a flexible tank. I gotta give it to Avril. What a great roster.
Yeah, this is a good skill roster.
well.
We don't like to admit it, but here it is. Also, his profile picture there just looks like he's trying to sell me NFTs. So there's that.
Wait a second.
I was gonna say he's about to drop his album.
It's like
Bro's
you know,
got
like
his
Johnny's
Bitcoin
looks
address
like
in his
he's
Twitter
out of uni and he's trying to make a connection on LinkedIn. Avros looks like he's about to sell me NFTs. You know, choices are being made. Either way, let's take a look at today's matches, shall we? Let's take a look at today's full schedule once again, because I personally love schedules. Even more so when we have a banger to kick things off. Team Liquid and Nightmare is our opening match for NA.
Yeah, this match is going to be an absolute banger. It's hopefully a map 5, like Alcad and Twisted Minds to start off the EMEA. I'd be down for that. I talked to PDK this morning, and he reckons that TL and Nightmare are both head and shoulders above the rest at the moment. Not too sure that take is that. I mean, fair enough, but GK still exists, bro. Although, if you are looking to play double flex DPS and double flex support, like these two teams are the ones you want to look at, it's going to be a banger. Hopefully, Nightmare continues to aura farm through this stage.
Oh, I can't wait for DillDucks though. So you just have to love the DillDucks.
I do. They are one of the many reasons I watch this this program. Of course, another reason are drops, and you see on your screen what you can get for the amount of hours watched. Love the cat love. I know Mitch and Matt had a whole thing about the dog situation or lack of dogs, but we're in the internet. That's kitty territory.
Yeah, I was trying to think. Is there any dog emotes in the game? I think there's
Orisa.
one.
Orisa.
Yeah.
Orisa's one. That's it. Yeah,
Orisa's already clarified that.
One with Brig.
I know that one's so good.
Yeah.
But Brig
What's
also
the cat's
has
name?
a cat, so
Yeah.
makes sense.
I guess Orisa has a dog as well.
That's right. Well, either way, I hope for neither cat nor dog fight. I want some good, honest Overwatch in our first match of the day. Let's talk about those two teams. Nightmare, of course, they are considered one of the favorites. They are coming into this stage with some really big changes. NA Stage 2 superstar Chronic is leaving, heading over to SSG, and basically trading places with Seeker, who's returning to this org after having been with them in 2024. They also will be seeing some different faces on the support lineup. Nenwai from Extinction is joining alongside with Squid. Are these upgrades, downgrades, side grades? How are we feeling about this?
Well, if you compare the stage Chronic had in number 2 compared to Seeker, you'd think this is an SSG upgrade. However, we are going on to a meta where Freya, although we did see it in EMEA, okay, are we going to see Freya in NA? I don't think so. It's going to be a lot more Sojin heavy. So Seeker's going to be more at home there. So maybe it's a bit of a side grade, but if you look at previous performances, I'm not so sure. That is not the Nightmare team, unfortunately.
No.
That is EMEA. But it's
great team though.
Yeah, it's a good team, yeah. The DPS lineup and having a good tracer player is going to be key, and Nightmare have got rockets, so I don't have any qualms in saying they're going to be more than okay and more than well equipped in this meta.
Now, Necro, if you're looking at the other side, though, with Team Liquid, they only have one minor change, and that's Knife leaving the roster. Other than that, it's pretty much the same faces that finished 3rd in the Stage 2 regular season. They came 2nd in the playoffs, and 5th to 8th finish at the Midseason Championship. So they are a high-caliber team. Expectations are high.
They are. I think they were still a little disappointed in how the Midseason Championship ended up working out for them, but this meta should be so much better. Infected can play so many different tanks, and especially when this meta is going to require you to do a lot of just hero changes in order to just counterpick. I think Infected's very much set up for success, alongside the fact that you've got this very flexible DPS roster. Zera is one of the best tracers in the entire world, as we got a chance to see in that very first stage at the Champions Clash. And so I think this roster, truly set up for success here.
Yeah, it was a fantastic showing. Mid-season, it was great. I mean, Infected was bopping off on the stage, and it was a good event for them, especially if you're looking at how little some of these players have actually played on the stage. I'm excited for Team Liquid's run this stage. I really am, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Rose, with Infected. Can play Wrecking Ball, can play Winston. This is what we've seen already in Korea, so if they can kind of just emulate that, they're going to be in with a good shot of placing extremely high this split.
They love being cheeky, they love being aggressive. That's kind of what the meta is lending itself to right now as well. So I am excited for a first look at both of these teams. So let's get this one started. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. So yes, Team Liquid and Nightmare. We've already spoken a little bit about both the teams, Rose, but where would you put them in like power rankings right now? Would you put Team Liquid at number 1? I think that's where I'd have them currently. Maybe Nightmare second or GK. What are your thoughts currently?
Well, I gotta put my money where my mouth is, and I already said Team Liquid's gonna win this stage, so they have to be my number 1 pick right now. I think GK, Nightmare, and Space Station are all in the top 4 alongside of them, but it'll really depend. We'll see where the cards fall as we get through these first couple of weeks of the stage, and especially with what these teams will want to play, will be very telling of the power rankings moving forward.
Yeah, it's always going to be fairly up in the air, especially on the first day. We'll see if NA's read is the same as EMEA's. We knew EMEA at some point would bring out the sim regardless of like the long TP nerf. Here is the map pool on your screen as well. It looks like Team Liquid picking first and picking Ilios as our control.
Oh, well, that's not a surprise, is it? Every single stage on Ilios is so good for the dive. We're gonna see the Wrecking Ball and the Freya get banned out, but that means that Infected is still wide open to be able to play the Winston, and you can still execute a dive that way. Freya feels very targeted against Seeker specifically, but that means we're gonna get a chance to really see what flexibility the Nightmare DPS have to offer.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker's probably just gonna hop on Sojin if I had to guess, depending on the stage. Of course, Ruins will be a lot easier for someone like a Sojin to operate. But if you're looking at what currently is being played in Korea, even EMEA right now, Kiri, Wuyang, Ana, Wuyang, anything with kind of Wuyang that isn't maybe a Lucio is going to be close to some of the perma picks. I think with any of the stages on Ilios, like you said, dive is going to be very important. You're just going to be running at them. The Soldier just has to be so careful. You can pick up the double slide perk, but sometimes it's just not enough. We're going to jump over though to Ilios. We're going to Well as our first stage here in NA. This is match number 1, Team Liquid and Nightmare facing off in our opening series.
I'd love to point out the fact that on this Nightmare roster, we also have Rhino that's going to be starting out in the lineup. Rhino, of course, is going to be the main tank specialist for Nightmare. You've got Painkiller that's probably going to be coming in to play more of those off-tank roles, but when you're going against a tank like Infected, it's going to be better for you to have something like this Winston or the Wrecking Ball if it was on the table for you to be able to go toe-to-toe with these dives. As the gates open, we're going to see both of these teams lock into pretty classic compositions, very similar to what we've been seeing in Korea. We've got the Winstons, and that's going to be rounded out with a Wuyang on both sides.
Yeah, 2 Wuyangs and an Ana and a Kiriko, the difference there. Seeker on the Reaper. I like this. Obviously, you know that Liquid in general, teams are going to want to play pretty quickly, especially with a Winston. Reaper very good against the tank. But unfortunately, Zera ends up going down first, just randomly picked off as Nightmare are going to be in control.
Seemed like there was just really good focus fire, not only coming in from Rocket, who gets the final blow, but the rest of Nightmare knows that Zera is going to be such a thorn in their side. Especially when you look at this Kiriko and this Wuyang, Tracer is going to be primarily going after the backline, as well as, of course, trying to pepper in damage wherever you can. So if you can get Zera out of the equation, then look at this. Nightmare gets a very early first cap and control of this cap.
Rocket in a very defensive spot right now. Control on the point is paramount. There's a Squid throwing out those left clicks, and another character Wuyang is very good with, and that is the Tracer. Oh, there comes the wave. Ends up getting a little bit wide. Guardian Wave, when he gets that perk, can double back, so it can go up and then come all the way back. Nice little knockback, and an additional bit of healing as well on top of it. Lucamino falls for Nightmare as Seeker followed up with, and it should be a fairly easy take now. Tree taken out of the skies by Rocket, effective pretty low, but healed up rapidly by RuPaul, who's already earned himself a nano, and then the flip.
Not before Nightmare ends up getting 48% though, so you come back, you win 2 more fights, and you're going to end up winning this round, and Nightmare's already off to a good start with Squid finding Zera yet again. DPS off the board here, and that means that Team Liquid's going to start investing ults.
Nano boost onto the Pharah, can't quite catch the Wuyang mid Guardian Wave, but still lands direct onto Squid. flip for Nightmare now as Team Liquid only getting 17% barrage available from Tree. We're getting right-clicked, cross-mapped by Rhino, sending him to the floor to get heals. A quick engagement here is going to be paramount for Team Liquid's success as they try and just poke out Rhino before he can get a good position. A nice couple of directs from Tree, and even a barrage in the back pocket. Rhino's in trouble. The Suzu ends up coming out to save his life, but unfortunately this rush isn't going to help them now. Tree with a couple of rockets to the front line. Everybody from Nightmare grouped up in cage. Just ends up getting demolished by the team, and there you go, Infected even killing off Squid, making a team kill.
I think it's really great that Team Liquid was able to hold on to those big burst damage ultimates too. You've got the pulse bomb in the barrage that you can use for this next fight, and if they're going to be going with a bit more of a static backline, it's going to be Lucamino now that actually trades that hero with RuPaul going over to the Ana for this next engage. You can build up to a Nano, but Ana's still going to be pretty vulnerable here.
Damn. Okay. Seeker just goes down to the Wu-Yang. It's worth keeping in mind too, in the Tracer duel as well, against the Wu-Yang, you get directed by one of the left clicks. Like, you're almost instantly forced to recall unless some healings come in. Like, the Wu-Yang against the Tracer is really good, but it's also good with the Tracer because you can put that healing dot on them and send them in, almost like a miniature Zen Orb. You can see Vega now using that rushing torrent to get to that high ground. Ultra available for Nightmare as Seeker TPs into the backline, tries to close the distance, but getting this Death Blossom off is going to be rather tough. Maybe even looking to teleport on top of Vega, but it's going to be so difficult. Barrage from Tree across the map ends up killing Lucamino, but Squid with a nice direct in the sky ends up killing Tree. Overtime approaching now for Nightmare, and they've got the numbers. Rush onto the point from RuPaul, a rather desperate one. There's only 2 members from Team Liquid are actually alive. And I still snipe onto the Kiriko as Nightmare might just seal the deal here with RuPaul spawning super late as the last fight now approaches.
And Nightmare have 3 ultimates for this final fight as well, and you're gonna see this Winston try to stall out for as much time as possible before Infected touches to trigger that overtime, but you're walking into a Pulse Bomb, a Death Blossom. You even have the Wu-Yang ultimate for this.
Yeah, the Pulse Bomb going a little bit wide. Seeker still struggling to get maximum value with this Death Blossom. Goes up to the sky, tries to look for somebody, but Squid, it deploys the Tidal Blast, and I think that's going to be all she wrote there. It doesn't look... Actually, Vegas won't kill Squid in the end, but forces are waning now for Team Liquid. No recall on Zera. A nice little sleep there onto Vega, and that'll be that. Nightmare take round 1.
This will cut the pain.
Wow. Nightmare do take round 1, and it looked quite tough for Team Liquid to actually get a firm handle on this point. I think a lot of that comes down to Nightmare being able to take out a lot of the damage from this Team Liquid roster. The Pharah, I thought, might have had a little bit of a better matchup into something like the Reaper, just because that Reaper doesn't quite have that same range with the Hellfire shotguns as what, of course, those Pharah rockets are going to have. But Seeker made it work. Even if the Death Blossom was more of a zoning ultimate, it was still really hard for Infected to actually step up to the plate, knowing that Reaper is going to chunk you very, very fast.
Yeah, Rocket is 11-1 as well, Rose.
That's just disgusting.
Kind of decimating on the Tracer. Tree now from the Pharah to the Reaper. And yeah, more of an even comp now. That Pharah, like you said, I think that was a really good point. Like, you'd expect it to do very well against a Reaper comp. Just punishing the fact that Reaper and the Tracer can't really tag you out, but Tree just not finding too much success there.
Now over to the Reaper, you can play a similar game, but this Ana from Lucamino, you saw that purple big Bionade.
Nice shot from Squid, cross map. Those left clicks, like I mentioned, very dangerous against the Tracer. Very easy cap from Nightmare as well. I mean, you take down the Tracer too, that's so much less pressure on the backline. You can just walk up freely, just start shooting.
With that damage from the orbs too, it's a lot of the splash. You don't even have to hit Tracer directly. Just the splash damage from the orbs, look at how far those can go as we're looking at Vega's POV. It's going to make that Tracer so much easier to take care of.
Surprised here, Vega actually took the Falling Rain, the triple orb perk there.
We're just talking about this.
Yeah. Normally you'd see the ebb and flow. Alright, Seeker takes care of Infected. Rose, this is not that close right now. There's a big gap, it feels like, between Nightmare and Team Liquid. Team Liquid are unable to kind of close space. They're going to have to back all the way up to spawn, and Nightmare's ult, they can go super early if they want to. Nano the Tidal Blast. Like, good luck surviving that. There's no chance.
Yeah, you just apply the Nano even over to Rhino. Rhino's going to have Primal Rage up for this as well. You could apply the Nano over for a big Beyblade onto the Reaper when that Death Blossom becomes available. Nightmare have the pick of their litter right now, and with one more team fight secured, that's going to put them in a very good spot to close out this map.
Tidal Blast though, onto Sarah. Oh, there's the stink. That was punishing for Lucamino. Nothing you can really do. Seeker almost getting booped off the map there. Nano boost applied to the Death Blossom, but didn't really get too much damage done with it. But he ends up TPing back to the point and killing RuPaul. Oh, a scrappy affair with Vega being the only support left alive for Team Liquid. And a Death Blossom of 4 trees is going to be a bit of a nightmare to actually deal with, but this Death Blossom is going to be a big thorn in the side. Nightmare still extending their lead at 85% now. Rhino, unfortunately, just kind of a big pile of flesh there for the Reaper to shoot into. But it was all about extending that time on the point. The flip should come through from Team Liquid, but Infected is still trying to force his way into the backline. Ends up getting out with a double leap, but an expensive fight on both sides.
But I feel like Nightmare comes out a little bit better out at the end of things. You've got 94%. Even if you don't win the fight, you've extended it so that one more team fight this round and map is yours. And they're already starting things off with a pick.
Yeah, that's a really good pick too. Perfect trade. If you're Nightmare, you take down RuPaul, tree with the Death Blossom, looking to make good use of it, and it's getting boot killed. However, still managed to take down Squid. So now, with no supports, Nightmare don't really have a way to sustain themselves in this fight, although they do get a cheeky flip midway through, so it puts them on to 99.
I mean, sneak away the point even for just a little bit. It definitely gets into your opponent's head, and now Nightmare come back in with a pulse bomb. Lucamino also switching over to the Lucio a couple fights ago is going to have sound barrier pretty quickly. And so you take a look at this fight. I mean, Squid can just go ahead and apply the Wuyang ult to Rocket, make you very survivable, and hopefully it's a slam dunk with the pulse bomb.
Yeah, there it is. Rhino's going to jump in, try and get those knockdowns. Yet Vega, nowhere to run or hide there. They're trading once again is Seeker first of all for the side of Nightmare. Rocket stealing away that mega health pack away from the Reaper, but this is all Team Liquid all day. Rhino still in this fight, but not for too much longer. Oh, nice clip onto Rocket too. Zera still living up to be one of the best Tracer players in NA. As Team Liquid closing in now on their own 99.
This round was off to a pretty slow start here for Team Liquid, and now they finally seem like they've got the oil, getting the gears, and they're really moving along quite nicely. With the Kitsune Rush, you can open up the fight, make sure that Nightmare don't really have a good avenue to approach from here, but as I say that, Seeker sneaks into the back line.
Yeah, what? Lucamino's still got the sound barrier as well. Deploys it, hits 3 on the point now, trying to pressure. Infected's got this Primal Rage, hopefully going to go for this Lucio. You can see him kind of hounding down Lucamino, but a couple of well-placed boots sends him flying back towards his side of the map. Nightmare now in a position to actually take the point away from Team Liquid at 99.
And there's no other ultimates for Team Liquid to really rely on. It's just going to be an all-out scrap.
Oh, doesn't quite actually get off the ultimate either. Zera just chases him down, finds a 2-piece, but it's all on Rocket and Squid on the other side. A 3-on-3 on the point, but Rhino's still got the Primal Rage to pop. Zera now pretty low, has to recall, but both DPS ultimates for Team Liquid are still available, but they need to find a good position to actually use them. There's the boop away onto Tree. Ends up using that Wraith Walk as well, not getting booped off the map just yet. And now Zera trying to flip the point. A Pulse Bomb goes a little wide there, trying to attach it to Rhino, but Seeker's back with the Death Blossom right on top of the head of Zera, who has no recall left and no blinks to get out of there as Nightmare close out the first match with 2-0.
Well, would you look at that? I mean, sometimes you look at Control and it is a little bit of, I don't want to say fraudulent game mode, but sometimes it doesn't tell the whole picture of what we're going to expect for the rest of the series. But quite honestly, I think there's still a lot to take away from that. Jack, Nightmare looked good. They made it look easy, and especially with some of the first picks they were able to get in these fights, taking a DPS player off the board for Team Liquid. They played with a ton of aggression and really made these fights scrappy.
Oh, look at that Rhino damage actually. 22-2, 11k damage.
He was farming.
Winston. Infected putting up similar damage numbers, but the 2 deaths for Rhino and Rocket, 4 combined, is a little ridiculous. The least deaths that Team Liquid had was 4 on Vega. Like, yeah, if you've got a good Tracer in this meta, you're going to be in with a good chance this stage. And Rocket is looking good, even against someone like Zera, which is not an easy feat. I'm feeling pretty confident in Nightmare right now, and I think they should as well.
Absolutely. And I love that you call out Rocket's performance here, because I think Rocket has always been one of those players that we've seen as an up-and-coming DPS. You know, their time is coming. They're going to be one of the best DPS players in the world, but I think right now, with this first showing in Stage 3, they are one of the best DPS players in the world. I think especially being able to go toe-to-toe with Zera, winning out a lot of those 1v1s as well in that first round, you gotta keep looking at Rocket, and definitely a contender for one of the best tracers.
Gets the stick on the Kiri as well. Here's the bag. No, she hasn't got any Swift Step available. Nice stuff there from Nightmare. A little 2-0 to start off the series. Very competitive though, especially on Ruins. We'll see how the series kind of evolves, because I think the question for me, Rose, will lie, where does Seeker move when we go to more long-range maps? We're not going to see the Reaper permanently, I can imagine. If we do go to something like a Rialto, probably going to see the Sojourn, but the double flex from Team Liquid, that's what I've always had in the forefront of my mind when I thought of this meta. Gen.G, Tracer. Tree on the Gen.G, Zera on the Tracer. Like, that is a scary combo, but Tree opting for something a little different. Reaper and Pharah showings already.
I think it's okay for you to experiment a little bit too. This is the first week of the stage. There are still a lot of things that these teams need to figure out, and especially when the meta has been so different between Korea, EMEA, and even now looking at North America with some of their pocket DPS picks. These teams still need to trial out a couple things and see what's going to work best for them.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of weeks to kind of settle in. It feels like while the meta feels decently open, it's still going to be rather quick. It's going to be dive orientated. We're going to see a lot of Wu Yang. So yeah, it's not going to be complete mirrors like we're seeing Sim kind of comps or like Malga comps or whatever. It's going to be fairly dynamic, especially in that DPS line. We'll see if Ball ends up coming into play. Obviously, Nightmare banned that away from Infected. I think Ball, another exceptional hero to use the Tidal Blast on. You just slam with Tidal Blast and everybody gets knocked up and then they got knocked down. Like, it's a very quick kill on the back line and something you can't normally escape from either. That's the thing with a Tidal Blast. Like, you get knocked down, people are just going to laser you, or if you're a Tracer, we saw earlier, a little pulse bomb on top, a little cherry on top, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, that is certainly a tough one. And I think when you look at some of the other changes that have happened from the most recent Giant patch notes, I think you can expect to see a lot more combinations. And that's why Wuyong is so strong. I mean, take a look at the ultimate, and when you actually apply that to somebody, you also get the explosive damage that's going to come after that bubble burst alongside the protection that it gives. I think there's a lot of really great things that can come from there. I don't know why we're looking at my fantasy team again. No, you can't.
Dogs. And Lucamino, that's big. That's big points for you.
That's true, but Painkiller didn't show up yet.
I know, but he will. It's still good points for Nightmare.
That's true. No, you're so right about that. I'm pumped to see how the rest of these players do. And especially as we get to start tallying up our points, I really do love being able to cheer for so many different teams and players. And I don't know, I'm excited to see how we all do in fantasy.
Yeah, I need this up because I got strategies. I'm ready to rip it.
You're ready to
let's have a look in a second where Team Liquid want to take us. In your mind, where would you want to go? We got Kings in the map pool, thankfully, so maybe a little bit of that. We've got Rialto as well as kind of an escort pick. We've seen a decent variation so far in EMEA, but where do you expect Team Liquid would want to favor?
It's tough because I think you still want to take a look at some of these dive maps. Just make sure that you can actually get your feet on the ground and a lot more comfortable with being able to play something like that double flex. So maybe I would anticipate us being able to go to, I don't know, even something like a Flashpoint actually doesn't feel like it would be that bad if you want to keep kind of testing out the hyper aggressive pace.
Yeah. New Queen Street is also back in the pool. We got Atlas as well, our new Flashpoint map. We saw a little bit at the mid-season, so you're going to be a lot more familiar with that at this point because it was fairly new when we actually jumped into mid-season. We saw teams end up picking it up. That's kind of the common trend. If it is a brand new shiny toy, Wuyang included, I suppose, it's going to be worth choosing it because maybe teams aren't too familiar with it, especially when it comes to maps. So yeah, we'll see if that ends up coming into play. But if you want to play something super quick, yeah, I'd say Flashpoint for sure. Atlas feels very good for dive, very good for ball as well. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see where Team Liquid want to bring us. And speaking of Team Liquid too, or sorry, Nightmare even, we're seeing Painkiller subbed in for Rhino. So this to me is like, okay, we don't want to play ball here. Maybe stick away from the Winston 2 as we go to the next map.
I'm going to go ahead and say Painkiller is probably coming out on D.Va. I know there's a Ramatra picture there, but Ramatra did get the bug fixed, so it is not as survivable.
He isn't unkillable anymore.
Used to be.
Which is great.
Yeah, but I think as we might apply that or even call that a little bit of a nerf, I think, yeah, I don't think we're going to see Ramatra. I highly doubt that.
A little weird. Also seeing another sub too, Nenwai, new addition to the team, subbing out for Squid.
Okay. Excited to see Nenwai. I mean, we did get a chance to see Nenwai a little bit in stage number 2, but of course, coming in from Extinction, Nenwai is a main support player, predominantly played a lot of Lucio for Extinction in that last stage, and so the fact that they're coming into the roster, I do kind of wonder then if we are going to see like Esperança or actually it says Atlas. I was gonna say maybe we see a push, but no, it is Atlas. We are going to Flashpoint.
Ooh, and Team Liquid ban away the Lucio as well. I mean, hey, Nenwai, you coming in? All right, okay, ban Lucio. Gen.G ban for Nightmare. So, I watched an interview the other day with Kusaurus, and he was speaking about how they kind of lost their identity at that mid-season, and they just want to kind of go back to basics. The loss of Knife is going to hurt them most definitely, but he said it was the right decision for both the team and Knife himself. Seems very happy on his new team. So with the condensed core now of Team Liquid, just running a static 5, you can really go back to basics, like he said. So we'll see if Team Liquid have got anything special cooked up. I'm curious now because, like you said, Nenwai normally came in. Lucio's, now we're seeing it banned. It might just be the the Wuyang Kiri or Wuyang Ana here with the D.Va, which also seems exceptionally strong right now.
I know all 3 support players on Nightmare have been practicing Wuyang, so it's very possible Nenwai is fine not playing the Lucio, comes in, plays the Wuyang, and as you said, there can be a pickup from Lucamino to play something like that Kiriko, and that would be pretty standard for a lot of those flexible backlines we've seen coming over from OWCS Korea. Now, I do wonder a little bit then about where we're going to go in terms of the DPS. The fact that Gen.G was banned out means that you can't have the Tracer Gen.G double flex, but it still leaves you open for Seeker to be able to play something like the Freya or the Sojourn. And likewise, when you take a look at Team Liquid, then Tree, maybe, is it going to be Sojourn also? I think there's some pretty good sightlines on Atlas that would allow you to play the Sojourn.
Yeah, and I think without the Lucio too, the Sojourn doesn't fear as much of this like incredibly aggressive dive, like you're just amping speed into the back line. Exactly, you're just getting walked on. It's like, okay, I need my major perk to double slide to get out of the way. Like it feels really bad. So this kind of does lead me to believe that maybe we'll see a little bit of hit scan here. Even something like a Cassidy too, did get a couple of changes. His new Silver Bullet perk, the major, it's kind of cool, but losing Fan the Hammer does kind of suck. You can get double tap. There was the bug where you could like one-shot people as well, but like that's been fixed. You can like double tap people with the new major perk, but losing Fan the Hammer does feel pretty bad. So a lot of players right now are taking the double flashbang, and then the when you hit crits, you refund the roll cooldown. So yeah, that's probably what we'll see if we see the Cassidy at the very least from someone like Seeker. But the other DPS, Tracer for Zera, Tracer for Rocket, makes the most sense to me. Let's load on in though. Second map between Team Liquid and Nightmare, hoping for a banger. Hopefully a map number 5 like we saw in EMEA to start off the stage. Let's load on in. Team Liquid already down a map against Nightmare.
But as we went through that first map of our series, Team Liquid started to look better and better, with Ruins being incredibly competitive. So now that we're loading into Atlas, I'm kind of expecting that Team Liquid, okay, you know, they're shaking off the jitters a little bit. They've had a little bit of time to actually do their team huddle at their team house, and now they get a chance to kind of load back in, shake it off, and see where they can go from here. I'm hoping that this means that we're just going to see this team keep getting better and better throughout this stage. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Infected actually stay on the Wrecking Ball for this either, now that it's unbanned.
I think Ball's good on this map. Really, really nice. This first point can be a little bit finicky for the Wrecking Ball, but there's lots of places you can hide, like scuttle away and hide, grab the mega health packs, etc. But this looks good. I like this team comp from Team Liquid. We see a Painkiller 6 on the Zarya. Another very decent pick, especially against the Lijiang too. The amount of spam Lijiang does, like it can be very easy to get full charge. Can be easy to kind of peel away from the Wrecking Ball as well, bubbling your supports.
Absolutely, and we've already seen how much damage Zarya can do. Look at EMEA a little bit earlier. I mean, maybe see a little bit less because Lucamino is down to the count already.
Yeah, that was a slam, a kunai headshot, and then something else on top. That's an easy kill. Quick reset, but should realistically be Liquid getting this cap.
Exhibit A of your point where Wrecking Ball has some places it can just hide.
Yeah, he just slowly grappled up. You saw like Seeker shooting at him, like guys, the ball is right there. Instant slam, and Infected's doing it again. They should be able to hear the ball above. The slam comes in. Hits the Zarya and the Brig. Tree's already dead though. Infected going for a round number 2, looking towards the Brig. Nearby shield's already dead, but Infected follows shortly after. Seeker with a double.
Wow, I mean, this is just it's just death ball, right? It's just run at you. Even with the Brig, which is a character I wasn't exactly expecting to see coming into this meta, you're still able to make it work because you're playing so closely together alongside the Reaper as well as the Zarya. You've got those bubbles as well that's going to make the Brig even just a little bit better. But you gotta hold on to this control, and after losing Lucamino again, now you've got to worry a little bit about where Nightmare's going to be able to find the healing output.
Yeah, Lucamino's having a rough go of it so far. But this is 2 extremely quick fights back to back. Literally going one way, then the next. He's got to recall, he's chill. Yeah, and then why being able to peel, and obviously with Brig you want to be able to proc Inspire as much as possible with whip shots. Really nice against the Wrecking Ball, but as soon as you use those packs, Lucamino is forced to use the wave, and that, as soon as that's gone, you are just a sick duck.
Oh, the Wrecking Ball into the back too as soon as they move in. I mean, you're just trying to stall out for as much time as possible, especially to allow Zera to sneak into the back, and now you've taken out yet another support. Team Liquid should get this first flashpoint unless we see something incredible come out from these Nightmare ults.
Yeah, I mean, Tidal Blast is available for Lucamino. There's the Guardian Wave. Tidal Blast straight onto a Seeker, looking for someone to shoot at. Hits the Death Blossom. That's a whole lot of damage from Tree, though. Painkiller. Those bubbles will rip through. And Nemway's ultimate, I mean, Rally, don't get me wrong, pretty good ult. It takes a long time to build up, a long time to find a lot of value and sustain in that fight. And Team Liquid just kind of run over Nightmare. And Nightmare didn't even get a chance to use their Death Blossom. Even after the Tidal Blast was attached to Seeker. A quick pause and a quick unpause as we... Oh, we're here, though. Okay.
Hello.
Well, it should be a quick unpause, though, as we get back into the map. Probably like a small mouse issue or something. We'll be chilling. But yeah, the Brig and Lucamino, to be fair as well, both the supports of Nightmare just kind of getting picked apart.
It is tough though, because you've got the Wrecking Ball, and that's going to apply a different degree of difficulty to these fights. As soon as you get knocked up by the slam down, just makes you even easier to actually take out. So I think we will need to see them play a little bit more close together as terms of just being a team, especially when you do have those other pieces that are going to want to play around for the Inspire healing, as you're pointing out on something like the Brig, and also just to be in close proximity to the Reaper. So as we kind of start to see the rest of this map play out, I think we will see a little bit more team synergy as we load back in and see the next couple fights.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of already goes back to the bans, right? Where you have a Lucio ban, Nenwai is in for Nightmare. You're expecting Nenwai to probably play Lucio, and then, okay, now we have to play Brig. Again, good against the ball, decent against Reaper. You can just hit the flail and hopefully get out of there. But if you're getting slammed constantly, the Trace is on top of you as well. The Brig just kind of melts. Like, the shield isn't what it used to be. That is for sure. Not like 7,000 HP shield. Like, it's, not a thing. Thankfully, I might add. But with the Tidal Blast, and like very defensive style ultimates, a lot of them nowadays are like very instant. Briggs rally, while good initially, especially with like a stun bash, it takes a while to like kind of get going, ramp up all that overhealth, but it's just a little bit too slow, it feels like, on Nightmare's side of things. And Team Liquid, although they did end up losing a couple of fights on that first point, it felt like they were in control 99% of the time.
The Brig Rally is certainly not one of those ultimates you look at as when it's available will be a big game-changing sort of effect. But it's still kind of nice to be able to at least know, hey, if you want to throw it in, maybe you just go ahead and use it to try to get something else out from Team Liquid's bank, and then you can go in and hopefully it's a little bit more economical for you and more favorable.
Right.
But yeah, it's definitely not something that I think, especially with how fast a lot of these fights have gone, is going to be something that plays a pivotal role.
It sounds like we're going to get back in just a moment, and we'll be Liquid transitioning pretty quickly to this next point. Like you said, Ball, very, very decent, very good on this map. There's a lot of ways you can just kind of pincer some people in choke. There's a lot of big, like, kind of choke areas where the Zarya is going to get punished. They have the grab, they have Death Blossom. Nightmare are set up pretty well, but the problem is with the Liquid's comp and like dive comps in general, they're so mobile. Like, Seeker struggled to use that Death Blossom on that first map, and it really does take a whole lot of effort to get out a lot of cooldowns from the Lijiang and the Kiriko. Mine's though for Infective, off onto the side of the point is, like I said, Painkiller struggling to kind of take space.
But the mines are really effective, which is going to allow Team Liquid to step up to this flashpoint first and even just right away get that first capture, start building up some progress. Makes them a little bit more susceptible to this grab Death Blossom combo, but that's also, again, if you can lock somebody down.
Oh, RuPaul's already there. That's a good grab, though. That rush being laid down on the point by RuPaul and instantly got grabbed. Perfect target to do so. Even a long-range one at this point from Painkiller would be good, and yeah, that'll do it. They end up saving their Death Blossom too. Rocket's not too far away from the pole spot. Good first cap for Nightmare, but Liquid on the other side at 33% already.
Painkiller had worked up so much energy charge from just delaying that initial step up to the flashpoint, and that allowed that grab to be even more impactful in terms of the damage. The Secret Death Blossom still might be a little bit hard to land onto Team Liquid, but it's at the very least going to be a bit more damage.
Oh wow, Ripple's just down again. Sarah forced to recall. Surrounded by 5 players right now. Yeah, has to back all the way up. All right, Nightmare getting some early picks. Not letting Team Liquid set up in any way where Infector can slam, Zera and Shriek, and then ascend on that target.
That's certainly the setup that they're looking for, and if you're able to stop that with something like the Kiriko not being available, then you know that the Suzu isn't there to also make those dives a little bit cleaner. So we will have to see RuPaul come back, probably use some switch step to get back on time, but not before Lucamina's going to go ahead and hit the ult.
Thunder Blast on both Reapers right now. Unfortunately, though, they end up getting blocked by that shield from Nembai. Nice little flail too to escort Tree to the grave. Overtime here for Nightmare as well. Mines deployed on the point. Seeker waiting for targets to come to him. Teleporting on the spot. Just absolutely vibe maxing right now for Seeker. Sarah takes down Painkiller, and Treek, Seeker kind of forced to just ring around the rosy with himself and teleporting away, but the flip did end up coming through for Team Liquid. It's going to be a tough fight to fight into now if you're Nightmare against this RuPaul rush.
The rush is going to lock down this main choke, then you're forced to go into a small room where Infected's going to have even better access to those slam downs once you walk through those gates. So, rush, very good here for Team Liquid, but Nightmare still have a chance to claw back. If Painkiller is able to work up just a bit more damage, you're going to have this grab soon.
Okay, good little slam there. There's the rush from RuPaul. It's going to aid in the aggression, but met with the graviton surge. That's the second time Painkiller's done that in a row. Grabbing the rush. RuPaul wants to push people forward. They want to try and punish Nightmare for trying to take space, but, you know, Painkiller's got the perfect answer for it. Team Liquid end up losing control of the point at 99% as Nightmare looking to even this one up. There is a Death Blossom available from Seeker yet again as then White gets that rally on time. There it is, the rally onto RuPaul. He gets the slam back straight to the face. RuPaul couldn't even teleport away. Now they just have to deal with Infected, who is right now just, well, he's doing something.
He's fitting to winning.
He's stolen the point. Tidal Surge onto the Reapers once again. It's Tree trying to teleport away from Seeker. Seeker, though, in hot pursuit. Wraithorn force from Tree as Seeker's winning the storm for the time being. And now, isolated alone on the point. Tree taken out. Seeker's still just pounding Infected in the front line, looking for an alternate angle now with teleport into the back line. An easy kill onto Vega. He ended up using that Russian Torrent to try and get away, but Seeker a little bit too quick for him as Nightmare even this one up on Atlas.
Oh my god. I thought for a hot second that Wrecking Ball was going to be an annoyance that turned the tide back over to Team Liquid to announce that flashpoint. That we are tied up one apiece as we move over to the next one, and it's going to be pretty even footing. Nothing on the board just yet. Tree's going to be the closest to another Death Blossom. Infected very close to those Wrecking Ball mines as well, but because Nightmare just won. Yeah, they've got some really good territory right now in the open.
Oh,
that's not good though.
Vega looking like Angelina Jolie there from Wanted, whipping that round the corner. Seeker takes a faceful, a water, and that will be dead NY as well. Nightmare lose 2 in that fight, meaning Liquid guarantee themselves the point.
Oh my goodness. You know, honestly, especially if you're playing against a really good Lijiang, I don't want to take that duel. Not with that range either.
Thing is, you don't know if you're taking the duel, Rose, because you can't see it.
Yeah, that's true.
Water all around the corner. You're like, well, I guess I'm dead. That's unfortunate. Because normally, with the Reaper especially, you're playing on that knife's edge. We'll talk about that in a minute, though, as the Graviton Surge goes, you had a couple of good ones, Painkiller, but so we'll let you have that one. Whiff that one slightly. Tree ends up using that Death Blossom to kill Lugumino now with the 1v1 versus Seeker, and ends up losing it as a Rocket swings in to help. There's a lot of mines all over the place as Infected laying those out on the points. It should be a Nightmare fight win.
Not before Team Liquid actually do get a ton of percentage, and they're still gonna go with, because Infected is stalling out the point yet again on one of the most annoying stall characters in the entire game. The Nightmare do eventually get the flip, Seeker at the Death Blossom, but going back to your point, yeah, you have no idea if there is just a Lijiang waiting around the corner for you that is ready to just throw you an orb in your face. RuPaul's taking another flank. How do you feel about this one, Jack? The flank from RuPaul for the rush?
Yeah, I actually like this a lot, especially with the Tracer, but he's got to be careful. No more double swift step on the Kiriko. Can normally lead to your demise. Seeker using that Death Blossom. Didn't get too much damage done. Maybe a little bit on Infected, but now he's trying to hunt. Lugumino very low on healing resource right now, but has got Guardian Wave in just a moment, so can restore some of that as Tree takes a face full of water. And Nightmare looking to take this point. A slam kill onto Seeker's good, and actually Sarah kills Nenwai. And now Lugumino's going to be in trouble. Does end up using the Guardian Wave on the point, receives a bubble as well from Painkiller, but now the resources from Nightmare, they're wearing thin. And Sarah just dancing, playing with his food as Painkillers just booped around. And they do end up capping, so Liquid are in control for the time being.
Oh, and I wonder if is Seeker gonna stay on this? Is Symmetra now coming out as a pick from him as Lugumino goes in with that Tidal Blast?
Nenwai's shield just got deleted there by Sarah, so he took a full face of shrapnel there from the pulse bomb. A stick though coming through from Rocket. However, man advantage for Team Liquid have only lost Vega, and Painkiller not in a position to whiff the grab again. They end up losing at that point, and that puts Team Liquid in good stead for the next 2-1 on Atlas.
They're doing such a great job of these Infected double downs. You've got the Slam, Tree, and Zera are both there to be able to follow up on that damage. And Vega has been doing an amazing job on this Lijiang to make sure that all of these plays can happen. Look at that. See, again, Victor gets a 4-person Slam.
Oh, Nenwai. Oh, yeah, needs the time. Has to pop rally there as well. A good stun initially onto Tree there, but the backup has arrived. A Guardian Wave there onto the Reaper. Just meaning he just gets to sustain amongst that ult. Flashpoint now unlocked, but like you said, Infected just being a bit of a nuisance right now. Isn't going to let this cat go for free either. Just going to bowl it through people. Graviton Surge ends up actually capturing Infected, but he's a wrecking ball. Ends up popping the shields, just rolls on away, leaving enough time for Sarah and Tree to do the dirty work for Team Liquid.
I mean, the perma pocket healing from RuPaul and Vega made sure that Infected was going to make maximum use out of those shields. Nightmare get 21%, but Team Liquid, they walk away with a better side of things. Pulse Bomb here for Zera. Is going to have more mines. This is the smallest flashpoint in the entire map, and so you've got to imagine that those Wrecking Ball mines are going to do some great work delaying Nightmare from being able to take the approach.
Lucamino already using that shift, that Russian Torrent to get away from Infected, who's just rolling around right now. Well, there's the Guardian Wave, and instantly Lucamino goes down. That Tidal Blast is just so powerful when you attach it to a dive hero. Team Liquid, they're looking a little worse for wear, to be honest, in terms of the health bars, but they should be fine for the rest of this fight. As Infected is just dominating on the Wrecking Ball. Those mines, they should have disappeared like 10 years ago. But Rocket just bowled into one. Final fight here for Team Liquid as well, Rose.
They don't really have a whole lot else in the tank, but I don't know if they need it. Jack, they've been winning out these fights with some really great positioning. And yeah, this just feels like a last-ditch effort, honestly.
Yeah, the Trish is trying to get to the point, trying to sustain. It's already burnt the Cardiac Overdrive. Tidal Blast is going to come in though, and Seeker looking for the Reaper. But oh, sneaky as you like. Just teleports away from that knockdown. Seeker forced to use the shift, but more importantly here, Nightmare are on the point and they are rallying. And Nemwai was under no pressure there at all. So was more than capable of capping the point on himself on his own if they wanted to. Gonna try and chase people away, but it looks like Team Liquid more than happy to fight this. Rush in the choke point. Infected still alive. And there's the Tidal Blast. An overwhelming amount of ultimates from Team Liquid as Vega just runs down Lucamino with the Tidal Blast attached to himself. And Team Liquid, no ults in the bank, and they won't need any more. Zera, although, has got a Pulse Bomb, but there's no chance for Nightmare to touch as Team Liquid take a point in the series.
That was very different. Wrecking Ball being on the table again meant that Infected was able to play even more comfortable, and those plays were so synergistic. You could really see the team working together, and I think this is where they find their comfort. Being able to play very high mechanical skill heroes, knowing that they can each individually take those duels, but when they work together, it's even more magical. I mean, Look at the damage. look at the damage that Infected did. Tree and Vega also just like absolutely astounding.
Yeah, I'm looking at Vega. That's the second highest damage in the lobby on the Lijiang. Ended up taking the Fallen Rain. You see a lot of Wuyangs taking the ebb and flow to get the wave to come back to you, but I guess if you're confident in your aim that much and you've been practicing a whole bunch, like realistically the try shot of the Falling Rain does do a lot more damage in the long run. My word, that is an absurd amount. We'll see if Nightmare continue this. I mean, Team Liquid, sorry, continue this. And I think with Infected's Wrecking Ball, you want to ban it out on Control, Rose, but now it's free for the rest of the series. Like, this is one of Infected's best heroes.
I mean, I will say, looking at the rest of the map pool, I'm not really confident in Wrecking Ball being able to be used on like every single map, so I think there is still some hope Nightmare can just pick a different map that maybe the Wrecking Ball isn't going to be as good on. And since they lost this map, they do get a chance to pick, and that can turn the tides a little bit too with their map choice.
Oh, that was a nice stick from Rocket there. Nice stuff from Team Liquid, tying this series up. I do like the Zarya pick, I do. With Painkiller being able to kind of bubble Lucamino and Nenwai, it's just unfortunate. I think if Nightmare were able to actually play the Lucio, I feel like they would have done a whole lot better. We know Nenwai is a solid Lucio player, but the Brig, if she's not punished or she's not pressured at all, her value is immense. Like, it is crazy being able to kind of peel away from the Reaper with the flails, but if she's put under a slight bit of duress where the Tracer's like kind of shooting her shield and that kind of breaks, and the Reaper too, obviously, it can be a really tough time. So I think Nemwai did the best that they possibly could on that pick. We'll see if there's any subs too. We saw obviously Nightmare subbing 2 people out for that map specifically. Of course, Team Liquid only running the set 5, like Kasura says, going back to basics. They look good, but Nightmare, they've tied up the series already.
Team Liquid has basically been unchanged throughout the entirety of the OWCS 2025 season, and that really does show. Maybe off to a bit of a shaky start in that very first map, but taking a look at this one, I think you can chalk it up a little bit to just not being able to play the heroes that they would much rather be able to play, like the Wrecking Ball from Infected. It wouldn't surprise me too much to see Nightmare actually make a couple more swaps as we head into these next maps, and I think that's something else that you have to look at too. For these rosters that do have bigger numbers of players, we have Nightmare that has 3 DP, 2 tanks, and 3 support players. There comes some challenges with that, I think, versus some of these rosters that have decided to stick to a core 5 throughout the entire season.
Right, and it was Painkiller's season, right, or stage, last stage. We didn't see Rhino
sure.
a whole bunch, but having that flexibility in your back pocket, yeah, is fantastic. Having Rhino in for Winston, for Wrecking Ball, things like that is fantastic. Painkiller, oh, you want to play some off-tanks? You want to play the Mauga? I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of that, but you never know, I suppose. You want to play something like a Diva? That's cool. Zarya, great. So yeah, I think Nightmare, they're going to be able to utilize their wide hero pool and wide roster depth as well to a very good effect. But Team Liquid, it's interesting to see those two approaches. Sticking with 5, we know we like this core. If we need to add people, maybe we can later down the line. But, you know, they even said see you later to Knife, you know. It was an amicable kind of split. He seems very happy now on his new team. But slimming down like this and really focusing on your strengths is going to be a big boom for Team Liquid. We'll see where they want to go, though, as we get some substitutions, as Nemwai steps away and Squid comes back in, which to me also would signal maybe Rhino coming back in, but I guess it will be map dependent.
For sure. I think as you called it out, Rhino's going to come in, play those main tanks. We have Painkiller that is able to put on exceptional performances with something like the Zarya or the Diva, as we saw a lot of last stage. And we will see Rhino come back in. So that does mean, like Winston, Wrecking Ball, I would doubt to see any of those tanks get banned out now that, of course, Team Liquid's going to want to play the Wrecking Ball, but I guess you could still target ban Winston if you want to.
Yeah, if you really want to get Winston out of there, that would make a whole bunch of sense. Honestly, 2 Wrecking Ball matchups like that. Infected and Rhino going at each other. Oh, and we're going to the diviest of all dive maps too. Watchpoint Gibraltar, picked by Nightmare. Okay, they also get to come up with a couple of ban here. Same with Team Liquid. I think you're right, though. Don't think it's going to be a Wrecking Ball ban again, but it will be a Winston ban from Nightmare and a Kiriko ban from TL.
Wow. I'm interested to see how Nightmare is going to do, because the first map was great. Rhino looked amazing on the Winston, and the numbers that he was able to put up, only 2 deaths that entire series, is crazy. So now that that's actually been a choice for Nightmare to ban that out, I wonder, is this Wrecking Ball gonna stand up and measure up to that of Infected? Do we see Nightmare decide to go in a different direction? When Rhino was first coming up through the Overwatch contender scene, he played a ton of Orisa. Not the most meta hero anymore, but certainly something that I think we could see, given we have seen Orisa get played on Gibraltar in the past.
Sort of in EMEA earlier too, so anything is possible. First day, obviously, here in OWCS North America and EMEA, so experimentation time. But this is the comp that I was longing to see from Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah.
Here it is, the Wrecking Ball, Gen.G, Tracer, Ana, Lijiang. This, in my mind, maybe trade the Ana for a Kiri. Obviously, it's banned here, but either one of them, this, in my head, is the meta comp right now. Nightmare, I can imagine it's going to be the same sort of thing. I mean, look, Rhino's already holding the Wrecking Ball.
The Wrecking Ball, I think they're going to get matched a bit here. Seeker, I don't know about the Tracer from Seeker. I feel like Seeker has been a lot more comfortable as of late on picks like the Hanzo, Sojourn, the Freya, of course, when that was released last stage. So it's going to be the Hanzo. They're not going to play this Gen.G Tracer, but I'm pumped to see how Team Liquid's going to do, being completely unleashed now.
Okay, I will need to triple check the patch notes again, but Hanzo's logs, they are like actual tree trunks now. It feels like the hitbox went a little crazy over the previous patch, so I've been seeing a lot more Hanzo at least personally. There's a nice little slam kill onto RuPaul. And Seeker, basically your job here is just to kind of chill out with Lucamino, right? Like, kind of, hey, you want to dive in? That's fine. We can storm arrow you. A nice initial kill there onto 0-2 for Mr. Seeker. As Team Liquid going all the way back to spawn. They're going to be able to set up again, but the backlines are very diveable.
I think you're going to see this be quite fast-paced from not just Nightmare on this attack, but even vice versa when Team Liquid's going to take the attack. Ana has always felt so much better when you're playing her on an offensive. You can have those biotic grenades as great engagement tools. A little bit harder, you know, to stay alive when even if you're on this high ground.
Yeah, whoops, All Tree takes a log, or almost is the deflect kill there onto Seeker, but Infected, an easy slam. Does kill the Hanzo eventually. And this is going to be what this comp struggles with. Yeah, Seeker, obviously a fantastic projectile player too on the Hanzo. Very good on Sojourn, etc. Like hard hit scans as well. However, you being able to survive, Zeratree Infected diving you, maybe with a nade as well, and Vega also poking you out, it's tough. You've only got one lead. You've only got one lunge.
Yeah, I mean, the caveat to what we were just talking about in terms of Ana being really good on offense is you do have to stay alive. And similarly, when we see these more, you know, sniper-focused types of picks, Hanzo, Widowmaker, you want to make sure that you're actually getting value by taking out the target. So if Seeker can't stay alive either, you're not getting that damage down.
Tree ends up getting nanoed there. Ends up trying to slice his way through Rhino, but he escapes. I thought maybe Tree pops the blade, but they actually just managed to get it done with that single nano. Of course, Infected ended up using the mines earlier on, and it Nightmare responded by using the tidal blast. So that's a big ultimate that you could potentially even apply to someone like Rocket to get in on the backline. So that's a nice trade from Team Liquid in my books.
You still have the nano boost though, so the fact that Lucamino has that, it's not just going to be a naked blade from Rocket. Because you could also use the nano boost and apply it to Rhino or even Squid, I guess, if you want to. But here's the nano onto Rocket. They're really hoping he gets the blade up.
Yeah, the blade. Oh, Tree. He's on. No, he's back on. It's all good. Seeker ends up getting reset on. Pulse bomb onto Rhino too. Tree gets one, and I think Rubel shot with the back of the head. That was an ambitious ult rocket. I'm not entirely sure what the plan was there. Saw blood in the water, but unfortunately gets cut short. Ends up switching over to Tracer now.
If you were going to make the switch, I think you have to make it there. If you stay on Gen.G, you don't have the nano boost anymore. So going over to the Tracer, at least you can really operate as a solo agent without that ultimate, like the blade, really needing something else to help bolster it up. So Nightmare, last effort here. 30 seconds left. I really thought they were off to a great start, but now they have been stopped on this final push and cannot get over this hurdle to capture the first point. And it's gonna get even harder. RuPaul's very close to a nano boost of his own.
No, I mean, Seeker just needs to hit some logs here. He just needs to land some headshots. The effective damage output from the Hanzo is great, but the burst potential from Tree and Zero is just immense. A nice little slam onto Seeker, and he's already down. He ended up using the Dragon Strike, sure, but to little to no effect. Now Tree just chasing down the Wuyang. Squid falls, and Nightmare, in what is quite a classic way to finish this map, ends up getting held on first on the corner. What a hold from Team Liquid. Nightmare with no real answers to this pure dive from TL.
Jeez, yeah, you either get stopped on first or you see Gibraltar go to the very end. But Team Liquid, great defense, especially after Nightmare did have that initial momentum. They really just said, okay, we're gonna buckle down on this high ground. It was very, very difficult at that point for Rhino to actually get access to the high ground. I think Seeker as well just didn't do enough damage. I mean, take a look at that. Like, 2.7k is still a lot, but none of that came through as burst. And only one a limb is definitely not enough.
Yeah. Hunter, like I mentioned before, this patch, it did feel like his logs got a little bit bigger, those arrows. Having a little bit more of a generous hitbox, but he did end up getting a couple of changes perk-wise. His scatter arrows ended up moving to a major perk, and then he got a perk which was actually fairly nice for Hanzo. Massive quality of life, his swift lunge. So when you actually hit an arrow, it reduces the cooldown of lunge by up to a second. So based on the charge of the arrow. So it is nice for like mobility, but Seeker was just not landing the headshots you'd expect a Hanzo to do. We'll see if Nightmare can hold on. This map is full holdable, Rose. We have seen it in the past, but the way Team Liquid are playing and the speed they're playing too, it feels like it's going to be a roll, but you never know. Nightmare could prove me wrong. Nice little TB for RuPaul to start off with, and he sets himself up on high ground.
Nice positioning here from the Ana. You already get such good view of where this defense is going to be holding from, and you're going to be able to give out great intel to Infected. Where are you going to try to push this first target? But we'll see. I mean, like, hey, if Seeker can actually get these arrows, then we'll be in a good place. Sorry, my dog is whining. Alright, mom mode just activated. I'm like, is he okay?
Nice. It's all good. All good. Not a problem. We love your dog here. Nice little movement to Lukamina. Good slam as well. And Seeker's already dead. RuPaul shot him out of the sky. You're in big trouble now if your Nightmare Infected is just having his way with you. Another big slam into the back line too. Squid taken out by Sarah. These slam combinations from Team Liquid are picturesque, trailer worthy even. And there you go, that's Team Liquid shutting the door on Nightmare. They just got to deal with Rhino, but these spawns, they're going to be way too late. A slam from the ball, but that'll be it. They're just going to push this one home in what was a record-breaking finish on Gibraltar from Team Liquid. That's going to put them at 2 points in the series.
Okay, maybe I was huffing a little too much copium. I thought maybe, okay, if the Hanzo is able to get these picks and they're able to stabilize the defense, it is totally holdable. I was with you, Jaws, but what a masterclass from Team Liquid, and this is why we expected to see this in the meta. When you have the Gen.G and the Tracer working in tandem with these big slams from the Wrecking Ball, anything is possible, and Shuri was 13-0?
And then Infected 18-0 as well? Yeah. I mean, that last round, Nightmare got 0 elims. All these elims here are from round 1 on their attack. Rhino with 2, Rocket were on, Seeker 1. Like,
you
that
can't hold it against them that much when it was a steamroll like that. I think that should be shown in the stats, but not good for the rest of the series.
Yeah, these highlights are going to be long, I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, Team Liquid look great here. Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, Gibraltar is going to be a pure dive map. We saw 2 substitutions for Nightmare in Rhino and Squid coming back into the team. So where do we go from here? A lot of the dive maps now, you can play a little bit more dive on Kings if you really want to, but it's more of a rush type map. I can imagine Nightmare are now going to steer fully clear of any sort of map type that leads to this full dive from Trees Era Infected. But now the bans are really going to come into full effect too, because you can't ban this Wrecking Ball. Winston hasn't been banned either, so there's a lot of avenues for Team Liquid to just walk this one home.
I mean, Nightmare just banned the Winston, so you could ban the Winston now, I guess, if you're on Team Liquid, but I think you would much rather have that tank at your disposal. I'm just trying to take a look at what's left in the map pool, because I think when I was looking at the... I really should have this memorized. I'm sorry.
That's fine. There's a lot of maps in the map pool, to be fair.
No, but there was one
end up
particular
changing
hybrid
up.
map that actually stood out to me as, I think, a fairly good pick.
Iconvold, Kings, and Hollywood are the hybrid maps right now. And then we have Push as well, so Esperanza and New Queen Street. And we're seeing the same substitutions again. So Squid out, Nenwai in, and I'd imagine it's going to be the same for the tank too. So we're going to see Painkiller and Rhino swap. And there it is. Okay, so more of this kind of, I wouldn't want to say rush, but less ball dive centric type comps makes sense for a hybrid map type, which would lead me to believe it's either going to be Kings or New Queen Street as the maps. I think Esperanza, Iconvold, or Hollywood decent for this dive style, but Kings, New Queen Street are more of the outliers there between the maps that we have left in the pool. But it's all on Nightmare. They got to take this to a map number 5 as it's their pick next.
Kings Row was the map that stood out to me taking a look, and I should have known, like, duh, Kings Row is of course, always going to be included in the map pool. It is just a classic for competitive Overwatch. So I think Kings Row makes a lot of sense. I think New Queen Street as well. Oftentimes we don't really see as much of the dive, but at the same time, we haven't really seen a meta where Wrecking Ball has felt like the meta's strongest soldier. I think Wrecking Ball is still, it's like workable on all of those maps. A little less so on New Queen Street just because of the open space, but I could see it working anywhere, especially if it's Infected that's playing it.
Yeah, you could definitely handfist it in New Queen Street and Kings for sure. I think out of all the maps, Kings would be like the least like diveable, but then again, it's like, okay, you can just like jump on high ground, just kind of rotate, and it is going to be Kings Row. So yeah, kind of what we expected here from Nightmare, which now leads to the question, what do they actually end up banning first? Do they ban something like a support away from a Team Liquid in the back line? I mean, we're going to get our answer right now. It's going to be the Zarya ban, and then Team Liquid are going to ban WuYang.
I mean, the Zarya would have been really good on Kings Row. You take the Zarya, just follow the advice of our trailer, press W to win, and walk forward. Imagine that high energy beam just going straight down that main street, but since that's off the table, I think you can kind of expect that Painkiller is going to move into a different direction, either with the D.Va or we're going to see Mauga versus the Wrecking Ball, since they started to roll around the wheel and we landed on Mauga at the end of that map.
Maybe it would be such a hard ask, I think, to play Mauga in this series, and on Kings Row as well. Decent, but then RuPaul can still play Ana. So yeah, it's a tough ask, but we know it's going to be a lot different from Dive. Of course, this is the first match of NA Stage 3. It's been a very quick year, it felt like, Rose, to be honest. After mid-season, it felt like the longest break in history, and now we're back with Stage 3, but the World Finals is just around the corner up in Stockholm, so yeah, make sure you go get your tickets as well. They're on sale. I think we had to open up some more VIP tickets too, because they already sold out, so yeah, make sure you check in on socials, and you can find all the information there. But this is how the series is shaping up so far. Nightmare taking that control, and then back-to-back maps with a flattening of epic proportions on a Watchpoint Gibraltar from Liquid.
And if Nightmare don't win here, I'm not sure I like their chances of winning that map number 5. Esperança and New Queen Street, I think, can still be very good. If not for the Wrecking Ball, you also have the option of the Winston that will be on the table with bans, since both of those bans have come out already from Nightmare. So I hope to see Nightmare win it here, and then, of course, we'll cross that next bridge once we get to it. I think it's going to be tough without the Zarya, though. I still want to see what Nightmare can pull out in terms of these different compositions, and if they can find something that's going to be comfortable. Nenmai has access to the Lucio at the very least.
Yeah, big W for Nenmai. Was banned away on that Atlas. Had to play the Brig. See what Team Liquid. They just want to run. Kiri Lucio. Just, again, another classic dive. No WuYang. All good. Vega goes Lucio. And we're going to force it here. I mean, if you've looked this good so far with the Wrecking Ball, why change anything? And the Tracer, Gen.G, it's looking like the meta. It looks so strong. So we'll see how they do on the defense first. Nightmare, though, hovering the Hazard as a pick.
Oh, Hazard would be super good. If we're looking at dive and we're looking at being able to play a little bit more around Wrecking Ball, Winston, we also have to take a look at the Hazard. Another hero that we saw with a very dive-esque sort of compositional arrangement. Not a really great example of that as they come out of the gates. But the theory is there, and I think we will see, especially with the changes that have been made to Hazard's perks, Hazard be very relevant in this meta.
We do not see Infected eyeing the side, and wow, RuPaul gets another one? Jeez. Let them at least come out as 4, RuPaul. Come on now.
No mercy. No mercy, just kunais.
They want to go for dinner.
I'm hoping that Seeker's able to pop off a little bit on this Freya, but the Freya still feels like it's going to be a little bit hard. Again, only having that one mobility cooldown, Infected sees you, and you're gone.
Yeah, nice counter there, Rose.
I'm here for it. This is my job now.
Close ass. All right. That's a nice little team kill there. They killed Vega, but it's Lucio, so it's all chill. Wow, this is Nightmare now kind of switching things up. Yeah, Seeker off the Freya. I'm actually going to switch to the D.Va. So D.Va Reaper now. Bit more of a death ball start.
Now, I'm a little surprised actually you didn't stick onto the Hazard, but maybe just with the defense matrix from this D.Va, you feel like you can get past the choke a little bit better. And they are farther through than what they have been so far on the map.
Oh, rocking the Mythic skin as well. Looks great. All right, now they've put themselves on the point, like you said. A bit easier to get through the choke with the D.Va, but Painkiller is trying to pressure point right now, but Team Liquid more than happy to kind of ignore Painkiller for as long as possible. Nice Matrix there onto Infected, making sure those heals could not connect. And even a deflect from Tree to try and get out. Dashes away to the mini. But in hot pursuit is Painkiller. But there is the swaps required for Nightmare to take the point. I'm curious if they're going to get another touch. They should be able to. Infected is just around the corner and they have Rush. Oh, surely you don't hear it. All right, Vega, Zera ends up recalling there in Nemwhite's face. Let's play a little bit more safe. They've got to deal with a Seeker on the point who's just sat on the Rush. A slam onto the high ground for Infected. Team gets Susu there as well, but low health bars over Tree and Infected mean they can't quite spring their trap just yet. And Nightmare, happy with 2 ticks, end up backing off, going for a small reset, Rose.
Sound barrier on both sides, so there is an advantage for either team, but the fact that you've got the blade under the sound barrier, that's a different story.
Yeah, double beat though coming in, so Nemwhite's going to help sustain it through, at least for themselves. And Lucamino, Seeker not quite so lucky. He burned the Wraith Wolf really early on. A trade though onto Vegas. Team Liquid lose one of their supports. Bites for Infected still available too, as the clock is ticking now. 1 minute to go as Nightmare burned was their entire ult bank. Infected goes in for a slam mines on the point, scattering everybody, and now Seeker, well, every part of him is now scattered all across the point. Instantly dies to the mines, and this is, again, all falling apart for Nightmare.
Oh, the D.Va's gonna get staggered. Oh, never mind.
Straight into the mines.
The mines are still active. That's actually a pretty good saving grace here. Allows Nightmare to get this reset a little bit faster. If anybody dies here, though, that is going to be devastating. 35 seconds left. This is going to be Nightmare's final chance to get this final piece of first point. And with the rush, you can close the distance a little bit, but then Seeker's gotta land this Death Blossom. And all the while, you're getting picked apart by Zera in your backline.
And Nightmare end up using the rush on the point, making it a little bit more deadly for Team Liquid to try and hold on. Infected. Mime, he was shooting at the speed of light there, but Nightmare still managed to take him out. All right, there it is. There's the point. There's the cap. No ult required there from Seeker as he claims 3 lives. There's a Nightmare now with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It was a struggle, but they still managed to get it popping. If Infected stays alive there, Rose, maybe a different story.
Certainly have the stall potential coming through from the Wrecking Ball, but I love that play from Nightmare. Play around the Kitsune rush. You can play together as a team. The defense matrix is going to cover a lot of your bases and kind of just ignore Zera in the back line. Then Seeker can get that extra attack speed coming through from the Hellfire shotguns, and you were able to see a lot of picks there. Infected, though, has just completely wrapped around the team. Is going to come through with a big slam on the card.
It doesn't actually hit anybody, sadly. They already scattered before he could even get any damage in. Seeker with the teleport into the backline. He's got Wraith Wall, but he's still got this Death Blossom as well. He's being chased right now, and in fact, cut off from the rest of the team. Early deflect there, teleport onto the payload, but he's going to get hounded down. Perfect distance maker there, that teleport, but Team Liquid were rather aware of how close he was to ult, knowing that he didn't even use it in that last fight on the point. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and Team Liquid holding far up.
Those teleports are also just so telegraphed. You can see where that Reaper is going to end up once you finish up the teleport, and it makes it so much easier for you to be able to line up the crosshairs and make sure you get that elimination. Minute left, and I'm gonna just go ahead and maybe just write off this Death Blossom, but I got to look at these double support ultimates from Nightmare if they can live through this blade.
Oh, Tree gets a couple of slashes onto Nemwhite, helps Infected at least clean up the kill. But they do trade the Lucio for the Gen.G. But Infected still has mines. Team Liquid, they have a sound barrier. Nightmare, they're gaining inches, but what they need right now is miles on this payload. They are very far away from this second point.
They can play around the payload, but that's also super risky because of those Wrecking Ball mines. And then you also have the Pulse Bomb that can just get dropped through one of these windows at any point in time. Mines are first though. If Nightmare can just kite away from this and go ahead and save those double support ults and they don't get picked off, maybe they can make it through the second point.
TP Suzu there from Lucamino to save Nemwai's life. Rocket's dead, Sound Barrier comes in, but Nemwai only connects with 2. Painkiller and themselves. Oh, that's a bad sign for Nightmare. 10 seconds to go, and look at the ults in their backs that they have left. A slam onto Nemwai. There's the desperation rush. And Team Liquid, and I'm going to hold them here. Infected died to the self-destruct, but shouldn't matter even with that rush in play. Painkiller dead. Only the Lucio, only the Tracer, sorry, left. And that'll be that. Team Liquid, they're going to hold on to that. Although Seeker ends up using the Death Blossom. Hold on, actually. Let me just eat my words real quick. Seeker kills one with a Death Blossom. Zera ends his life. Infected is back on the ball, so they get a couple of extra meters. A teleport from Lucamino onto Nenwai and a Suzu 2 to save the Lucio's life. They're still in with a chance here. They can play this corner. But for how long? This overtime wick is burning super quickly as Painkiller rejoins the fight on the Diva. Seeker 2 switching over to someone to try and make a big difference. But this rush and an overpowering amount of bodies now slung in from Team Liquid. A quick D-Mech onto the Diva and a blade on top of that one. Tree is just going to end it all with the blade. 3 kills for Tree, couple for Zera. And that'll be Team Liquid halting the payload just before that second point.
I was on the edge of my seat. I thought maybe Nightmare can actually do this, but they just couldn't get through that Wrecking Ball fast enough. And by the time that the rest of Team Liquid had shown up, you've got that Kitsune Rush Paul had been holding on to, and that sealed the deal there alongside Tree. This is still a winnable position here for Nightmare, so I'm holding out some hope that we will be able to see a bit of a comeback. But Team Liquid, I mean, they're just like head and shoulders above the rest right now. I mean, I have to even just take a look at how Zera did in this map and really putting up some numbers. Only 1 death so far as well.
Yeah, Team Liquid, I mean, even Kusaurus was kind of saying in that interview I mentioned earlier that the top dogs right now, in their minds, PK, SSG, and us. And maybe Nightmare wasn't really on that radar. Of course, Nightmare did end up taking that first map, but the preceding 2 have very much been in favor of Team Liquid. And the Wrecking Ball ban that early on from Nightmare, so okay, great, we get that out of the way. We're fine dropping the control, like whatever. We'll play Winston, we'll just play other things. And then the preceding maps, we get to play ball. And this is just Infected's wheelhouse. You can see how comfortable Infected is on this pick. And this is like, it feels like this meta was almost built for Team Liquid if you look at on a player-to-player basis, Rose.
Someone definitely likes Team Liquid and wants to see them succeed at this World Finals. If they can keep up plays like this, it's not going to surprise me at all to see them win at this stage. Finally, after continuing to level up across Stage 1 and Stage 2. Of course, they've got to still finish out this map, but things are looking very good so far. We've got Seeker and Painkiller both under big threat.
Oh dear, yeah, Nemwai is just getting jumped on. Luckily, though, escapes with their lives. That was an extremely close interaction with Tree. They're already been pressured off the point, too. I mean, Painkiller's kind of hanging around, but Tree is just everywhere right now. No one's really paying attention to him. Nemwai falls, and, well, Painkiller also loses mech. This wasn't really a fight at all. This was a slaughter for Team Liquid on this point. That was clean. Oh, he's so good on Gen.G.
Oh my gosh, especially with the changes that Gen.G has had too. I'm taking a look at that perk change, knowing that the melee can actually reduce your dash cooldown by 3 seconds if you're able to land that. I think is very helpful for making sure that Gen.G can actually get more damage down. And we're gonna see some like we see Infected playing some pinball, but Painkiller actually gonna come out on the Junker Queen as the final stand.
That's really nice, actually. Being able to jump like that and have the grappling hook available too, like straight up. That's really nice for Infected. Can't quite get instant fireball like we saw at the day 1 of this patch, thankfully. Painkiller switched over to the queen of all things. It's actually Tree's chance to try and pull the blade, but then that's a boom kill. Painkiller pretty low, but with Queen, instant shout, ended up getting Suzu there mid-fight as well. See if this Queen is going to be what kind of turns it around for Nightmare. It's a big time bank for Team Liquid. As Infected, you know what? Ball's great. That's fine. We'll just counter you. We're just going to swap Orisa, and now we're going to run it down.
This is one of Infected's big strengths. When you look at a lot of these tanks being able to try to counter pick like this, the Junker Queen was very good to be able to counter the ball, and now Infected's gonna go, here's my paper to your rock. Double rush now as well for both teams.
Yeah, not a big ego too either, right? Like, you don't want to be staying on a pick that you know is not going to work. It's like, okay, you switch to that, I switch to this. Well, there's the beat. That's a high value 1 and 2. Seeing with that Death Blossom in amongst 5 people, but Infected couldn't stand up to the might of Nightmare. So Nemwai lands the latest soundbar and end up just running over TL.
Get on there! 2 more fights strung together, though, means that we've already seen this time bank go down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Every little second is going to matter as much as this cart is going to need to get stopped. So we got the Rampage too, which is going to be perfect on this main choke. And hopefully that's going to be enough to at least get you through this next fight and string a 3rd fight win together.
Yeah, Ripple has to be on his A game here. They know it's coming.
Now Suzu's got to be ready.
Looking for the Kiriko. Small pushback there onto Painkiller. Now here comes the carnage. Oh dearie me, Rampage through the bookstore there. Rupal does end up teleporting away, but a bit too much of a mess that fight. Says, oh, Painkiller just carves Zera a new one as he slices his face in twain. That's a nice team kill. Another fight there, Rose. So 3 fights in a row for Nightmare on this Queen.
Yeah, it's looking good. And they've bought themselves enough time to get this rush up for Lucamino, the Pulse Bomb for Rocket. We're already seeing another swap from Team Liquid as well, as Zera's going to move off the Tracer after using that Pulse Bomb and swap over to the Reaper. Plays a little bit closer together. You can also step up to Seeker, but the rush first from Lucamino is going to beat RuPaul to the punch, and everybody's got to move back.
RuPaul used that rush as well. That's -1 ult for Team Liquid. Pretty easy fight clean up here. They do end up killing Painkiller, but it shouldn't be too much longer, especially not with the Seeker on the case on the Reaper. 4 fight wins back to back to back to back. Let's go. Okay, and now they have 2 DPS ults. They have the sound barrier as well. Like, they beat this Blade, and then they have this Pulse Bomb for the next. Like, this is looking like a Nightmare hold here if they can just keep up this pace.
The fact that they invested the Kitsune rush when Vega had already been taken down is a big surprise. I think they're hoping Team Liquid on their side that, oh, well, never mind. Another fight wins. Okay. Jack, they're doing it.
Trying to turn this one, though. Blade 4-3. Another -1 ult from Team Liquid. They do end up trading it for the Death Blossom and the Sound Barrier, so I guess not a -1. You end up trading it, but 1 minute and 30 in the time bank. It's all well and good when Infected can play ball, but swaps to Orisa and Painkiller on the Queen. This is looking the complete opposite of how I thought this round would go.
I'm excited though. I mean, this is what we're here for, is this new shape up in the meta. And so Painkiller really putting on a good performance with the Queen. It's not over yet. You still got a minute, and you do have to go up against this Terror Surge from Infected. They don't really have anything to combo with that though, so I love Nightmare setting the pace here, pushing them back with this rush.
Yeah, they keep going first as well, but this time around, Team Liquid are ready for it. They've got Sound Barrier, they've got Terror Surge, and now they can move on in. Trying to land the Split first for a little stun, but Vega's already dead. Sound Barrier goes out. That might be a Ajax as well on Team Liquid side. Nightmare. They're going to run over them now. I mean, Zera on the Reaper ends up going down to Painkiller. And with 30 seconds to go, Team Liquid, they've got 2 ults left, but Painkiller's got yet another ult.
They're doing it. I mean, the Rampage, how are you going to answer this? Painkiller played so patiently to wait for RuPaul's Suzu to be out before you actually hit that Q. And if you can still play that patient game, it's looking a little dicey. You are letting this payload get very close to the finish line, but you want to line him up so that you can knock him down. Let's see Painkiller do this.
Death Blossom though for Zera actually takes down Seeker. There's the Rampage hits to RuPaul. Suzu's himself. Terror Surge on the point. Nice little move away on Painkiller as well, so he doesn't get too close. And now Lucamino, sole player for Nightmare, to try and hold this one down. And by the skin of their teeth, Team Liquid end up capping the point on King's Row. They finish out the series with a 3-1, but Nightmare made them work for it in that last round. That was so close to going to a map number 5, but cooler heads prevailed as Team Liquid take the first win in week 1, day 1 of North American OWCS.
I really, I mean, hey, after map 2 and 3, it looked like Team Liquid was going to run away with it. So what a pleasant surprise to see Nightmare put up such a good fight. I mean, Painkiller just really looking great there on the Junker Queen. Maybe, unfortunately, kind of at that final step, they just fall a little bit to the scrappiness that Team Liquid is able to clutch up with. But I'm very excited about this squad. Jack, they cannot be underestimated when looking at the rest of this stage.
Yeah, even losing that sound barrier there from Vega, that felt like, oh, okay, it's going that way, is it, huh? But Team Liquid, the very, very end, clutching it out. A 3-1 victory there, Zoe. I mean, look, I was fully expecting, especially with that Queen and how well they were doing, how quickly they were playing as well, proactiveness. Expected of map number 5, but,
I was rooting for it.
Nipped it in the bud.
We're close to it. Although I do have to say, like, there were moments where it started looking very one-sided as well here in the series. So I'm glad that at the very end, Nightmare did put up a fight. I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts on their subbing strategy. Obviously, we saw a lot of moving pieces from map to map, bringing Painkiller and Rhino in and out of the mix, Nenwai and Squid rotating in and out. Is that a winning strategy? Because I feel like in the past, it has not been for many teams.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I think when we've seen it not really work, it's felt more random. And it's like, okay, so this map we'll have this player in, but next time we won't. Nightmare have a game plan. When they want to play more brawly style, they'll have Painkiller in. If they want to play dive with Ball and Winston, hey, we've got Rhino. So, yeah, I think what they have right now is good. It is working. Team Liquid, they do feel like a different beast. And I'll reiterate what I said in that last round. This meta feels built for them. So, walk away with your head held high if you're Nightmare right now. You did end up taking one map away from them and almost a second on King's Row.
For sure. And I think we'll get a chance to see whether or not this is a boon for them or it is a bane when we take a look at some of these future matches. Poor Nightmare, they have a really tough opponent in Team Liquid, so it's going to be tough to tell whether or not this roster swap strategy is going to work out for them long term. But there's a lot of hope here. The fact that they were able to win with Rhino in the roster and they made it very competitive with Painkiller on King's Row, I think means it will be a very big benefit for them later on in the stage.
It's also so good to get those reps in and not just like lock in, because why else have such an extensive roster if you're not using the pieces? I think we had a lot of instances where teams had those specific players, specific pieces for certain maps, but other than that, we wouldn't see much playing time from them, and then they kind of just always come in cold.
But I think you could also see where maybe some of this is going to need to get ironed out. When we did actually see those swaps in, we saw the targeted bans against those players as well. Nenwai comes in, can't play the Lucio, is forced to play the Brig instead. And similarly, when we ended up seeing Painkiller come in, no Diva on the table, I think it's going to be a little bit more of that. And if they can play telegraphed, or they can play around those bans a little bit better, then I hope that means it's going to be better for them in the future too.
You have the cutest little knot there, Jaws.
Oh, it's just, yeah, I agree. I'm agreeing.
Are you satisfied with what we saw meta-wise here? Because EMEA, kind of let us down a little bit there, expectation-wise.
Pure dive, Ball on Gibraltar with Gen.G Tracer. Look. It feels like a hot minute since we've had like a nice pure dive meta, honest Overwatch. Yeah, it feels good. I can imagine this will continue, especially with the top teams. The DPS is always going to be in a little bit of flux. I'm curious how much this Reaper's going to get played. I think a lot of the more solid hit scan players that don't flex too much on things like Gen.G will be playing that, like we saw Seeker did in this series. So yeah, I think Reaper's going to be more of a mainstay, especially if we see a lot more Winston and Ball.
That Reaper guy, how we missed him. Speaking of people I missed, Infected is very high up on that list, and he will be joining us for a quick chat now. Infected, congratulations on the first dub. The meta seems like a dream come true for you and the entire team. You're pretty much all of you are able to just play your comfort picks. How did the scrims go leading up to stage 3? Give us some insider information for our Scrimbuck exchange, perhaps.
Okay. I think the first week and kind of the first days of the patch, everybody was just trying out stuff. So like we were just figuring out like kind of what we wanted to play. And like I know I played like I actually think every single tank for like the first week, but especially after watching like the Korea games, Crazy Raccoons pulling out that ball Gen.G Tracer, I mean that just fits us perfectly. And I think like we're the only team in NA that could actually do it. So yeah, we definitely hit the jackpot for this meta for sure.
So it's safe to say you're hoping this meta continues to Worlds. That would make a whole bunch of sense. When it comes to the tanks on King's Row, obviously you made the insta swap. I really liked it. I'm like, okay, he's not ego in or anything. He's going to swap from Ball onto the Orisa against the Queen. How viable do you think the Queen is? Because I've spoken to a few players, a couple of ranked players as well, and they're like, Queen's like not bad right now. Do you see some teams picking that up? Do you think it's going to be that popular, or is it just going to be Winston Ball?
I could see Queen being good on some maps. Like for Kings, I think Queen is actually good because Ball is not really like a good pick on Kings normally. So I think Queen definitely has some merit, but in general, like the dive tanks like the Diva, Ball, and Winston, they're always going to be really good.
Infected, how are you feeling about your upcoming matches? You were able to get this win for this week, but next up you're going to be playing against Extinction and then Space Station after that. So what's your confidence level feeling like?
Oh, I mean, I think we're the best team in North America right now, so I'm really confident, and I just can't wait to play and have fun. Just roll around on Ball.
Well, we can't wait to see more of that as well. Infected, thank you so much. Congratulations, and we hope to chat again soon.
Thank you so much.
Ah, he's such a character. Yeah, I love that. This is definitely one of the teams which have benefited greatly from where the meta is heading, but they're not the only ones. And if you also want to have a good time playing some video games and getting rewards for it, why don't you head on over to FACEIT.com and sign up, make an account, improve and earn some Overwatch 2 rewards whilst you're at it. And perhaps we might see you in the FACEIT League, and you might be making your way up to the big leagues next year. As yeah, we have much more to come, of course. I think season 6 is starting very soon, something like that. Yeah. There we go. That's where you have to go.
You could be the next DillDucks, is all I'm saying.
That's right. You too can be Frothy Philly, and exactly. We're gonna give you some time.
Following the footsteps of greatness.
That's right. Who wouldn't want to be in those footsteps? I tried to think of the word for duck feet. Is there a specific? What are they called? Is there a name for? Webbed feet?
Yeah, webbed
feet, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's a specific scientific term, but there's no way any of us know that.
We're trying to find out what the specific term for that is. In the meantime, you can head on over to FACEIT.com and make an account and get started on that. We're heading into a quick break, and when we're coming out of that one, we're heading into our second match in this region. It's going to be Sakura and SSG. Don't want to miss it. See you on the other side of this. Okay. Let's Google duck feet.
Was it Shrifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Easy. Whoa, check me out. Bye. Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Li Wang Huanglan. Wouldn't want to be ya. You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
welcome back once again. Zoe here, joined by my besties. It's Jack, it's Rose, and we're getting set up for our second match in the NA region. Sakura and SSG will face off against one another. And I'm excited for this one as we're going to see some big changes, mostly on the SSG side. But let's chat Sakura first, shall we? We have a former DillDuck player, PDK, joining them now. Natsuki, who was previously with, I believe, Quick Esports. Am I remember correctly?
Believe so.
I think so. They're joining there as well, and we do have someone else joining as well.
Zomba.
But I lost track.
Zomba is new to this roster as well.
That's right. All right, so we have some changes there as well.
Yeah, both
How do we like
DPS
them?
coming in like this, it's actually a really good time for Sakura, especially in this meta. I spoke to PDK actually this morning and was kind of talking about how they feel about the meta and how it's kind of shaping up. I think what they have currently is exceptional. I mentioned it at the top of the day. You need a good Tracer player. Zomba is there. You need a good kind of flex player, although PDK does love Sojin, can play flex. And I think Zeb too has been a kind of an all-rounder. I think their team has what it takes. I knew last stage they were kind of a hit, especially with X10 on the Freya, but I don't think we're going to see much of her this stage. Maybe on some of the long-range maps, you could maybe argue Watchpoint Gibraltar, but with how we saw the last series go, it's going to be a lot of double flex DPS. So for me, this team is kind of set up for success in this stage. It's an exciting one to look at.
Oh, for sure. I think with the flexibility that they have on their roster as well, I think that does set them up for the double flex DPS meta. And of course, if there are any changes that happen towards the later parts of stage number 3, then they also have X10 to be able to slot into the roster. If I'm remembering correctly, X10 was not just potent on the Freya, but we also got a chance to see X10 on things like Echo, as well as a little bit of Gen.G. So maybe there is a potential there for X10 and Zomba to come in and play that Gen.G Tracer if PDK himself doesn't feel super comfortable on that hero. But I think regardless of however you slice it, I'm excited for this team, and there's so many Sakura fans out there.
Yeah, but they have a toughie ahead of them in their first match at this very stage, because we're looking at the Space Station roster. I mean, lots to talk about here. Hawk coming out of retirement. We alluded to that already earlier today. Chronic is now in the mix, who has been absolutely standout this very season. Kellen and Bliss are gone, so they're out. Just a lot of changes. What kind of look do we expect to see from SSG?
Yeah, it's going to be Hawk's going to be playing the diva. He's going to be playing more off tanks, and they even have Christopher on the roster too. So a big coaching kind of upgrade here as well. I think this team, if you're looking at it from the face of it, you're like, yeah, okay, we lost Seeker, sure, but we have Chronic, who last stage looks like the best Freya in NA. Will we see a lot of Freya? Probably not, but you have Sugar Free on Tracer. The guy is just a freak on Tracer. It is ridiculous. The best Tracer, or one of the best Tracers in North America. SSG this stage should be way better than they have been previously. They've been a little bit disappointing over the last couple, so SSG fans, don't lose hope just yet. It's all good.
Don't lose hope. Good PSA. I feel like also with the coaching changes there, they look to be a more sweaty team at this stage. Would you agree with that?
Sure,
Sakura?
yeah.
Yes, I think so. And I think what was really interesting is hearing a little bit about the philosophy about how this team came together as well. I know a lot of times, especially when taking a look at how the Ultimates got formed, I think Christopher has always had a really good eye for talent when being able to build a team, but this time around it sounds like this team really got forged in terms of friendship and previous experience together. Lep and CJ have a ton of experience playing together as a support duo, so the fact that they've been reunited on this team, I think also sets up this roster for a lot of success. I can't wait to see them play together.
Yeah, synergy goes a long way. Also, with our casters, that's why you two are popping up each and every single time you're casting together. And we got another one on the way, so please take it.
Thank you, Zoe. Man, what an outro.
That was so
Thank you.
nice.
Wow, I know, it's so nice.
We're
It's been
best
so
friends.
long. Exactly.
And we
Well, I
work
hope
well
so.
together. That's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, look, they didn't end up qualifying for the mid-season, that being Space Station. Champions Clash was a little bit rough for them, ended up losing to once again. This is time for Space Station, like the lower third said, to like shoot off, launch into the stratosphere, into the top 10. Top 10. Yeah, obviously they're in top 10. I mean, like top 3. I'd hope they reach top 10. I hope they don't get demoted somehow and then go lose in Masters. But I think this is their time. Like, and it feels like if you're on a team at one point in time, you have said, this is our time, this is our stage, this is our meta. But I think with the changes that they've done over the course of the small break between mid-season and now, this is it. Like Hawk, the veteran presence on the team. You could even argue Sugar Free's that as well. But Hawk specifically, his ability to play off tank is still going to be world class. Sugar Free on Tracer. This meta looks good for them. We're going to go to Ilios Rose, I believe that was. SSG banning Queen and a Pharah ban from Sakura.
Pharah, we have seen Pharah get played on Ilios quite a bit, so I think just making sure that that's out of the equation also feels kind of nice to make sure that you can actually save a couple of your own DPS with a ban like that. But especially when you take a look at what is available for this Space Station roster, I think it feels nice to know, okay, maybe a little bit more hit scan here, maybe a little bit more of the Tracer. Don't have to worry too much about that aerial unit. But where we're going to see these tanks go is what I am more curious about. With no Drunkard Queen on the table, I'm not really sure how much that Drunkard Queen particularly matters for this Ilios. We don't usually see a lot of Queen, and we would expect like Hawk to play the Diva and maybe Zeb to come in and play something like the Diva, or like played a lot of Sigma, but that's also not being played too much right now.
Yeah, it's just Sigma is just way too slow. Even for like at this point, even for like Circuit, which is like the Sigma map, like it's too slow at this point, which is kind of crazy to say. Just good to see Hawk back in the lobby. I feel like my most memorable like time of casting Hawk was that Ilios map, funnily enough. Well, Atlanta Rain versus Houston Outlaws, the most insane C9 of all time. But Hawk back on what he is known for, and that is the Diva. And this comp is going to be scary from SSG. Sugar Free Gen.G, Scissors on the Tracer too. Forgot to mention Scissors obviously a substitute for Space Station, but you best believe he's getting playtime here.
Oh yeah, and CJ on the Kiriko, left on the Wuyong. It just screams the meta right now, and so this will be a great clash. PDK coming in for Sakura. Classically, a hit scan player actually is going to play a little bit more of that Reaper and flavor that we just saw from our previous North American match. Can they get close enough to Space Station where this Reaper is going to feel valuable?
Goes rocking the Nerf pistols, I like that one. Yes, this is actually just gets blown up by PDK and Zed. Pretty free cap, by the way, from Sakura to start us off. Space Station didn't really hassle them at all for that, so not a good start for Space Station. A little slow, but PDK does die regardless, though, to Hawk. I think he's actually on with the high ground, so Sakura biting off way more than they can chew there.
That was tough. And with the rest of the pieces falling, you know, Sakura's going to have to take a bit of a reset here. But, I mean, it can be slow as long as you win the war at the end of the day. Space Station are going to have 2 DPS ultimates up pretty soon. They're working up towards those support ultimates as well. And that's where you see the power of this Gen.G and the Tracer. When you do actually see that, you know, the title active here for LEP, I think you can place that onto either of those DPS and it makes them even more invincible actually moving forward to make sure that those ultimates can work.
They're trying to set PDK up in a position as well where he can find success. Oh, hello, CJ. Goodbye, CJ. Was poor lack in there on the mini. Hawk finds 2 kills though in amongst this, so Natsukin's on the left. Nice shot from left, just holding the left clicks and yeah, chasing out Sakura. These fights, a bit strange. The pacing's been a bit odd.
It's been methodical. It feels like it's very intentional in terms of when they want to take these fights. Maybe this comes with a little bit less experience working together as a full team, but I like that they're taking their time and they're actually really thinking about how do they want to engage these fights? Who are they looking to pick off first? Maybe they're still working on some communication things that'll make this a little bit smoother as the stage goes on. The Space Station have 5 ults. they're really going to need to think about this one in terms of not using everything at once.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile just throwing the Tidal Blast, hopefully pick up a kill. Hawk's the perfect target for it, those D.Va thrusters on a very short cooldown. Now the fight comes onto the point as both the rush and the Tidal Blast, even the sound barrier there from Natsuki. Hawk's put onto the floor though, and that's big damage from Scissors. Natsuki dies, but they do trade for Lem. And now the late rush coming in for Space Station. It's going to be a hard-fought fight now for Sakura to get themselves back in. Zev's still got a remake here, but the point here is in control of SSG currently. Sugarfree with the blade still as Scissors forced a recall there to stay alive. But Space Station kind of haste their ultimates out almost perfectly, but they still need to get rid of this self-destruct. Blade from the top rope though, and Natsuki instantly just evaporates in front of Sugarfree. Sakura to win at capping the point, Rose, but it shouldn't really matter. BDK with the saddest death blossom of all time on the point. Not sure he did even a lick of damage there. There's the self-destruct, but off the map Zev goes. And that will be the flip from Space Station at 99%. One person to touch, but looks like it's going to be Natsuki. And they don't even make it there.
Now, great boop from Lep to make sure that Natsuki wouldn't be able to make it to the point and trigger that overtime. Maybe things look a little different as Zev is able to stay on the ground and actually get back into mech. But I think it was always going to be super difficult with the members that Space Station still had alive, and everybody was looking towards making sure that D.Va could not come back in with that mech intact. We're looking great for Space Station so far, but this is what we need to see from Space Station, especially when they are looked at right now as one of the top 4 teams in North America. Hawk is looking great so far. No death from him. Lots of great damage across the board from Sugarfree and Scissors working together. Might have been a little bit slow, Jack, but they look good, and hopefully they can keep this momentum heading into well.
Yeah, no Lucio for SSG. Happy with the Wuyang Kiri. It looks really good. It's really punishing too. Like this, the weapon is just so unique in its design. The way obviously you can kind of bend it around the corner, but like if you connect that onto a Tracer, onto a Reaper, you can just force cooldowns. It feels like the damage is a little high, and even the splash radius too is quite substantial for the Wuyang. A little generous. That's what makes him a great pick right now for any team willing to run this kind of double flex. That is one dead Tracer. You've got to imagine Zomba ends up getting away. Scissors still going for the chase, and yeah, Zomba just hounded down, completely kind of taken out of this fight. Like, no chance for Zomba to really make a difference.
The two Tracers were kind of keeping themselves busy, though. I thought there was, for a brief moment, Scissors was actually going to get targeted by Zev and maybe a little bit punished, but you had the recall available to make sure that you could cleanse away that damage. And now you're in this awkward position where Zev is going to be very high charge going into this rest of this fight. He has also gotten a lot of healing, and Hawk has been demech'd. This is the chance for Sakura to strike.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect counter pick, really, that Zarya into Hawk. Nice Suzu actually saves Natsuki's life. Not losing a player here is going to be perfect. Scissors though with the pulse bomb. Just end up connecting with the Kiriko, but looks like they either teleported away or used that Suzu. Point finally capped now. Took a while, but CJ, okay, CJ. Scissors too. Remake for Hawk, because somehow they managed to hold on to this fight. It's the longest first fight in history here on Well, and they're going to get a rather quick flip. 14% built up from Sakura, but they kind of got run around. They allowed Hawk to just get back into the fight with the remake.
There was a lot of protection coming through from the rest of the team. I think one of the other strengths from running the Kiriko and the Wuyang is just some of the cooldowns that you have that you can use defensively. Suzu is really great. The fact that Lep has so much access to burst healing too, I think also makes it easier for Hawk to be able to survive from those points. But they're back into this one. Double supports now hitting their ult.
A self-tidal blast there from Lep. Actually ends up getting stuck. Nice Suzu timing from CJ. Saves Lep's life. Rushes exchanged on the points as Sakura got a free flip. Now Sugarfree with the blade looking for people. That ticking damage from that new perk from Sugarfree. Just tickling away, but really resulted all too much. Blaze still available. So SSG just kind of let the point go, and you best believe Sakura aren't going to suffer the same fate as they try and just battle Hawk now. Very easy for Zeb though. They chase them away, but CJ still managed to keep them in the fight and keep them competitive. And Scissors as well. CJ and Scissors just the two-man death squad right now, just kind of walking at Sakura's DPS, like with zero fear behind their eyes. Somba and PDK down. There's the grab, but just thrown away.
Oh, I mean, Scissors does go down, but at what cost? Though it feels like a waste of the grab, and if Zeb's not going to switch, then it definitely feels like it was ill-advised in that situation. They're gonna stick to this composition though. PDK does have that Death Blossom. Zomba's gonna be very close to a Pulse Bomb. But at this point, I mean, Space Station, they've done a great job of controlling this space and also making sure that they can take these 1v1s. And the fact that Sugar Free has the blade and there's no sound barrier, I feel like it's Sugar Free's time to shine with this.
Yeah, looking for Z to pop ult. PDK down, and Death Blossom not available to them. Still waiting for this blade, but shouldn't really use it. Natsuki gets out of there.
But now it's last fight territory. Okay, Hawk's gonna remech, but like, look, it is last fight territory. They just need to win
But
one
bro,
more.
it's in the spawn. Org was in the spawn. Ends up using the self-destruct to get the remake, and Sakura should be able to get onto the point. Tempo with these fights is rather odd. There's a lot of ults for Space Station though, so happy to kind of give this one away. Oh, don't let somebody die though. No, they're good.
Yeah, they really can't let anybody die here. PDK taking out CJ, and just the backline from Space Station crumbling is a great sign for Sakura to actually start to match this. And if they want to keep themselves in this map, they are going to have to win this next fight very cleanly. Sound barrier is certainly going to help with that, and you still have that double DPS ultimate to use. It might be a little tough here for Space Station to actually walk into this when Z has that rush ready and available for this next fight.
Oh, whip of the pulse there from Somba. Didn't even get a hit mark and no damage at all. It's going to be a big old dump fight, like you said, Rose. Sugar Free can get that tidal blast as well. It could be rather deadly in the hands of the Genji, especially with that blade. Looking like he's going to pop it there. Z in trouble, receives the bubble. Sugar Free only took one slash. Maybe a couple extra there on top of Z. And there comes the tidal blast for left. He tries to force the positioning of Sakura. A Death Blossom used by PDK, but again, a rather sad affair there for the Reaper. Using it in a small room with no one in sight. Scissors cleans up the Reaper as Space Station Gaming capped the point. Sakura get 99. They've got to Graviton Surge in their back pocket, but they haven't got the backup to really follow it up with. Space Station Gaming now just need to clear the rest off of the point, but a rather tough one to do so, mind you. Well being quite a large point at that. Natsuki pretty low as the Graviton Surge onto the Reaper. Does end up getting Matrix, but they just rip and tear through Scissors. That extra damage from the Graviton Surge end up tickling him to death as Zeb now with one bubble remaining saves his life as Sakura ends up capping the point. Space Station Gaming without a mech, without support, they do end up killing Zeb, but no, Sakura sneaked that one away. Oh, Hawk, maybe having nightmares of Atlanta Reign versus that Outlaws match like I mentioned before. Wasn't quite as egregious as that, but a very, very close nail bite to end to bring us 1-1 on Ilios.
That Zarya looks so good, and even though the Graviton Surge was getting defense matrix, didn't matter. I mean, you already saw the Graviton Surge actually pick up a kill. Oh, what good stuff. And I think this is what excites me about the meta right now, is you can play so many different heroes. It feels like it's still wide open, even if you don't have the ability to play that double flex in the DPS. This Reaper alongside this Tracer combo still feels pretty good. With the Zarya, of course, to help glue this team together, we are seeing Sakura kind of hold their own against the Space Station team so far.
Right, Hawk's had enough of this kind of counter-comp nonsense.
Zarya too.
Yeah, I mean, if you know Zeb's just going to run Zarya like straight out of the gate, like, yeah, no chance, no point even attempting to. And to be fair, Zarya's got a ton of merits here too, being able to like bubble the Reaper, even bubble the Tracer if you really want to. So it does make a lot of sense in these comps. No Lijiang, however. Kind of need that speed boost, though, to be fair, from the Lucio to export the Zarya around. So that makes a whole bunch of sense. PDK, though, taking the head off of Scissors first. The point unlocks.
Sakura is going to get this first capture, but it's going to be pretty quick for SpaceStation to come back in and try to make good work of this. This is tough. I mean, you're kind of seeing, like, now Left is taking out Zomba, but where's the focus fire going to go with these teams? It looks like a bit of split focus here from SpaceStation as they're trying to figure out how to work around the Zarya.
I mean, Natsuki just jumped straight in front of Hawk with 100 energy, took a right click to the face, and then Boop just killed him with the right, let him kill him with a Boop. Oops, Daisy. 18% on the ball for Sakura. Hawk with a decent lead on the Scrappers and Surge as well.
Just takes some time, I think. Like, that's something that's always been so inspiring about a lot of these players is you can move so swiftly through these tanks. It's like you're not skipping a beat here if you're Hawk, and being able to switch over to the Zarya is already lends itself much better for this match. But now, like, Katsuna rush on both sides. We've got some DPS ults. Could be a very expensive fight for both teams.
Sakura trying to catch some people off guard here. Wasn't quite a rush jacks there, but Z does end up going down. Both rushes now on the point. CJ having to Suzu himself, grabs on Surge, launched in by Hawk, and that ultimate advantage there really coming into full effect for SpaceStation. You could see at the very start of that fight, Rose, Sakura just constantly trying to catch someone off. They're moving as a unit together to try and see if they can get the Lucio, get the Tracer, get something out of SpaceStation Gaming. The SpaceStation just held the point and just let Sakura run around them over and over again, and they knew they had all advantage.
And Hawk is on high ground.
On high ground again. Oh, they're gonna have to be
double
careful.
jump.
Natsuki ends up using the Salva super early. Led does end up going down. PDK now putting himself in a spot with the rest of the team. Z gets revenge on the back line as both Led and CJ end up falling over. But a fairly quick team fight. Don't want to give Hawk too much there. A little bit of extra damage. We'll get 40%-ish on that ult, but there's the flip from Sakura.
Still so many ultimates SpaceStation has been able to hold on to throughout that. Double DPS, you still have the sound barrier, so you're going to be the one that has that barrier advantage. And essentially when Zeb does have this Graviton Surge, it might make it a little bit more difficult to actually read that damage through. And that even if you land it at this point, still pretty mobile composition SpaceStation has with this Lucio.
Yeah, you need to catch one though. Scissors ends up getting bubbled and Suzu'd and sound barrier, and then uses the Death Blossom to kill Natsuki. Holy pocket from SpaceStation Gaming. PDK at least kills one with his own ult, but it is SpaceStation Gaming with a team kill.
I mean, SpaceStation knew what the game plan was. It's keep Scissors alive, and if you need to use the Death Blossom as a zoning ultimate, even better if you're able to get an elimination with it too. SpaceStation still have this pulse bomb, so there is a world where they're able to just kind of cycle through and actually get this map win here. But they have some room for error if they don't. I don't know how that happened, though.
That is now a 4v5. Oh, he sets off the map! Oh, well, that's round over, and that's going to be map as well. Not sure, Rose, I'm going to be honest with you, but a rather lackluster affair in that last fight. Natsuki gets randomly picked, and then Zeb, I guess, gets pushed off the map. Dearie me. Well, there it is. That'll be SpaceStation Gaming claiming the first one on Ilios. That's a 2-1 start the series. Good. Oh, yeah.
I was fully preparing myself for this to be a scrappy fight when there was a bit of an ultimate advantage for Sakura, but then everything went from bad to worse.
Yeah, Zeb must have. It probably wasn't like a. It probably wasn't a self-boot, if I'd imagine. It was probably Lucio or the Zarya, and then they right-clicked the wall, so the enemy team didn't get kill credit, which is probably what happened if I had to guess. But yeah, losing your tank that early, not so great. Hawk coming out of this, by the way, 40-3 on the D.Va Zarya. That is crazy. His first game back as well in OWCS and in Overwatch Esports after the brief retirement from the Legends. Still got it.
Hawk's a grinder, though. He's still been playing the game, despite the fact that he did take a year off of competitive play. He's still been loving and enjoying the game of Overwatch, and I feel like that shows in the play here. Still a very competitive player, such high mechanical skill, and is clearly fit into this roster very smoothly.
Yeah, it's definitely a player that you can rely on coming in and just kind of showing up. Definitely, I 100% agree. I love he's got the 6v6 enthusiast title. Won't get into that debate, but yeah, no, he's a fan of that. Space Station, they look good, but Sakura, what I want to bring up as well, like I mentioned at the top of this one, I think their roster, especially in this formation, I think they're very well suited to this meta. So we'll see if this kind of continues. Imagine PDK sticks with this Reaper look. Can't imagine it's going to jump over to the Gen.G. Maybe some Sojourn, definitely his favorite character. So we'll have to see where they want to take us. As a Space Station, now they have to suffer Sakura's map choice.
Sakura has some options here, and especially if you feel like you want to play a little bit more of the Zarya game, maybe you actually have to think about that a little bit more. Space Station are going to have a chance to actually ban that out from you. So there's a couple layers that I think both of these teams actually need to think through when it comes to this map choice, how it's going to affect the rest of the series, and also the bans that could come through from that.
God, that pocket. You just saw that clip, that pocket on scissors?
Every DPS's dream.
Yeah, he wraith formed, got grabbed, got bubbled, Suzu'd, and then got beat, still survived, got one kill with the ult, and yeah, that was it. That was a ridiculous pocket from Space Station there. Nice stuff all around. A 2-on-1 affair on Ilios to start off the series, and yeah, I agree. If you want to just continue this Zarya, I think you don't really need to ban this D.Va. I was thinking coming in, at some point Sakura are going to want to ban Hawk's D.Va away. It's his best hero by far. But if you're just happy to play the Zarya, maybe you have to ban D.Va if you go to a Watchpoint Gibraltar, because the Zarya is probably going to get eaten alive there, just going on the high ground. But it's a tool that you can kind of hold off on, I think. So it would be interesting to see where Sakura takes us. I would imagine a Brawly-centric map, so a hybrid, is my first thought at least.
Kings
Hybrid
Row.
makes sense. Yeah, Kings, yeah, 100%.
Now, Kings Row makes sense here. I even think we could see New Queen Street get picked.
Yeah.
As another option, but I think similarly to your point about the bans, Sakura are going to have to keep in mind that Space Station can ban out the Zarya at any point. While the D.Va ban doesn't necessarily hurt Space Station, since Hawk is also able to flex over to the Zarya to great success as we just saw in this first map, Sakura do have to keep in mind that when Space Station do have their choice of first ban, they can just say, no Zarya for you, you're just going to have to deal with the D.Va.
Yeah, I think they would probably do that on their map choice as well, because then they get to ban first.
Yeah.
I also wonder if Queen's going to come out too. We saw Infected kind of talk about that, you know, King's Row.
For sure.
Queen map, Queen a little bit viable, but if you can just play, if you're confident in your dive and your ball, Winston D.Va kind of thing, so you're probably going to want to play that permanently. I'm curious if we're going to see New Queen Street in this series. I think that's another good map, like you mentioned. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see where Sakura want to take us. And it'll be their chance to ban first on top of that. So, I mean, what was the biggest thorn in their side? You can't really ban a Tracer away from SSG because Zomba wants to play that. You're not going to ban anything else DPS-wise because Reaper is kind of what PDK is leaning towards. Looks like it's going to be a Surabasa pick though, so a little flashpoint action for the second map.
But I wonder if you can actually still ban something like the Gen.G. Oh, if it's going to be a Sojourn ban. How interesting.
Okay. Okay.
Space Station are actually going to... Is this right? Space Station ban D.Va? And then Sakura ban Sojourn from like PD?
Guess so. Yeah, it feels like it would have been swapped,
right?
But
Yeah.
Yeah, banning the Soj away from BDK and then the D.Va away from Hawk. That would make sense to me, but you know, I'm trying to think of the merits there because if you look at the side of Space Station, to be fair, like Chronic, decent Sojourn as well, was even besting Seeker some of the time in last stage. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think if you ban something like a Tracer as well, that would be a big hindrance to you, like I mentioned before. So yeah, Sojourn.
For sure.
Interesting ban. Again, could be also a kind of a protect one, but
I mean, Surabasa, we have seen Sojourn show up. Power Slide allows you to make those angles a little bit easier, and of course, if you are going to play on like more of that long range, makes sense to just make sure that you can ban away the Sojourn. But yeah, it doesn't really make sense to ban it away from like your Sojourn player. And you're probably still playing Lucio since that's not banned out? You're still playing quite fast.
It was flipped. Okay, that makes more sense. So Sakura take us to Surabasa, they ban D.Va away from Hawk, and then SSG go, okay, because we haven't got D.Va, which is obviously very good into hit scan, we'll ban Sojourn because that's PDK's best hero. So yeah, that makes a whole bunch more sense. With the D.Va as well, it's even stronger now because a lot of the hit scans actually got like HP nerfs as well, so it's easier to blow them up. So you can see why D.Va is being a little bit more promising in this patch, and why the Traces and the Gen.Gs, etc. are also being played, which I can imagine is probably what Space Station are going to do here.
I'm cheering for the pigeons.
They're back.
Everybody hip hip hooray for the pigeons.
One day they will change. One day it'll be a secret patch where they get changed into beautiful parrots.
No.
But today is not the day.
Pigeons forever.
No. Or Sis is on the Reaper. Okay, I don't mind this whatsoever. They're just gonna match them again. Yeah, no Lijiang either. So a mirror match with the Zarya Reaper. So kind of what they did in the last round of Ilios. They're happy to go in for the mirror. This is very old school, actually.
Oh my gosh, so many bubbles.
Oh, this is 1 HP. Oh, Z is very low as well, actually. Sugar Free, yeah. Easy cleanup for the Tracer. If you're pressured down like that, I mean, you got no health now. You might be able to hold on for a little bit. At least escaping with charge here is going to be nice, but there's one person you can count on. It is Sugar Free on Tracer and Space Station Gaming, and it with an easy cap after Z's demise.
That's my first pick. That's my first fantasy pick right there.
W. It's a good pick.
No, I mean, yeah, Sugar Free, Scissors, being able to play, I think, both of these, you would have the Reaper follow up on a lot of the Tracer damage, but also Tracer can go play by herself. And then the bubbles just make the flank so much more dominating.
Oh, C goes down to Sugar Free again. Oh my word, okay, yeah, big reset. Goodbye, Natsuki. Oh, actually gets the mega health back. Actually gets away, nice. But not so good for Z, who's had a bit of a rough one so far.
Geez, Scissors is gonna have Death Blossom as the first ultimate up on this map if Zomba doesn't beat him to it. Oh my goodness. All right, whew. Zomba gets Pulse Bomb, Scissors gonna have Death Blossom. But CJ, I mean, this is the big difference maker. The fact that Z has been taken out so many times already, hasn't seen a whole lot of action. CJ has Kitsune Rush up and is the only one.
Yeah, just run him up. There you go, easy. That's the fight, yeah. I mean, that's Sugar Free set them up for that point. Yeah, Z dies twice at the start of the fight. Nice little one clip there onto CJ, but it doesn't really matter. You're gonna die anyway. And that's all done. Yeah, flashpoints can really run away from you so quickly. And now they get to save ults for the next one as well. Sakura, at least in the next fight, they can get Z to get ult, which is in 6%. They can use it first and hopefully win the fight from there. You got to be worried about Sugar Free, who's apparently public enemy #1 is Z right now.
But it makes a lot of sense. Taking the Kiriko off the board, it's going to give your own Kiriko a bit of a leg up in terms of that ultimate generation. There's no Suzu anymore for you to have to deal with. No extra target for the bubble, no healing. It's the perfect pick, and we've seen a lot of teams try to go after those supports, because once you take out one, the rest of the team seems a lot easier to clean up. But now this shoes down on their foot, Z is going to be the one that has the rush.
Space Station knew this was coming, so they just don't play in a position where they can get domed by this ult. Nice little stick there from both Tracers, but Scissors, oh, it's all Scissors on the point. Everybody was looking at both grabs, and then Scissors just rips the Death Blossom on the point. He's going to be able to speed up the rest. Sakura at least get a little bit of percentage on the point, but despite Sakura having that advantage, it wasn't enough.
Hawk sacrificed himself for the greater good in that grab. Setting up the plays for Scissors to make them... But you were so right? When we saw the Kitsune Rush come out, that was something that Space Station could always expect Z was going to have to be able to play around that ult. Now they get to go in with sound barriers to match. The tough thing is that Sakura do have the Death Blossom grab combo of their own now.
Oh, Scissors is in trouble. Ends up teleporting away. Wow, just actually disappeared in a puff of smoke. Okay, there it is actually now. Okay, the smoke disappeared and Z stands over the body. Sakura have the Graviton Surge. Sound barrier for Space Station. They want to use that to try and counter out this ult, but very tough. Very, very tough when you have a Reaper against you as well. It's just being able to walk up and headshot somebody. The beat is normally not enough sustain to actually survive. 67% though for Space Station. Now they have 2 supports.
But you still have to contend with this double DPS and grab combo that Sakura have.
Well, there's the pulse, sound barrier. It does connect with 3. Having Hawk in the front line, now using that rush to full effect. However, a later rush from Sakura, but they're also low. Zeb at the front line steps a little bit too far up there as Sugarfree and Hawk ends up lasering him down. As Death Blossom on the point, as Sugarfree recalls into it, just takes way too much damage, has to back up. Sakura still with control of the point. PDK with a late Death Blossom might be the final nail in the coffin for this point for Space Station. They've got it out in a couple of percent, but Hawk needs to get back to the point to use it.
I don't know if anybody's going to be able to make it there unless you're going to invest all of your blinks if you're Sugar-Free, but with 2 seconds left, he does actually get there to trigger the overtime, but your work is cut out for you.
Oh, there's the Graviton Surge on the point as well. PDK trying to find an alternate angle as Zeb solo grabbed and survives for a brief moment, but it's all Space Station all day. They just run through Sakura. There's a 99% flip.
Still some time for Sakura to come back and give another go at this point. Pulse bomb here for Zomba, and there really isn't a whole lot else here for Space Station unless CJ is able to get this rush going, but there is enough time for Sakura to give this a good full 5v5 effort. They just can't get cut off before they get to the point.
Someone's gonna have to go crazy with this pulse bomb. Actually, already forced a recall too. A little unfortunate. Space Station can now just play up and, oh, they don't even need the rush apparently. Oh, well. Well, there goes Zeb. All right, well, that's point. And that's 2-0 right now on Sorobasa. I was expecting there Sakura to at least try and force Space Station to use the rush, but it's not been in their favor this map at all. It's been pure Space Station in control.
Space Station have had a lot of patience too, and I think that just speaks to the level of veterancy on this team. They know, hey, we can hold on to ultimates here. What a great pick from CJ to start things off, and they knew from there they had the confidence to carry them through the rest of that fight. And now look at how they're rewarded. Rush for this flashpoint.
Yeah.
And Zeb is
really
dead.
nice to go early. And Zeb gets stuck to the wall, unfortunately. Hung up like a nice painting. As the point unlocks, they got 2 ults to spare and a beat coming up as Lep just vibes out.
Oh, that's new. There's water on that point now?
Yeah, it was a big change. It makes this point a lot more
very
open.
pretty.
It was honestly like a column of death going from like the high ground to low. It was,
I
but it's a
agree,
lot. It looks a lot cleaner now and a lot nicer to fight in. That is for sure.
Oh yes, I like the textures a lot.
Oh, there's the rush from Z. But again, the Space Station Gaming, they play a little bit back. End up using the sound barrier, forcing Sakura to do the same so they don't end up flipping the point. Death Blossom from Scissors available, tying around the pillar, is eventually going to rip it as Hawk and Sugarfree come up with kills, but a later Death Blossom again from PDK does him one better. Hasn't got the Wraith Form available, but doesn't need it. Sugarfree headshot. Those Hellfire shotguns doing a fair amount at that range. Lep at least secures 1 kill, but manages to get away with his life, but not the point, sadly. Sakura ends up capping, and now they've got a grab.
Grab Pulse, nice combo. Hawk has been very good with this bubble management though, and when you also still have Suzu available, it might not be as easy of a slam dunk as you would expect from a combo like that. And the grab actually only gets, grab goes first from Hawk.
Yeah, grab, really nice, and then FACEIT jumps into it by accident there, sucked into the vortex. Sakura, they've already lost too many players to use any ults here, so they're just going to be happy going back to the spawn as Space Station, again, going quick, going early, and that veterancy point that you mentioned earlier, Rose, I really think from Hawk's perspective and Hawk's side of things is coming to full fruition here.
I mean, you've got veterancy from Hawk, Sugarfree. We've also seen
CJ
Lep, yeah, like they all have so much star power behind them, and also so many years of playing competitive Overwatch.
All Overwatch League.
Yep.
Apart from Scissors.
Yep.
Graviton Surge from Zeb, jumps straight onto Hawk, gives a little kiss on the forehead, and yeah, sends it back to spawn. All right, that's a quick fight from Sakura, but Space Station, again, kind of knew that was coming. They knew they had the grab disadvantage. They've got Rush and Pulse for the next fight, and they've got plenty of time to do it in as well.
they fell so fast, and I think that was also something when you can plan ahead for that combination. Just I'll run into the grab, it's fine. You know that you're gonna have enough time to get back in and reset with your own ultimates to spare, so CJ can go ahead and let this rush rip. And look at how much damage they're doing to Sakura already.
Seb's dead. PDK at least kills. Left sure the rush is available. Those low health bar members of Space Station Gaming need to be patched up. Well, there's the Death Blossom on the point as PDK takes a small little drink there at the pond. Sugar-Free misses the pulse bomb, but it should be all good. The Death Blossom, the pulse, the rush, everything thrown in by Space Station. And a 3-0 on Surabasa will end it there. A 2-0 lead in the series for SSG now as we look to that third map.
The flashpoints were competitive, though. We did see Sakura able to string together a couple of fight wins back-to-back. And when you look at that first map of our series, just the fact that it's a 2-0 does not tell us that full picture in terms of how these individual maps have gone. But when you look at the stats, I mean, like Hawk he died a lot.
Everybody.
But
yeah, everybody's having a good game. I
yeah,
mean,
but
look
like,
at the
it's so
elims on
close.
Scissors too. 33-4. It felt a lot closer. Yeah, it really did. But Sugar-Free's having a whale of a time. Honestly, on the Tracer, perfect meta for them. We'll see Scissors, I would imagine, some more. But if you look at even just the first couple of fights, Rose, Sugar-Free on Tracer killed Z twice. And then the slow snowball, the build-up of CJ getting rushed before Z, and then Sakura just being behind in terms of ult economy, and it just snowballed out of control from there.
Yeah, when you just have so many sharpshooters on the team, it can be difficult, I think, to make sure that you can stand tall against that. They were even just outside of those first picks onto Z a couple of times where we actually saw CJ just get some great kunais across the map. And when you're able to eliminate somebody that way, Sakura can't come in as a full team of 5, and that's also part of that snowball effect.
Yeah, 9th minute Death Blossoms from Scissors. Same with PDK. To be fair, looking good on the Reaper right now.
Usually we don't see that ultimate get a whole lot of value either. We lovingly call it a zoning ultimate because most of the time people just kite away and they don't get caught in that Blossom of Death. But hey, 3Ks for our Reapers across the board. Great stuff from those ults.
Yeah, when you're in the rush, though, to be fair, you're like moving at light speed
true,
and then
it's
also spinning
hard to
quicker.
not
Like,
get
yeah,
away from it.
it looks cool.
That's great.
We're going on to our third map, Rose. Sakura gets to choose again. Can't go to Surabasa, can't go to a flashpoint. Where do you take them? Diva's now been banned, so if you go to any kind of high ground map, Gibraltar, etc., Hawk's going to play Diva. Sojin got banned away from PDK, but it looks to be more of a Reaper variety for Sakura. It feels like it's like pick your poison, which ones you want to go for, because Space Station, they're in control of the series.
Space Station can also just ban out the Reaper. Depending on what map is
If they
picked,
really want, yeah.
I think they
Seriously.
could actually ban out the Reaper and force PDK onto a more stable hit scan, and that might be just the perfect diveable target that they need. Really depends on what the map is, though, and what they decide to do. And we will actually see a sub come in.
Okay, Chronic for Scissors. So hit scan then.
Probably.
For today, maybe?
Yeah.
A little Freya, a little Sojourn, maybe? I mean, if PDK wants a hit scan matchup, this is one to prove yourself against in Chronic, who is the best Freya in NA in Stage 2. So with this substitution, like Sakura, do you want to go to a long-range map? Do you want to put PDK on Sojourn or Freya or something that will help them claw them way back in the series? Because you're staring down the barrel of a gun right now, and it's not looking good. Both barrels are filled with a whole lot of lead. And with your position currently, you know you're the underdogs coming in. You want to win, but these bans, they've just not affected SSG at all.
That's their hero depth, right? They can play basically anything. I think when you look at this roster, what else is there to say? You know, Sugar-Free is mostly probably going to be playing things like the Tracer, the Gen.G, but that doesn't mean that you're incapable of being able to play something else. I just think this roster is just so versatile, and especially now that you have such just incredible strategic coach in Christopher. I think the world is your oyster when you've got this team right in your hands.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, with the ultimate situation and just how that team performed last stage, everybody was kind of disappointed in that. I think it's a real good time for Christopher to prove himself again with a new team. So, you know, starting off a season or a stage, sorry, with a 3-0 would be really good looks for Space Station. They want to make it to the World Finals. They missed out on mid-season. It was a disappointing finish for the team, but they have the tools to do it now. They can put Sugar Free Perma on the Tracer. They can have Chronic come in for the hit scan, Scissors for the flex, and Hawk is just Hawk. Like a very, like an extremely good player back from the Overwatch League times. And look, he's coming back and being able to play at this level for a reason. The guy is a grind lord. It looks like Sakura are going to take us to Esperança though, with a Sigma ban from SSG and Sakura saying, okay, Chronic, please no. We're going to ban the Freya away from you, so you're forced to play something else.
Yeah, this definitely hurts the Space Station squad just a little bit more than what we'll see from Sakura.
I mean, that is a joke ban. The Sigma?
The Sigma makes no sense. I think at that point you probably could have actually banned out the Zarya, and then you have to play more of the Diva versus Diva, or however else you kind of want to take that. So I don't really get the Sigma ban, but the Freya ban I definitely get, and I think this actually pushes the team either to play a bit more of like that Zarya Reaper, or we might see a bit more of the Sojourn from Chronic and PDK.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Sojourn might be the play, but we'll have to wait and see. Sigma, okay, from like a long-sighted perspective, a Sigma ban here kind of throwing this one away. Like, okay, if Sakura take this map and we go on to another one, we at least have like another ban like that we've not used up. So I kind of get it. Obviously a bit of a strange one considering the tanks we've seen.
No, you pick King's Row and you save the ban for King's Row. That's what it is. Right. Yeah.
And Hawk, I don't think Hawk's going to play the Diva again, knowing that Zeb's definitely going to be playing Zarya. Bastion for Chronic? We'll see.
Just give it a second.
We will see. It will be fun.
It would be very fun. I would be happy to have fun.
He did get his smart bomb. He did end up getting removed, and his new minor perk is pretty crazy, actually. So, okay, Chronic is going to be playing the Bastion, sugar-free on the Sim.
Sure.
Okay, so maybe the Sigma ban was like, okay, so we don't have to do with a Sig because it's a decent counter against the Bastion. So the new minor perk, by the way, refreshes the cooldown of the tactical nade when changing configuration. So like when he goes into his turret mode or when he comes out, like when you change, you get your nade refunded. So you can just like double donk somebody with the nade and insta-kill him. It's a nice, there's a lot of combo potential there. It's a nice bit of damage. So we'll see if that comes into effect if he picks that one.
Especially if you just take something like the self-repair as well, then
goodbye, team.
You have a little bit more sustainability, but oh my god, the Bastion with the Symmetra, what patch are we on, Jaws?
We're on probably one of the best patches in recent memory, Rose, is what I'll say.
It's awesome.
Let me cook here as well for a little bit, Rose, because I think it's actually really good against the Zarya, because all you do is bubble the Bastion just shoots through the Zarya, kills the bubbles, kills the Zarya, and that was that. I mean, you saw Zeb in that last fight, bubbled himself once, instantly destroyed. Yeah, I have 100 energy, but the Bastion's already killed you. You have nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with the rest of the fight. Zeb actually making the smart swap here, actually over to the Orisa, but unfortunately, losing that Suki that early on and all your cooldowns as the Orisa is going to lead Space Station maybe even claiming a checkpoint first up.
I think so. I mean, even though you have the Fortify as the Orisa, which will help at least try to soak up some of the damage from the Bastion, how do you step up to that when you don't have that speed behind you? And now everyone else is going to fall. Spear spin ain't going to save you.
Yeah, they even tried to rush that too, but a nice short-range teleport from Sugar Free puts Chronic in the perfect spot. All right, they have been cooking. Christopher in the kitchen. Okay, 8 minutes to go. They've already got the checkpoint, but you do need to touch the bot, guys. There we go.
Just give it a second. They're having fun. Let them have fun.
Oh,
let us
I just remembered. The forbidden combo, the grab with the artillery strike as well.
Oh, please. No way that works. Although
Yeah,
Zeb...
it's the forbidden
no
combo.
way!
It's like the grab. It's like the oh my god, Zeb's dead again. It's like
Oh my
what a connection.
goodness.
Dodges that one too, little bunny hop. Okay. Yeah, the forbidden combo, either with the grab or with the gravitic flux from the Sigma. So here we go. We'll probably see it in action now. They got 5 ults.
I mean, they're looking at a full completion. At this point, Natsuki doesn't have the sound barrier, so there's no way to stop this artillery strike if they pull the trigger fast enough. Look, Hawk's waiting for this.
As soon as you see Spear Spin, just yeet it. There it is. Yeet it in the back line. Where's everybody? Where's the Lucio? Looking for somebody. Everybody's running away. There's the wall. Let's down. Zomba gets lasered. There it is. Forbidden combo. Okay, he missed. All good though. Ends up forcing the sound barrier from Natsuki. Zeb's going to try and jump on the point. Has got the Terror Surge, but even though Sakura's doing a meaningful amount of damage now, 1 kill on to Lenny. I think that might be it. Let's teleport there from Z, and actually Zomba staying alive on the point doesn't mean a space station cap just yet, but 139 meters to 0 is a large lead for Space Station, to say the very least.
And Hawk keeps his charge. He had like 97 charge before he started to run away. And so he holds that. Lep has the sound barrier. It's looking so good for Space Station right now, and even if they don't finish up the map, they can just play keep away. And Sakura have not gotten any value out of their ultimates outside of just using them as a retaliation. So hopefully they can get something out of this rush, but the sound barrier to answer it is so strong.
Holy Giga Chat from left. Pops the peak on the high ground, pushes the bot still. Main support brain, I love it. Chronic ends up going down to PDK, but the bot is still moving, unfortunately. Sakura haven't even got it to the center of the map yet, so Space Station still have those forwards available to them. Should be an easy cleanup now on the Tracer. Zomba dead, 5 minutes to go, 139 meters in the bank. Avril Theory +3. Like, it's tough out here.
It's looking really hard. Like difficulty level 11 out of 10. Not impossible, but the method doesn't look very good. Sakura, if they can get something out of this pulse bomb and they can actually string a couple of things together, but it's gonna take like 6.
Oh, the TP onto PDK. Wasn't expecting to wake up this morning and have a Bastion teleport on top of him, that's for sure.
But they sneak away the bot. So Sakura do make this a 4v5. Unfortunately, okay, it's a 3v5 now with Zomba dead. But they are still trying here to get the bot back over into their territory of the map. But everybody running away with their tail between their legs as they take so much spam damage from the Zarya and Bastion.
Oh. Orc escaping, just gonna get healed up. There's the Suzu even. Zomba has got the pulse, but taken down by the Bastion. And that will be that. The Graviton Surge in the spawn, and Space Station Gaming with an absolute blowout to end the series. A 3-0, a full cap, no meters on the board for Sakura. That is how you make a statement on day number 1.
I hear it. I hear the cheers for Space Station right now. They may have had a disappointing stage number 2, but they're back, and this bodes very well for the rest of the stage. I hope they're able to keep it up as they move forward. Hawk never died. Like, the one time they could have killed him when they were approaching that final destination, he gets away with a charge, his life, and gets a chance to keep a perfect record for this map. I mean, congratulations to Space Station. What a great performance from them, and I love that they were able to have fun with it at the end, too, with this Bastion, this Metro comp.
What do you think of that, sorry, Bastion? Do you expect
It's forbidden. It's the forbidden combo. I felt like I need to, like, I don't know, pour soap into my eyes after I saw that. But alas, it is fantastic to see Hawk back in action. Also, just watching that series and then look at that Space Station Gaming roster, the first 2 maps, and being like, do you realize they have Chronic sitting on the bench?
Yeah,
that's kind of mad. Like, actually, yeah. True. I mean, they have no shortage of talent. That is for sure. So, yeah, I do have to say though, I did feel like Sakura put up a decent fight. Space Station Gaming maybe not the one to take down, but if we're looking at the teams in the region, like, they should be a good middle of the pack team.
Yeah, definitely. Their roster is still set up for success in that middle of the pack. It might be the same case. They always kind of finish middle. They obviously want to try and punch up as much as possible, hence the pick up a PDK, thinking maybe he's going to be the difference maker, especially on something like a Reaper. This first map was closer, and that was when Hawk was playing the Diva too, so the adaptation from Zep was really nice onto the Zarya, but then as soon as Hawk found the Zarya, it was like, oh yeah, okay, Hawk's back. He's still pretty scary, don't forget, he's got a Zarya in his back pocket. His Diva is world class, but his Zarya is up there as well. Like, yeah, it was, as soon as Hawk made that swap, it looked like a piece of cake, walk in the park for Space Station.
But the second map was close as well, even though we did see the Suravasa go with 3-0 for Space Station. I think some of those individual flashpoints were still very close. Sakura making it competitive with 99%. But then you get shut out like this. It is a tough way for the series to end, but Space Station clearly had a game plan going into this one with the Symmetra and Bastion, and they made it work. Looked like they had fun at the end of the day, and we love when our players enjoy the game.
Do we?
Yeah, I'm actually curious if
the silence.
Hey, surely they had fun.
No, this feels like a spawn cook. That's a quick fry. That's a camping kind of situation.
Christopher was like, you know what? They want to play Zarya, just play Bastion Sim. Just run it down and just TP the Bastion around.
I can hear it in his voice, the way he just presented it. I mean, he would be the first in line to tell them to rein it back in, right? And there's a lot of experience on that roster, so they're allowed to have a little bit of fun, but I think they also know when to make the switch back, just in case it doesn't work out, because they're not really the players who are okay with losing because they're trolling. So yeah, all in good fun. I don't know, some teams are okay with just dropping them up, because why not?
They want to make this out and make it to the World Finals. Like, they need to. I think with the non-appearance in mid-season, they want to be up there with the best. Like, a few other teams have been saying, like, look, it's TL, Nightmare, and SSG at the top right now. Obviously, we haven't seen Geeky. I still think Geeky are going to be up there. Their team is extremely scary on paper. We'll see if they end up adapting to the meta. But if this is the kind of flavor that SSG are bringing to the table for this meta, then great. Okay, I'm here for it.
You know who else is here for it? CJ. He's also here for an interview. Incredible transition, matching an incredible player who's joining us now for a quick chat. Love the Valiant deck out in the back. What's that all about?
Yeah, that's been there for a long time. That's been there for a while.
It's just never die, wings out or up, or I don't know what the slogan was anymore.
I don't know what it was either, I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea.
That was the good shaded Valiant though. We went through so many colors. Either way, let's talk about the match we just got to see. Sakura did put up a fight. You guys got the dub. It looked very convincing. You are having a wealth of riches right now. How meta-proof do you feel your team is this stage?
I honestly think a lot of teams are playing like the ball double like flex CPS comp, but I think Zarya's really like weirdly really good into it. So I think right now our comforts fit the meta kind of perfectly. It's just like our little off meta spin of it, but I feel like our team's really good at this comp, so.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good. As soon as Hawk swapped over from the Diva, I'm like, okay, I'm expecting to see Diva dive, but yeah, the Zarya looks clean. I want to ask, actually, okay, how long did it take you to cook up the Bastion comp there on Esperança? Was that like a between map kind of cook? Like that seemed pretty well drilled. Like I wasn't expecting seeing Bastion, put it that way, today.
We honestly don't normally play Bastion on that map, but due to like the ban scenario and what they play, like they were just playing Zarya the whole series, so we're just like, what if we just go like Bastion Sim and just like run over their Zarya because you can't play the game? So yeah, it's honestly just like a in the moment thing.
I love it. I think we were all here for it. You put on an absolute peak performance. And I kind of want to ask you a little bit about now how you feel heading into the stage. You've had a couple of weeks to work with your new teammates. How has it been being reunited with the LEP to be able to play with, and also how the other additions to your team have panned out?
I think like the first week of us scrimming, it was like a little hard because everyone was playing like the ball stuff and we are still trying to figure out like how to like what is our like identity as a team. But honestly, this last week, like we've been doing pretty well, and I've enjoyed playing with everyone. Jamal, Leb, Hawk, Chronic, like they're all like really talented players, and I love playing with them.
Yeah, it looks like the vibes were on point, and so is the gameplay. We're excited to see some more of that. CJ, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again, and best of luck in your upcoming match.
All right, thank you.
No, thank you. He's vibing. I want to say it like that. Like,
He's
is
chilling.
that how you like take
He's
interviews
chilling.
these
I know, it's
days?
Just leaning back. Not so
Yeah,
great for the posture. I
cocky.
wouldn't play games like
No.
that. But he's vibing.
Honestly,
he just won 3-0. He can chill.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he earned it. He earned a good lean back. But yeah, so we hear the team is meshing well, and that bodes well. Obviously, seeing them having fun with it is going to be good leading into their next match tomorrow against Nightmare. So that might be a tougher opponent, I think.
You'd expect.
You'd
This
expect
is where the
so?
clash of styles will come in. Like he was saying, like, look, we want to find our own kind of take on this, like the Wrecking Ball stuff that we've seen Infected and everybody else kind of running, the Winston and whatnot. Curious how Hawk's going to match up there, because if you just want to run the Perma Diva, I don't think it's a bad option whatsoever. Has the Zarya in the back pocket as well. If they really do think that's good into this kind of dive style, we could see the meta continue to evolve. We definitely will see it evolve over the next couple of weeks, but which way will it actually pivot is the big question.
Well, we have 6 weeks of play to find out. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we're back with today's title match, I dare say. It's the DillDucks going up against Extinction. You don't want to miss it. We're going to see you on the other side of this.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
one more time as we're setting up our last match of the day. It's going to be Extinction going up against the DillDucks. Let's chat about the two teams. Jack and Rose here with me to make it make sense. Now, of course, we were very excited to see the DillDucks back in the mix. So let's keep them for our second team as I'm looking at the run-up show. We're actually talking Extinction first. So let's talk about Extinction. Right. They're coming in with a big portion of the core roster. Well, actually, it's basically half. Half of the core roster is still around. They do have Alba, King, and Vision joining them, so half of them are gone, half of the additions are new. What expectations do we have for this team? How do we think they will fare?
Well, I mean, we could start with the new players on the roster, honestly, but if you look at like the core that they've kind of kept, Hattori especially has been very adaptable in the last couple of stages in terms of tanks, and now again we're going on to a meta that's okay, we're not going to rush, brawl, ram type stuff, we're going to be in more of a dive, and Hattori's Winston is pretty good, and I think adding Alba to the roster is going to be a nice addition. I think they kind of got picked apart a little bit during the downtime in the off season, but they've got a veteran presence in King now. Vision's been around for a while as well, who's been on and off coaching, who's also a collegiate player. I've got decently high hopes for Extinction here. I think they can make their mark on this stage, but it's whether they can actually get to grips and find their own style of the meta.
I think for both of these teams it's going to be a good first test, though, right? Because they're not going up against one of the giants. I think this is going to be a more evenly matched matchup for both of them. So an opportunity for them to kind of warm up and getting into the swing of things.
DillDucks.
That's right. DillDucks are back again. They had to fight through promotion and relegation as well to join us once more. And it's most of the members remaining here as well.
Yeah, the only member that they lost was PDK, who ended up switching rosters in OWCS, and then they just brought in another one of their friends. So they've got Juice joining them. And what I love about this team is that they're the vibes. The Bastion Symmetra that you saw, that was just an appetizer. We could see more Moira gameplay from Redex, and then Frothy Philly. This team just plays what they want to play, and that makes them so exciting.
I did see a tweet this morning of Frothy Philly, it was either them or someone else, but it was a screenshot of them installing Overwatch and going, "Let's go, ready for the game tonight." I'm like, damn, that is crazy. I love it, man. I think this team has been such a joy to watch. Like you said, I think they're vibey, and that is what is most fun about them. And one of the big quotes I saw from an interview the other day was, getting an actual series win will be the funniest thing possible. So I think a lot of people, including us, are going to be rooting for them there.
You know, if that is the bar you set for yourself, I think that's a good thing to do. You know, like that you set an achievable goal, and you go from there.
Yeah.
They won.
Way is up.
They won a single map last stage, just to set the stage for everybody.
And what a map it was!
One, only one. So they get two. That's progress. But
watching them lose was still making me feel like a winner because, as you said, they brought their vibes. They were having a good time with it, win or lose, and I'm here for those kind of energies on this server. And let's see if we get more of that today in their first showing in Stage 3, going up against Extinction. So please, Joss, Necra, take it away.
The best teams to ever grace the game and DillDucks, that being Shanghai Dragons, they didn't win in their first stage, or their first season, sorry, in 2018, but their 2019 season, they took map wins, and then they took series wins. So all I'm saying is, DillDucks keep on this way, they'll eventually win OWCS Championship. That's all I'm saying. History does have a weird way of repeating itself, Rose, so yeah.
I hear Zoe in the gallery telling, not sure if she agrees with us or you specifically. No, but I think you're right. I think there are a lot of teams that do not want to be the first team to lose to the DillDucks. And can their vibes actually be enough to carry them through the stage and actually get a win? I hope so, because like, who isn't rooting for the DillDucks? If you're not rooting for the DillDucks, then you're not rooting for fun, and that's what we're here to have.
are going crazy right now. Is all I'm saying.
I still think that Extinction will win. I think they have a lot of players on their roster that are just very veteran in terms of playing competitive. I think Alba comes in as one of the more newer players to competitive, so I'm not really sure how they're going to fit into the equation just yet, but they can still learn a lot as the stage goes on. And we got our bans for our first map too.
We do. Ilios as the pick, Lucio ban, and then a Freya ban for DillDucks. All right, let's load on in. Let's see what spice they've managed to make this stage and what kind of secret sauce can they bring in. An Extinction, an extremely motivated team. Hattori was speaking before about how they are ridiculously motivated, and they have been reviewing a lot of the Korea VODs as well. So like, if you're coming into today wondering what Extinction are going to play, if they've been watching Korea, it's probably a whole lot of dive, a ball, probably Winston, especially from Hattori. So we'll see if the team are kind of like copy and pasting what Korea does, because normally Korea, especially starting a little bit earlier as well, it's pretty easy to go, okay, they're playing this, the best teams in the world, some of the best players in the world, we're just going to kind of carbon copy that. And Tori, well, she's already hovering over the wrecking ball, and King on Tracer isn't something to scoff at either. Was pretty prolific on his time on the Vancouver Titans.
I mean, King can play Tracer, can play Gen.G. You've got NVM that can also come in and as a substitute can either play the Tracer or the Gen.G as well. So if they want to go for this double flex, they absolutely have the ability to do that. But Vision is going to be in this roster right now. We've seen so much Reaper so far in North America. So Vision comes in as that hit scan player that will be able to play the Reaper. And it's almost an entire mirror match between the DillDucks and Extinction. It's just that one change in the tank that's going to be that difference, with Baz playing this Diva instead.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Tori's Wrecking Ball versus Baz's Diva. Pretty easy targets to matrix there. Anybody that gets slammed. We'll see how Tori kind of executes with King. Pretty nice rotation, though, from DillDucks initially. You can see them trying to flip the map currently. Harassing Tori a lot of the time, too, who's sub 200 HP right now. Desperately needs heals. And Redix is on, just getting full chase. Trying to weave that bolt of water around the corner. Hattori does end up picking up a mega health pack, but King and Alba already down. Scotsman, King dead, and that will be DillDucks. King in the first point.
Wow. Hey.
Ooh, that's not good though.
I was gonna say it's looking pretty good until Baz is now demeched, but you still have the rest of the DPS lineup here from Razor and Carmez that can come in and just make sure they're holding down the floor until Baz comes back. Those boosters are of course gonna get you back to point pretty quickly. As Tori also makes her way back. Pretty brawly so far. I mean, you're looking at Razor gonna have the first ult. Scuff got
Scuff DC there for a second. All good though. Hit the rush. Oh, the pulse bomb from Razor. Okie dokie. Alba ends up going down. Ping diff, I'd imagine. There's a little bit of scrap, a little kerfuffle on the point now, but Extinction do end up controlling here. Carmez isn't really going to be able to fight here unless, they do it at Rip and all, and that is the rush on the points. Easy kill onto Scuffed. Now, Carmez can just kind of vibe out. There's no chance here, really, for Extinction to match against Carmez. Yeah, they're just going to give the point up.
When you're on the Kitsune rush as well, and you've just got that increased attack speed, you saw the tracking onto that Wrecking Ball, and it ended up becoming a really clean target there for Carmez to pick off. So, more progress for the DillDucks. They're also going to have the Tidal Blast here from this Lijiang.
Yeah, Tidal Blast. Oh, Hattori just dies to the explosion there. A rather sad demise, a watery grave she got sent to. DillDucks still controlling the point, and this is okay. I'm not getting ahead of myself here. This is feeling like a different kind of DillDucks, is all I'm saying. It's feeling good right now. They've got 2 ults remaining too, so the remake obviously for Baz there, and Carmaz playing super far up, and yeah, Alba's down it again. He's had a rough go of it so far. W in OWCS.
This is tough. You want to be in a position, if you're Extinction, to feel like you can actually set the pace with some of these ults. Alba's now going to be the one that does have the Tidal Blast available, so you're able to let that rip, but how much
really
longer?
Nice. Really nice stick there from King. The Tidal Blast knocking people down, knocking the Diva down so she can't use Matrix. Pulse from on top, easy kill. Good tracking on Redx too as he flies through the sky. 89%. You'll take that though if you're DillDucks. You got a rush to come in. You got to force Scuff's rush first, however, unless you just want to go ban for ban, rush for rush, and hopefully come out on top.
I know, be fine. You've got the Pulse Bomb. That might be that extra layer of damage you need from the DillDucks to just go back in and win the fight, win the round. Scuff is going to be able to play this from a bit more of a defensive positioning. The Dory's taking quite a bit of damage, though. I mean, everybody on DillDucks seems pretty happy to just go after the Wrecking Ball right now. Before she goes, gets a health pack and heals back up. But now we've got a better position for Frothy Philly to let this rush rip.
Yeah, Carmes can play on this point as well with this Death Blossom. Vittori ends up going for the slam in, but Scuff's already down. Death Blossom rip 5 Vision as he just peeks around the corner, but Vision super low. Has to get to the mega health pack. Oh, it's stolen away by Razor. Nice positioning there from the Tracer and good call out too for the rest of DillDucks. Shutting down Vision. Point is going to get capped in just a moment, you'd imagine, as DillDucks, they're cleaning things up. Frothy Philly, however, does end up going down. It's up to Razor to get rid of this ball. But Vittori is full HP and has the mine, so the staying power here for the Wrecking Ball, pretty prominent. Ends up using the mines, and oops, Daisy, Razor ran into one, but should be able to get healed up in the end. But OT swiftly approaches for DillDucks as Vittori is just trying to hold on for as long as she can.
Oh, it's so tough because Scuffed and Alba can't really peek around the corner either to make sure that Hittori is full HP to continue this overtime. But DillDucks do not want to give up control of this point right now. They still have ultimates to spare.
Tidal Blast launched in, good little boot there. Carmes trying to look for a knockdown, but can quite find the mark. OT hears Extinction now need to contest for as long as humanly possible, but Vision taking the 1v1 versus Carmes with an ease as Hittori takes down Redx. Very scrappy fight here from Extinction, but they found themselves the cap. And now one person left remains here for DillDucks to try and get the retouch on the point, and that is Baz. And without a remake, this Diva is going to be scrap metal by the end of this. Baz ends up getting ejected, instantly killed by Scuffed, and Extinction end up claiming that first round.
Was challenging though, you know, especially looking at this matchup and how much time I think Extinction with their core roster have played together. I would have expected that to be just a little bit cleaner with some of those dive engagements, but DillDucks, they're friends, they're vibes. I think that's also something that could be a huge strength to them, that they don't necessarily have this pressure. They don't have those expectations that a lot of these other teams have. So 99 to 100 is a really great way to start off this map.
Yeah, like they said, wouldn't it be funny if we won a map?
No, a series.
Sorry. Let's have a look. Probably same comps. Can't imagine there's going to be too many changes. Yeah, just same kind of vibes here. Hittori loving this Wrecking Ball right now, especially on control.
But with the well too, just go ahead and loop somebody into it. That's my favorite type of elimination, is the environmental weapons.
I mean, who doesn't love a good environmental? Redx gets out of there. Ends up using both CDs, actually. That wave. Yeah, Hittori knows it too. He's trying to harass Redx as much as possible. Good little slam. Redx is just completely out of position there. We're trying to, like, wrap round back to main, but the rest of DillDucks were in cage. Another nice slam from Hittori. She's really making them work for it right now, and every single time slams up, she's always just rotating those cooldowns super efficiently.
That's what you hope for from the Wrecking Ball, especially with that big HP pool. You can use that to your advantage against some of these squishier targets, and that's why we do see this Wrecking Ball try to get the jump on something like the Lijiang or the Kiriko. Much easier targets for you to be able to pick apart, especially if it's just a 1v1 for you.
I'm surprised they let that one go away that easily. I mean, DillDucks just get that cap pretty straight up. Razor in a little bit of pressure there. Pulse bomb in hand, covered by the Matrix. Teleport from Vision up to the high ground, but does end up getting booted down. Should have Brave Walk though, but unfortunately for Baz, ended up losing mech. Now Vision can just kind of chill on this high ground. Nice little Suzu. And yeah, both players deciding, actually, you know what? Let's not kill each other. Let's just peacefully agree to stop shooting. But unfortunately, for Redx, Hittori did not. A nice little kill onto the Lijiang. Should be a decently easy cleanup. However, a nice little stick onto Baz's mech might turn the tide here. Both rushes have been used on the point. This is a 3v4 here for DillDucks. They still wanted to pop that rush. And with King of Vision alive, it's going to be one of the hardest fights to kind of win there, especially if you're someone like Redex and Trophy Philly trying to stay alive against the overwhelming power of King of Vision.
I think it's okay that you use the rush there even if you are down a member, because you don't want to be too off pace in terms of how you're matching against the other Kiriko. So go ahead, match the rush for rush. The big difference is that Alba has the title class and just uses it right away.
Oh, what a beautiful teleport there from Vision. That was really nice. It's got the perk there to make it a little bit quicker, and the tidal blast equips. And a kill onto the Kiriko. Walks away with his one, but can he get another? Redex trying to get away and kind of seeing him surfing close to off of the map. That's a rushing torrent really creating a lot of space for him. But still, Extinction fighting super far up. Even Hattori minding in the spawn as Vision hits a double Death Blossom.
Oh my goodness. Never go toe-to-toe with a Reaper in a small room, and I think that is exactly why. Another D-Mech onto the D.Va, and a pickup there is going to bring Extinction into final fight territory. And while that first round of control looked quite close, this does not look as close. Redex pops the tidal blast from spawn, just hoping that it's going to get DillDucks back into this, but where's the follow-through from that?
Yeah, Tori got away. Vision ended up hitting the shift, like, just ended up running away. I mean, it's a 3-on-5 now. It's just pure control from Extinction currently. DillDucks can't even get out of spawn. Quicker force the range walk there on Carmez as Tori goes for another slam. Baz's mech, and with no remech there available, so looks like Extinction just going to walk this one home. Even Razor not even connecting that pulse bomb. It's all falling apart from DillDucks. Unfortunately, Bathwater looking a little dire and getting drained away. There's even a rush on the point from Scuff just to end it all. It's Redex and Trophy Philly trying to fight for the last couple of percent. Redex trying to use that rushing torrent to get away. But it's just a slow bleed out now from DillDucks.
Eventually, we'll probably see Extinction win, but Baz does come back on the Wrecking Ball, gives DillDucks just a little bit more sustain, and Carmez actually did get a pick over there, but despite that, I think the inevitable was that Extinction were going to win out that round. They win the map, and they start off the series with a win. But Jack, I don't know, I'm a DillDucks fan. I want to see where they go from here, and that first round made me, you know, I was getting pumped with you. I'm like, ooh, I want to get ahead of this with you, see if they can win.
Yeah, I mean, look, Redex had a tough game there. 1 LM, 1 assist, 7 deaths,
yeah,
and only 4k damage. Lijiang does a lot of like upfront damage, like being able to connect the left clicks over and over again is where a lot of the source of his power comes from. The poke is just crazy, but Redex was just getting kind of dominated by King, by Hattori, who was just constantly slamming. Obviously, in kind of pro play, your movement cooldowns are some of the most important cooldowns. Being able to disengage from a Tracer, disengage from a Wrecking Ball, it can be tough. And Hattori, I spoke about kind of the uptime of the Wrecking Ball. She was constantly in the air going for a slam. Reset, slam, reset, slam, reset, slam. Just over and over and over again. And if that's happening to your Lijiang, he just can't keep up with the CDs. There's just no way. And you can see it kind of fall apart. And while they had decent tidal burst usages, it just wasn't to be. The DillDucks, they look fun, they are fun, but Redex definitely wasn't having any of that.
To your point, you have one rushing torrent, you know? That's all you have, and you have to work with a cooldown, and once you use it, you are quite susceptible. I think that's the same problem that Juno has had. When you use your glide, you get away once, and then all of a sudden, you're sitting duck, pun intended. And so I think it will be tough for the Lijiang if you cannot control those cooldowns in time with something like the Wrecking Ball. And Hattori's always been one of those very aggressive tanks. Despite like the good cooldown management on the Wrecking Ball, she also just comes in with a very clear-cut game plan, which is just make it really, really hard for those supports in that backline to keep their eyes on the prize, which is stealing their own team.
Yeah, they want to find big success in this stage. They've been bod reviewing extremely hard, have been very much nose to the grindstone, as it were, or nose to the keyboard, I suppose. And like, if you're coming in and you've been watching a lot of Korea VODs and like what other regions have been doing before this stage started in North America, you kind of have a good grasp of what kind of fits your team very well. And right now, yeah, Lijiang, Kiri, and then the Wrecking Ball for Tori, very dive, very fast. And then King on Tracer, Vision on the Reaper. This looks really good for them. They just got to keep this ball rolling, this momentum going. And on the side of DillDucks, it is going to be tough. I mean, you've just got to keep your backline alive, and it's easier said than done against a Wrecking Ball, but that really is what separates like the strongest backlines that we have in the championship series versus some of the weaker ones, just being able to stay alive and get massive value with your Lijiang. And Redex, it was a little bit of a warm-up game. You can go into the next map, but yeah, if Extinction keep piling on this pressure, Rose, it's going to be a little bit rough for the DillDucks.
I see what you're doing there. You know, keep the ball moving. You know, the pile.
Yeah, I would. You know.
I love it.
It's
You
a
know
little,
game.
we're having fun here.
I love it. Yeah.
I looked up at Theosaurus before I jumped on the broadcast. I didn't read it, but yeah, it was good. Look, at the end of the day, DillDucks come in with a clear goal, a clear objective, right? Just have as much fun as possible, and they are definitely kind of doing that. And I think this is the kind of comp you can do that with as well. You put a team on a Malga comp, on a rough like zombie comp, you're like, okay, we're probably not going to have too much fun. But when all your characters have super high mobility and like crazy ultimates that are really fun to use, like exactly, it's going to be a lot of fun. So we'll see if DillDucks can come back in map number 2. But if you're them, like, where do you go? Like, how do you ban from heroes?
If you take away the Wrecking Ball, it's so unfun to play against.
Yeah.
Or maybe you go to King's Row and you just expect that there won't be a Wrecking Ball on the table. Maybe you can play a little bit more of, I don't know. There's a ball on the table. Like, Baz plays Wrecking Ball. I'm actually a little surprised that we didn't see that come out. We saw them play like Reaper Sombra Ball and Moira in previous stages. So hey, try your hand at that.
Zarya ban from DillDucks. Tracer from Extinction. Okay, all right. So Zarya's kind of an interesting one. Makes sense if they want to play the Diva, but I got to imagine Extinction's just going to roll out with the ball again.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a good map for it.
Then go ball for ball. I still think
yeah.
Baz could do it, and I want to see the Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball.
Very doable. Extinction taking away that Tracer from King, as well as Razor, of course, on the side of DillDucks. Let's slow down into the second map, though. Day number 1, week 1, stage 3. I can't believe we're here already. That World Final is looking so much closer than it ever has, and the time will fly by, I promise you that. So we jump on into the second map here.
Would it be crazy if we had sky trains? This is like the ADHD getting the better of me, like the water on the Suravasa flashpoint. But like, yeah, you saw the train going through the sky. What a principle!
Is a plane a sky train? Carries lots of people, serves the same purpose.
Ooh. Well, if it's in
Just
a
has
jet
wings.
stream, maybe it looks very similar.
And you don't have to go through 3 hours in TSA as well, to be fair, if you go on a train. So that's a positive for the trains. The train heads out there, they're loving it.
Anyway, oh my God, Frothyphilia Moira, we're so back. We are so back.
Okay, now
Basil,
this is
Joker
it,
Queen,
okay.
we're so back.
Yeah, now this comp makes a whole lot more sense as a DillDucks fan. We're seeing a King on the Gen.G to another character he was very well known for when he played for Vancouver Titans. Vision first of all, though, okay. Spoke about the Queen a little bit earlier on within FACEIT, said it was decent on some maps. We'll see if the reason why DillDucks banned the Zarya here was the reason why, as Queen ends up winning the day here, or at least on his first fight, as they capture the point.
The only other thing that I could think of that might be some type of counter would be like you want to go Orisa or Sigma maybe. But even then, like Sigma is so slow when you're going to be playing these Lucio comps and the Orisa too. I just feel like you get eaten alive by something like this Reaper. So Tori's going to come back out on the Wrecking Ball, but DillDucks already find a pick on the King.
Yeah, we'll see if Tori ends up switching to the Orisa, like you said. I mean, we saw Infected do that earlier on. Ends up killing Razor. King on the Venture too, okay. Very slippery, to be fair. Much easier to get out of the way of someone like Baz versus a Gen.G.
A little bit more all in. Yeah, I feel like though with the venture changes, is it actually ends up being good. You can play a little bit more from range as well if you're able to pick up that perk. But so far so good. King can also go in with a dive with Tori and Vision instead of just having to rely on something like deflect for the Gen.G.
All right, yeah, they got it to 99. Yeah, DillDucks not investing any ultimates there, so they can come back with Cold, Blade, everything else. And yeah, you're not half wrong. I mean, one of the big changes to Venture coming into this season was the Smart Extractor perk. It did end up getting changed. Before, it really was kind of useless. It altered the way they played, in that you had to, your Smart Extractor only fired a certain range. It was super long range. Now you just get to click of a button and you get that at will. So you don't have to always be firing it at that set long range. Mines do end up getting used on the point there, Frothy Philly. Does end up using that Coalescence to clear most of them. Nice little rampage. A lot of that Suzu though, and King ends up escaping as well, being able to burrow underground. Death Blossom kills one, but they do end up trading for Vision. As Baz tries to find a target to actually land on, but everybody's just escaping past his grasp. A teleport from Carmes. Death Blossom could be used at any moment here, but unfortunately, for the rest of DillDucks, I think the fight might already be over. Sound barrier ends up coming in from Alba, same with Renix, and that's Death Blossom not doing a lick of damage. A lot of that overhealth kind of eating all of that up as King now trying to lock down this point. They've already forced this rifle from the Reaper, and even a shift as well from Frothy Philly. Baz has come back on the Doomfist, ends up killing Vision, but a scrappy fight is what we expect, and that's exactly what we're going to get. Baz with a double kill on the Doomfist, now looking for Tori, who's got mines up in a couple of moments, and you can still stall out this for Frothy Philly's Coalescence. The mines end up connecting to the point, but a quick slam from Baz ends up clearing most of them away. Renix now will end up trading, and now the Coalescence is going to come in. Another version, another game of Minesweeper, this time for Frothy Philly. Mines dead, Vision on the point, Hitori left, overtime ticks down, and DillDucks eventually get the point, with Baz picking up, what, 4 or 5 kills on the Doomfist.
Holy. I feel like that was still kind of winnable for Extinction, though. Hitori was still alive, had a good amount of HP, and there were other members of Extinction that might have been able to go in for the fight. I'm a bit surprised that they actually let that point go. Maybe just hoping they could set up with a bit of a positional advantage for the next splash point, but what a scrap. Baz on the Doomfist is also going to have Meteor Strike soon. I can't believe Frothy Philly got a second Coalescence. This has been crazy.
King ends up using that, a little bit of damage there. Yeah, Shade's a dog hack with Baz right now. And the EMEA as well, to be fair. Scuff gets one-tapped by the Doom. So does Alba. Holy Baz. That was some nice punches there. Really beautiful stuff. Actually looks like mini dong hack, no joke.
Oh, give him another. Holy cow. Oh, waiting for the... Yeah, they need to keep the point now. But oh my gosh. Actually got away with the 3K here. I mean, the Doomfist is going to play pretty similarly to something like the Wrecking Ball. Same flavor of disruption. Just making it so difficult. If you're able to get a full powered punch, I mean, the fact that Scuff got flattened to the wall was crazy. And King is next to go.
Her Doomfist?
Yes.
Apparently.
Sources say yes.
Oh, slam into the water. Not quite, but a punch will do it. Hitori out of there. Decent matchup against the Wrecking Ball as well. It has to be said. Nice little short slam there from Baz. And Doomfist getting the new perk as well. I'm not sure he's actually taken that one, but the slow on the slam is very helpful in setting up plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's a major perk. Yeah, I think...
Ooh,
I don't know the icons, I'm not going to lie to you, but it could be Aftershock for sure.
Well, there's the Coalescence from Frothy Philly. Vision has got the Death Blossom, doesn't have to worry about that deflect either now, but it's taken a lot of shots there from Frothy Philly, just kind of turned his back. The Coalescence just kind of ripped through it. I mean, look, Scuff's dead. Now you've only got Lucio for heals. King's trying to lock people down with this tectonic shock, but yeah, you just can't. It's too mobile on the side of DillDucks right now, who are looking to claim this point. Vision dead. Alba to follow. DillDucks in this, a little 100-0. That's 2-0 on Atlas.
Wow, it has been lights out from DillDucks, especially after this Doomfist change. I feel like Extinction just haven't had a chance to breathe. No ultimates have found purchase. Vision's gonna have this Death Blossom, but there is so many ways to just get the Reaper away from you. Boot from the Lucio. You could just get stunned out of it from the Doomfist. You have the Deep Light from Razor, from this Gen.G, and I just don't know how much this is really going to have impact. Hittori even just gives up on the ball entirely, goes over to the hazard, but not before Razor uses this blade.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Can't get away.
Alba was playing Skybox. Yeah, dead, unfortunately. Death Blossom, fade. There's the quick TP from Vision, but he's so low. Nice cleanup from Razor. Wow, DillDucks running away with this one. Extinction with almost no answer to this Doomfist comp that DillDucks are running currently.
Even though you switched over to the hazard, you've gotten so far behind in terms of ultimate generation. King finally gets an elimination on the board. With Red X down, it is so much easier to just run over this DillDucks squad, but you got 2 flashpoints, you still have control, and there's gonna be a stall for a little bit there as Carmes goes back to delay this point capture. Maybe they can finally, like, take a second, but wow, DillDucks has just been putting on the pressure.
Okay, here we go. Frothy Philly with a Cole.
Cole, Death Blossom combo.
Exactly.
That's the sauce.
Frothy Philly. Coalescence. Vision already dead. Slammed into the wall. All right, Cole healing everybody up. They're going to push forward with this, and now Extinction are split. Soundbarrier connects, and Fredix almost Ajaxes that. But ends up connecting with the ground anyway. Alba down. Carmes now on the point, looking at Hattori. So many CDs burnt already now by this hazard, and unfortunately for Scarf, teleport into their demise, and that will be that. DillDucks are going to clean that fight up. Extinction getting 65%, but DillDucks in a good spot to actually take this map.
It's looking good. They used a lot there in terms of double support ultimates, so Stuckman's going to have a bit of an advantage with the rush. DillDucks have control of the point. And that punch back from the Reaper is so big. You're just delaying Extinction being able to get to the point. And that's a lot of what this team is capable of. Even Hattori coming in is kind of alone right now and needs pocket.
Frothy Philly dead. If you're Extinction here, if you use 0 ults, that's going to be so nice to you on this point. And yeah, they don't need to use anything. Nice pick onto Frothy Philly. Moira, unfortunately, not the best character in the game, even in the hands of one of the very best. But yeah, DillDucks going down there. It's going to be a rushed final touch, but Extinction look like they want to go first and play up.
They have the ultimates to do that. They held on to the rush. They can lay that down over this main choke point. Vision and King are gonna get turbo boosted to their attack speed from that as well. Hey, you just use seismic slam to get to the point? Yes. Sources say yes. Maybe not. No!
That wall was so sick from Hattori. Stop the punch going through to connect with the point to trigger OT. Wow, beautifully played there from the tank for Extinction. And that is the point on the board. And no ults either. They've got 4 for the next fight. Economy looking fantastic, unlike our one at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, King gets taken out there. DillDucks are gonna have a player advantage for this upcoming flashpoint. I think they get captured unless we see Extinction try to take this as a 4v5 and just invest some ultimates to try to stall for some time. Yeah, there's the rush to try to close the gap.
Trying to close the gap on the point. It's already using that spike wall, and here comes the blades. Yeah, that Doomfist is going to have to cower so low, they're just going to chase him down. Yeah, without any blocks, the King can just slice through Baz. Should be a point cap as well. Only 1 ult used there. Or 2, sorry, with the rush. So they got Blossom, and they have Downpour, and they got a beat coming up.
Yeah, it's looking good for them. With the Sound Barrier, at least you are going to be able to match that of Redix's. I'm not really sure how much more this Coalescence is going to help unless you're at least going to use it to push back Extinction. It does stop them from trying to set the pace and take the fight to you. So it is nice to be able to have that ultimate up and running, but Extinction still are very happy to try to hold them at the door.
Gonna wait for this punch, maybe. There's the Coalescence. And the Lucio, yeah, Red X manages to get that Sound Barrier off. But late speed from Extinction is going to be good. His downpour's still available. Vision doing a lot of damage to the backline too, mind you. Was able to actually tag Frothy Philly with that Death Blossom. So Extinction don't even need to use that downpour. They have this rush. And DillDucks, they blew everything, unfortunately. They both support ultimates gone. And then looking at final fight on this point here.
This map started so well for them, especially when Baz was popping off on the Doomfist, but it just hasn't had quite the same impact. The rollout is good to at least be able to get the DillDucks to trigger the overtime and maybe even get a capture, but the rest of the team got left in the dust.
Yeah, unfortunately, Doomfist can't put everybody on his back and then jump in to the point, unfortunately. They do end up getting the cap, but yeah, like you said, it doesn't really matter. Unless Baz does some insane heroics. I was hoping, but unfortunately, my hopes did not come unanswered. As Extinction, they do tie this one up 2-2 as we move on to the final flashpoint here for this map.
Well, he's got the One Punch Man skin, so actually could have played up to and lived up to that superhero vibe, but not to be. Final flashpoint. It's gonna be Extinction beating them to the punch. But walls to play around too might be good. Downpour comes out from Hattori. Who does it catch?
Yeah, Razor dodges out of that, but Hattori in hot pursuit. In the Meteor Strike coming through from Baz. Lucio the target. Baz has got a punch, but looking for at least one person to slam against that wall. Point of locks in a couple of seconds to push Hattori away, but Extinction who's come back into this war with a rush. It seems like such an easy play for them right now. No need to be a genius to know what's going to happen next. Death Blossom on the point as well. After Sound Barrier too. You know what? Chuck everything in. Sound Barrier, the blade is going to be just denied completely there by Alba as that point goes Extinction's way.
Extinction know that they are so close to finding victory on this map. Even if they use both of these support ultimates, they still have this blade, and it's kind of like they're still getting away with the pace. I feel like they've caught up a little bit in terms of how far behind they got. And the Coalescence, hopefully they just get out of the way. They do not get out of the way.
Just kind of stood there. All good, Go King. Shores up that wound by killing Renex and Carmez. DillDucks have got 3 players alive as Baz kills King, who's off on his lonesome. There is the flip that they've required. Now they just can't lose anybody. That is key here. They're not going to. Nice double kill from Baz will end that fight.
Now they've got sound barrier advantage. Hang on a second. Is this starting to slip away from Extinction again? You got sound barrier for this next fight. Meteor Strike is at least good to make sure that this Doomfist can play a bit more aggressively if you're able to get that online. But it's the sound barrier that I feel like is quite a big difference. They just got to go a little fast here or stall it out a little longer so that you can just buy as much time as possible.
Yeah, really playing super far up there now, just pedaling back slightly. Cannot get Ajax here. Meteor Strike looking for a punch. Downpour on the point, waiting for the beat, but the beat never comes. Renix dies. Doesn't have Ajax, but still has it. And now needs to get back to the point. We're nearing OT here for DillDucks. They can let this point go. We'll see if they want to fight any longer. They're going to try and fight on the periphery and look for picks, but with Baz dead, that's going to put a full stop at the end of that sentence. As Extinction, they end up capping.
Now things are starting to get a little bit better for Extinction. Well, I thought maybe the sound barrier advantage would have helped push DillDucks over the edge with how long they were able to stall that out for. That advantage is disappearing. Scuffed now is going to be able to have the rush. This barrier's up for Alba too with all of that healing output. And Extinction are playing up. They know that it's within arm's reach.
There's the cold. Oh, the sound barrier needs to connect from Renex though around the corner. He actually got blocked off by the spike wall. Blade sends Alba flying into another universe there across the map. Death Blossom on the point from Vision. Didn't find all too much, but it is a backyard brawl here between Extinction and DillDucks. Blade's been pulled by King. He's trying to finally put this final nail in the coffin, but he does end up killing Baz, but at 99%. And a 4-man death squad here from Extinction just picking DillDucks apart. Feathers strewn everywhere, and that's a duck in the oven as Extinction end up winning that fight, winning the map, and a complete comeback, or a first sweep on Flashpoint nonetheless. That's 2-0 in the series and match point under their belts.
Oh my goodness. It was looking like a DillDucks win for a while there with this Doomfist. in tow, but a great counter swap from Hitori to go over to the Hazard starts to even things up a little bit, and they get the ultimate rotation back around with the wheel, looking great for them. King and Hitori putting up some ginormous damage numbers too. Holy cow. I mean, Karmes gets very close to that as well, but wow, what a good performance there.
16k? 17k will call that damage from Hitori? Yeah, pretty nasty. All said and done. Vision as well, looking almost 16,000 damage, almost 17. Honestly, you're coming into this series as DillDucks, you're like, okay, we know Extinction, they're very well prepped. We're not going to prep that much because then you don't know what we're doing. But this is a very good sign for the team moving on later in the stage. I think if you're taking Extinction this close, you are in a spot where you could definitely take your first series wins in a couple of stages. On the flip side of things, Extinction, their ability to kind of change and flip up on the fly, it took them a little bit long when you think about it. Like, it was a very swift swap from Baz onto the Doomfist. Hitori then on the third point ended up switching to Hazard, which is eventually what was working out for them. As we go into these later maps, it feels like Extinction need to adapt on the fly a little bit quicker to what DillDucks are throwing at them.
That is the DillDucks superpower. With the vibes, playing what they want to play, even though Moira isn't looked at as one of the more meta heroes at the moment, this is still a team that makes it work. And much like we've seen from some of these other teams that are very hard and locked into something that might be a little more off the cuff, it's very hard to practice against. How many times are you really going to have practice to Doomfist Moira from some of these other top competitive teams? I cannot name another team right now that is using this in scrims.
No one is playing the Doomfist Moira comp, that is for sure. It's Lijiang and Dive Tank. Don't care what dive tank it is, it's a dive tank. Doesn't matter. It's either a Winston, Ball, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter, yeah. So, how often we see the Moira? When Frothy Philly is in the server, 100% chance. When they're out of the server, close to zero, as close to zero as it could possibly be in a series of Overwatch. But we're moving on to a map number 3 now, Rose, with DillDucks once again choosing a map. So do they now pull the lever? Do we ban the ball for this next one?
I still say go go King's Row, right? And just leave the ball on the table. I think you're still able to, if you're DillDucks, find a tank matchup that's going to work. You sneak away a win that way. Yeah, I think go King's Row. And then you save the Wrecking Ball ban for if you end up going, let's say, like Extinction pick Gibraltar. But then,
like an escort,
then ban the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You do require now a reverse sweep, obviously, so that kind of would be the strat going in. You got to expect. But DillDucks, they're back to their old tricks. I love the Baz and the Doomfist. I'm going to be real. That was looking real clean with some of those meteor strikes and punches as well.
Play Doomfist on King's Row.
Yeah. Could you play Doom on King's Row? Yeah.
You could make it
probably
work.
not. I think Baz would probably play Queen if we went to King's Row.
That's fine too.
I would, as much as I'd love to see the Doomfist on Kings, it's just not that good. You're going to get run over by a Brawl comp. And we know Hitori can just play like a Rissa or something.
True.
So like, yeah, the Doom probably not getting as much value as you'd hope, but yeah, it's all good.
I can dream, right? To see more Doomfist. I can certainly dream.
Against the ball, it's like not bad at all either. So like if we do go to a Watchpoint Gibraltar, like yeah, sure, just run. If you don't want to run the ball, you could just run Doom if you really wanted. I think Baz would probably like to run even like a Diva again.
Then maybe pick
like
Hollywood.
they did in the first map. You never know. So yeah, it's up to DillDucks where they want to take us. Your guess is King's Row. I'd say that's a pretty safe bet, especially if you don't want to face the like Lijiang, Curie, spam, dive style that we've been seeing recently. And there you go. Your pick was correct. DillDucks going to King's Row. We'll see what the bans are going to be.
Otherwise, I would have said maybe you still go to hybrid anyway, and then you can actually ban out something like the Wrecking Ball, but I don't know how much... I like the Junker Queen pick. I like the Zarya pick. I want to see more of that, and I think King's Row is probably the best map left in the pool to be able to showcase it. And so if DillDucks can win here, I think that's a great start to their reverse sweep. It gets a little bit tougher if you go to the Esports, but we'll get there when we get there. But I believe. No! No!
They banned the Doom Fizz?
Extinction,
Do you think they were going to play Doom
no!
Fizz? I mean, fair enough. DillDucks ban Ana, which honestly,
Smart.
like, you know, okay. If we want to play Doom, Ana's kind of annoying. If we want to play Queen, Ana's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
So I actually really like the ban from DillDucks there, but the Doom Fizz ban from Extinction is like, okay, maybe we don't want to mess with Baz again.
It was a problem. I kind of understand if you're getting a little bit of PTSD from the first 2 rounds of Atlas. Sure, take it off the table.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Well, now, but yeah, this is going to be DillDucks. Surely they're playing a Queen type comp now. We'll see if Extinction still want to run out with the Wrecking Ball.
It's so tough to run the Wrecking Ball here, and Hattori has been very good on Hazard, so I just match it.
Man, I like that we're seeing a lot more Hanzo. It's been a while since Hanzo has been a mainstay, but like I mentioned in the previous series, like Hanzo, he feels pretty good right now, despite Hanzo losing our map that we saw on Gibraltar earlier. He still feels pretty decent, especially on King's Row, kind of a classic. There's long corridors, well, not super long, but decently small corridors. You can just spam arrows down. Feels good. Oh, the DillDucks spray.
3, 2, 1.
I like
W.
it.
And it's purple too. Wait a second.
Hang
the actual
on.
official DillDucks spray.
Well, everybody else gets like team skins, so maybe this was their team spray.
Now this is a comp from DillDucks. A little TP forward. Okay. Vision already dead. See how long he sticks on the Hanzo against this.
It's working. Okay. Renex gets a little caught there, but it is working.
Where was Renex there? Razor too.
Behind point.
Yeah, all right. Well, that was very short-lived, and unfortunately not even 33% for Baz, who was just getting kind of ping-ponged on those spike walls there as he was trying to boop in one direction than the next.
Never mind, it's not working. I think that was a bit of a positional issue. If you're going to be playing, like, he played a little bit away from Baz. I think Redex got caught behind point. And then as soon as you lose that speed, you just lose such a significant source of healing as well when you don't have that Lucio amp it up. And again, I think they got caught in Hotel this time.
Oh, almost got the kill on the Kiriko there. Smart Susie by Scuff. Yeah, I think it was. I think you're right. Probably just caught trying to go through Hotel, and then you just get logged by the Hanzo.
Good start for Extinction's defense. Pulse Bomb here for King already online. You're gonna have double support ults too. I think it's been so easy for Lijiang to build up to these title blasts. I kind of expect there just to be rushes first from both of these Kiriko.
Yeah, right on the point. Both of them kind of crossing each other there. Vision ends up getting a dove on in the back line. Okay, here it is. DillDucks. Now they're on the point. Only Alba and Scuffed left, and no tidal blast to be found. Even Extinction, no one there really been able to use their ults. As DillDucks capped the point with only an ult used.
That's crazy. That is crazier. I guess Razor was trying to chase somebody. Yeah, but it's just a little funny when you see that happen. Not like it's a big deal, right? The Tracer's gonna come out of spawn very quickly. And Extinction can actually hold the archway now. Obviously, they would have liked to be able to full hold that first point, but I think you also take the position here where you're able to just hold arch with 3-4 ults. Dragon Strike is very close.
King really wants this high ground control here. There's the downfall, connects the Vision, a Vision too far up. Tidal Blast on Hattori. They get the small stun, and Baz is trapped in this doorway right now. Needs some heals. Is getting a kind of pump on him right now, but this downfall is going to be Baz's demise. Blade on the high ground there for Carmez. Kills Scuffed, looking for the next. Happy just to back off, push the payload through the archway. Satori just clambers to safety.
Trying to think about what is next. Baz opening that up with the downpour was so nice because you were able to just catch that 1 DPS, which Vision is showing us why that is such a good idea. Wow, what is happening?
Oops, Daisy. I told you, I think they increased the size of the arrows.
Well, I guess Kiriko is getting a boon too then. With the, not actually the same type of buff, but yeah, I think you might be right about this.
Dragon Strike, and a bit of a classic on this map. Oh, through the bar. See if it actually lands a kill, doesn't look like it. Although, well, that's an awkward spot to be in if you're Red X. You've got Dragon Strike behind you, and then King in the front. Good. Not a messy fight, though, as Frothy Philly was climbing the wall there as King pops his head out of the bar. Decides it's Frothy Philly's time to go back to spawn. 2 minutes to go, and yeah, King's still in enemy territory, still has a recall out of it. Not going to be able to get out now, surely. Yeah, this should be a fairly easy fight for Razor to win. Same with Red X. End up tag teaming up there for a kill. There is going to be a rush used by Scarf, even a sound barrier from DillDucks. Think they can win this fight? They can just push past this rush now. This area of effectiveness now not being used at all by Extinction. Quantum on the floor from Razor finds a kill, and here comes a secondary rush from DillDucks. And that'll be the fight over with and round this final corner on this second checkpoint. And they're going to be able to walk this one in.
What confidence. That scenario, but I think they saw this is the end of the second point. If you don't get it here with all of these ultimates, it's going to be very difficult. May as well try your best. It works out for them. They get the second point. They actually have this downpour as well from Baz they can throw into this, and Baz was so good with it this last time around. If you could even just get one person, I think it makes it even better for Razor and Carmez to just kind of clean that up. And Tori is out and gets actually cut off with the spike ball.
That was going to leap away. There's the downpour. Tidal blast onto King. Not sure he got a knockdown there and can't really stay around for too much longer either. Took a kunai to the dome, but it's all good though. Vision looking like Legolas up on that high ground as Extinction end up winning that fight. Vision getting 3 kills.
Who would imagine that taking the high ground would give you such an advantage? But really good there for Hanzo. Of course, you have a better vantage point from being able to play that high ground, but you also are able to give a lot more information to your team. And so Vision can actually play pretty well with this hazard. You have the Dragon Strike to shut off one of these routes of entry, even split up the team if you want. But you got to imagine that this Dragon Strike is coming.
Pressure and Gen.G on the tool. Carmez has got the reflect. No cooldowns remaining for King. Yang actually gets chased down by Red X. Able to isolate King, take him out. It's a 4v5. Arrow taken though by Carmez, has to back up, but here comes the rush. Unfortunately for Scuff though, his life was cut pretty short there. He gets killed by Razor. A rather tough map to finish, of course, King's Row and DillDucks. They're not making these fights clean either. A deflect from Carmez, gets taken down by King, and yeah, it's just an absolute slugfest. Even a Dragon Strike through the walls, I'd be sure. Oh, Red X actually dies on the other side of that. Whoops, it is. All good. Quick reset, a minute to go.
It was the perfect time. It's really difficult to get away from that when you've locked yourself into that corridor. And then Baz actually tries to violent leap away, and unfortunately violent leaps into Hattori's arms. Now I think that was a really good chance for them when they were able to get those 2 picks back to back, that they held on to these ultimates to make this their final push, their best. So Borg actually at the ready, they go in with the sound barrier.
Tidal blast sends a couple flying, but there's sound barrier from Red X. It's going to make sure everybody stays up. Takes an arrow to the dome though, unfortunately. Hattori a little bit too far into the spawn, but this is go time now for DillDucks. They got 3 ults, but they just need to repair themselves. They need to get numbers up. They got one final go at this. They got no ults on the side of Extinction. Maybe this pulse bomb's going to be what they need, but yeah, it's not looking good. So neither Scuff. Scuff's just out of position as well. I don't think anybody was actually in range for a swift step either. Everybody was so far away. Downpour is going to connect with the Hanzo. Vision in trouble, but is getting perma pocketed right now by Alba. King now with the pulse bomb has found his way back into the fight, but this payload is moving. And ult's in favor of DillDucks, but it doesn't matter. Where are the ults? He's just getting owned by Vision right now, who is again getting pocketed by Alba. Comes couldn't even get the blade kill through that pocket as well. That was ridiculous. Alba and Vision just took over the last couple of seconds of that game. There were like 4 ults from DillDucks. Alba just waves Vision, hits him with the right click, and then Vision just clicks on 3 heads with the bow. That was so ridiculous from Extinction there to hold on.
Yeah, no kidding. DillDucks had the ultimate advantage. They didn't go in and use the barrier to its most potential. I thought after that aggressive beat, you should be able to go in with all of that overhealth, get yourself into a better position to make sure that you can actually get the blade. And it just kind of never came together the way that I thought having 4 ultimates would have. And so that's unfortunate. I think they could have gone a lot farther with that, but still being able to draw that line in the sand on that 3rd point after that first one was a little shaky definitely feels good.
Yeah, it was an alright push. You're going into that fight against a pulse. But then unfortunately Hanzo just hits a couple of shots and yeah, rest is history really.
Power of Hanzo. I really wasn't a believer after that last series, but hey, I'm happy to be proven wrong. And Vision has looked really good with it. Yeah, Vision Alba, what a performance.
Surviving the blade like that is kind of dirty, to be honest. You like Dragon Blade, one of the scary ults in the game. It's nanoed. It's just Alba's just like hits the wave, right clicks, and then you survive against the blade. Like it's an insane amount of healing throughput by Alba. We'll see if Vision can get it done again. Just happy with the Hanzo pick, and I would be too.
If you get 1 kill with the Hanzo, you open things up so much, and I think Razor's gonna have to be very careful. Razor was probably gonna be number 1 on that attack push, and oftentimes I think got caught out by either Scuffed or Vision with the picks.
All right, big wraparound. Good wall though. Initially there from Hattori actually separates Baz, and you can see Redx is positioning right now all the way in the back line. Can't escort Baz around. No healing was provided there at all from the Lucio. There's Vision, yeah, clean it up. Ooh, that was a nice shot too.
Cow.
Wow, Vision is just on an absolute tear on this Hanzo.
Jeez, the dome onto the Gen.G and then the quick flick onto the Tracer. Perfect stuff from Vision. Of course, you're going to be on fire as you head into the 2nd point. And very quick take. Just having so much more time, it gives you 2 very, very good ultimate rotations to get through this 2nd stage.
Good burst damage though. All right. They've settled their score. Scuffed and King in the back line, by the way. Yeah, you need to go deal with that at some point. All right, Scuff dead. King is at 2nd.
3rd? You mean?
Yeah, pretty much. Was heading that way. Well, it's got a pulse bomb, but it is a 4-on-5 in the choke right now. But King is in a good spot. You can see how far they want to play up. And oh, look who's in the kill feed again. That's Vision with a headshot onto Frothy Philly.
I don't think you need the pulse here either. The rest of your team is cleaning up beautifully. Just hold it.
Don't need anything.
Yeah.
Chilling. King wasn't even needed. King just showed up and the fight was already done.
Wow. You do have to have that thought in the back of your head. The Tracer's back there somewhere, but you do have to just kind of focus on the fight ahead of you. And if you've got Vision that's going to continue to get picks like this, then you really don't have to worry too much about anything else. You can't worry about the Tracer. You have to worry about that fight. But Extinction, do use the Pulse Bomb. Don't get a lot out of it, but you can actually see the Sonic here helping out a ton for Extinction to know where DillDucks want to approach from.
Wow, Profitability under so much pressure. Same with Razor there as well. Downfall, Baz already dead. Rush for Rush on the point. The Razor also falls. Sound barrier from Redx. Oh, looking a little lackluster. Blade from Carmes, decent damage onto Vision. Frothy Philly with the cleanup, however. 3-man sound barrier from Redx, and it still comes out on top. Beat Blade cannot be underestimated.
Good stall so far here from the DillDucks, but it's not probably gonna last much longer unless they can come up with some just raw picks.
Yeah, they really want to take down Alba. Yeah, good little spike wall from Baz. Sends him to the grave. Okay, if you're Extinction right now, it's just, okay, quick, clean, reset, go again. Don't want to fight. Just wait for Alba to get back up. And maybe Vision gets a Dragon Strike kill or even just a random headshot.
That's the benefit of having that 5-minute time bank that they had after opening up that first point. You still have a ton of chances, and even if for some reason you don't get the payload over the line here with 3 ultimates, you have enough time to build up an entire bank and then try to push yourself over the line that way. But I think with the Dragon Strike setup too, as long as you don't die here, this is good.
The posters will do it. All right, that's going to be fight over with. Really nice bit of tech there by Vision. He's taken this the minor perk that hacks health packs. He ended up hacking the health pack right next to him, just back it up slightly. If anybody comes to him, he can use that as a source of healing. Nice work from Hattori and King, though, in that previous fight. The pulse bomb and the downpour was enough. 3.5 minutes, and that golden bolt to victory is in an awkward spot on that corner. And like you said before, Rose, it only takes one headshot from the Hanzo.
And Vision's very close.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm waiting for it. Oh, there's one. Whoa. It was a storm arrow shot, but it'll do.
I'm still waiting with bated breath. I'm like, Vision's gonna come up with something big. Oh, especially because you've got the Dragon Strike.
Oh,
there you go.
Body shot, Dragon Strike, down the stretch. Pretty easy dodge. Creates a bit of room, though, in between Baz and the rest of the team. Here comes the rush. Red X needs to stay alive here. 1% away from the sound barrier. It couldn't come quick enough. Beat connects with 4. They push on forward as DillDucks and the rest of the gang need to come up with kills. Vision dead. I mean, finally, the demon's been slain, but a tidal surge into the back line. No knockdowns for Hattori, and now she's in a tough spot. Needs the reinforcements, but the blade from Carmes should be the final seal on this letter. As DillDucks do end up coming out with a win in that fight, and an expensive fight it was. 2 and a bit minutes still, though, for Extinction. Making good use of their time bank at the very least.
For sure, and that payload still doesn't have very far to go. With a downpour, you hit somebody, follow it up with that pulse bomb if you want to, or maybe Razor just gets a raw stick onto somebody, and there you go.
Oh, there's the headshot. There's the
yeah, and then there's Vision.
Red X dead. Razor recalling right in the face of Vision there. Still has the pulse bomb, of course, but now Baz falls. It's all falling apart right now. Hattori now fighting on the point, and I think this might just be it. There's DillDucks end up losing Carmes, who is the only person on the point trying to contest. A couple of meters to go. A downpour in the spawn. A pulse bomb as the cherry on top. And there you go. Alba with the mic drop on the payload as Extinction start off their stage with a 3-0.
Big signs of life from our beloved DillDucks, but Extinction, I think we should always expected them to be able to get this 3-0, and it's very good for them to be able to kind of live up to that confidence that they wanted to showcase in this first match. Did look a little bit tough with that Doomfist. Maybe rightfully banning it out on that King's Row after being fed up with it from that second map, but things look great here for Extinction so far. Hopefully, with even more time, they'll be able to kind of keep ironing out those start of stage jitters. Alba is still very new to competitive Overwatch, and as the series progressed, did start to look a lot better as the series went on.
Yeah, I mean, decent stats on the Lijiang, to be fair, so yeah. It looks good for Extinction. Yeah, like you said, a little rough against the Doomfist, but hey, first series, you're all chill.
You know, I still feel like we're all winners because Moira, Doomfist compositions are alive and
It was fun.
It was. And it was short and sweet. And quite frankly, I felt like there were plenty of moments where DillDucks could have won the map. Like, that was Extinction just showing tenacity and keeping themselves in the game, winning one fight and rolling up into another one. But overall, I think this was still a decent showing from both of these teams, which should make everyone excited to see what's to come in the next, how is it, 6 weeks, 5 weeks, 5.5 weeks? I guess 5.5 weeks, let's go with that. But yeah, for now, a 3-0 for Extinction.
Yeah, they look good. Look, at the end of the day, you're coming in, you're expecting to win this series and kind of flexing their muscles a little bit. Like, hey, we want to run this kind of style. We want to play Wrecking Ball on control. Still, those first match jitters, they're out the way now. You can just roll on to the next. I'm actually curious to hear from them whether, like, who their biggest ops are, because the top 4 in North America have always been kind of set in stone. But they are the team that has a lot of motivation, has a lot of passion, and wants to be able to punch up. And they just got to keep this up. I mean, against the Doomfist, it was frustrating, but they still managed to overcome after the swaps came in.
I'm just hyped to see more Hanzo from Vision. Vision looks so good in this match, not only getting multiple picks with the Death Blossom active on the Reaper, but also being able to use that Hanzo to full effect on King's Row to just put on a show-stopping performance. I think that Extinction hopefully will like keep scaling as these weeks go on. And Tori just like having all the answers too. That is so tough to play against a composition that you have not had a lot of practice against, and to be able to come up with those adjustments on the fly like that is very impressive. So I have high hopes for this team moving forward for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, Hitori really showed how much flexibility they're bringing to the table, right? Being able to swap on the fly and looking so solid on each of the picks and each of the swaps they had to make throughout the series in order to reply to what the DillDucks were throwing at them. And I think both of you mentioned it during the cast, right? If you're going up against the DillDucks, you gotta expect some wonky stuff, and that's something you usually don't really practice against. So I think this is it's very easy to kind of drop the spaghetti when you're going up against these kind of compositions, since you're not usually forced into that situation. And if the skill level is more evenly matched, you're more likely to drop a map due to that. But they didn't. So yeah, really, really well done around, all around the board, from all across the board. I swear I can talk. It's been a long day.
Across the board,
but
as well.
yeah, it's just like there was a board and people were within the vicinity of said board and things went around, and it was incredible. So there's that. I do believe we're having an interview? Question mark into the Abyss. Abyss being production. Hi, production. Are you with us?
I did want to bring up as well, actually, before we get into that, their next couple of series, Extinction this being, the next couple of series, they're against TL. So Liquid, you'd imagine Liquid walk away from that one, but if they have a good showing against Liquid, their next series is very doable. Like them versus Sakura, I think those two teams are the most evenly matched from what we've seen so far. So that should be a really fun one. That's in week 3, and then they're against GK. So they've got a tough game, and then they've got a very winnable game, which should be a very close one. And then they have GK, which we haven't seen GK yet, but I imagine they're pretty good.
Or maybe they're not. Maybe they're really not.
And we'll find out tomorrow.
You just don't know. Yeah, exactly. We'll find out very soon. For now, though, we should be getting Alba for an interview, if I understood it correctly. So let's see if we can get them in for a quick chat after this victory over the DillDucks. I'm going to stretch the sentence into
Alba,
infinity until something is... it's like a seance, isn't it? It's like the era of Zoom. It's like, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Wait, is it voice only? Is that what I'm hearing? Or no? Okay, no Alba. Alba's gone. Alba's not with us.
My
but
Scotsman.
maybe sometime very soon, Alba will be joining us. I want to hear a thick Scottish accent when we're talking to Alba, by the way. Like, I was kind of looking forward to that. For now, though, I'm also looking forward to the DHL highlights. So let's chat about some of the highlight-worthy moment. Brought to you by
Please
DHL.
say the Ajaxes
Delivered
are in here,
by
please.
DHL.
There were too many today.
There were just the right amount, and it had to be Violet hitting the first one, by the way. I loved it. Yeah, Tree on the Gen.G.
Man.
Team Liquid in general, like, this comp looks super sick for them. I think Tree, in general, obviously an insane player, and played the Hanzo, actually, last stage on this map. Had some nice flicks, which we saw on the highlights at the very top of the day. I think Tree and Zera have a perfect opportunity to run it home with Team Liquid this stage. It's going to be a really good one for them, and I have high hopes, if not rank 1. If I had to put power rankings, Liquid right now, number 1 for me.
I'm with you, but I think there is some heavy competition for that second spot, or even to maybe take down those Titans. SpaceStation Gaming in their match versus Sakura have looked very good, and I really hope that means that we are going to see them make it to the World Finals. But another team I would be very excited to see there, Zoe, take it away.
We did it! Alba is with us. Alba, congratulations on the dub. Welcome to the show. How about we start this one off with you introducing yourself a little bit? Because I don't believe a lot of our viewers are super familiar with your, let's go with the lore. Let's go with the origin story of Alba. I know that you played for Team Vision. I know that because I have it up on my second monitor. Other than that, not so much knowledge. So walk us through your journey to get here into OWCS.
Yeah, so this is my first game of WCS. Super nervous, but we won, so it's okay. I've been competing for like a year now. I was like living in Japan in the mountains, and I came back and I was Overwatch. So I went to the test of Overwatch, and then a year later we're here. So happy after my first game.
We're so happy to have you here.
Yeah, big W. I mean, coming into this stage, I wanted to kind of ask you what your biggest ops was. Like, who do you see having to battle, you know, grueling map 5? Like, who do you really want to take down in this stage? Because there's a lot of players, there's a lot of friends across different teams. Is there anybody specifically you want to take down?
To be honest, I'm good to NA, so I don't really know anyone. There's no beefs, no rivalries, really. I don't really play very good today. Well, I don't play very good, but I reckon we should do this game with Sakura and Gen.G as well, so they should be easy, and then hopefully we can punch up to Nightmare and then so that's done.
Well, you made a great OWCS debut today with your new team. Can you tell us a little bit about how you're liking Wuyong? Because you looked great.
Yeah, so last map it went okay. I'm enjoying Rialto actually. It feels like I was kind of away when the season first dropped, so I still need to get some more hours in, but yeah, I'm enjoying it, and hopefully we can do like another day I can do top level up.
You know, just looking at you and hearing you talk, you're kind of giving me positive Wuyang vibes just as a person. So I'm digging that combination. Alba, thank you so much for joining us here for a quick chat. Once again, congratulations. We're very excited to see more of you and this squad. Have a good evening and best of luck in the next match. Don't worry, viewers. We also could barely hear them. But we got most of it, I think. It was just a little on the low side. It is great to get the new players in for a quick chat, though. I love to hear from them. Next time we do it full Dolby, just to make up for this
Full
one.
Dolby 5.1 surround sound.
Dolby, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be inside your skulls. It's going to be so good.
I think, yeah, at the end of the day, coming in against some of the big names, Liquid, GK, like Nightmare teams and players that have been around for a long time, like Hawk, for example, who's been around forever, yeah, it's definitely, it might be a little bit overwhelming in some regards, but I think being on a team like this that is very motivated and very, like, they want to succeed to the highest degree possible, it's got to be a big boom for him. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see Extinction's run at this stage. Their team looks well put together for this current meta. We'll see how it evolves.
I mean, I think like teams like that and players like that are put in a good position though, right? Because the pressure is not really on them. It's the old guard who have to keep their spot, right? Yeah. It's really on them to defend the crown, to defend the titles, to defend the name that they've made for themselves. And we have seen that already in the mid-season championship. It's the newer players who are up and coming, who are trying to slowly bridge that gap and kind of taking it all away from them. And that was a super quick glance at our schedule for tomorrow. We of course have way more matches again tomorrow. I'm gonna bring them up on the side of my screen so I can just waffle them off because I don't know them by heart. Which is
all I know.
What you got? What you got?
We get to see
GK.
That's true.
Ooh,
that is the thing. That is the final match of the day. So make sure that you are there. But we do also get to see GK and Team Z make their OWCS Stage 3 debuts, so I'm excited to see what they have to offer too.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that squad is basically the former Supernova squad, right? So we see, once again, a lot of returning faces playing under a different flag, which is always exciting to see. Nightmare SSG, as you guys just mentioned as well, is coming up tomorrow. We got a first look at both of those teams. Let's see what they have in store for us tomorrow. More Bastion? Probably not, but it's going to be a good time for sure. We're trying again, please. 2 times the charm, and here it is. We're also getting first look at some more EMEA teams, of course. Vision had a fantastic showing today, but tomorrow, tall order going up against Alcatia, which looked still so good, man. On the sim, it's criminal. I'm annoyed.
Dude, so every stage, EU be like, actually, I'm going to play sim. Actually, some sort of rush, guys. It's going to be a fun match, and I'm glad Choice won, by the way, and Violet are in the mix. An insane, like, Violet run is like champion Overwatch League player, and now he's playing for Team Vision, having to work his way up through Masters, and now into the mix in OWCS and EMEA of all places. It's been a wild career for Violet, but like I'm here for it, man. Like the guy's a legend.
Is indeed. Nekar, what's a big takeaway of that first day of action?
This meta still has a lot to be figured out. I'm already very hyped about the dive that we're seeing become so prevalent in Korea as well as North America, but I feel like from what we saw in EMEA and different shades of things in North America, there is so many viable heroes, and that's going to be very healthy, I think. I hope. I pray. Please. Pray to the gods of Overwatch. But yeah, we're in for a good time. We're in for a good ride over the next 6 weeks. But for now, that is a wrap on day 1, stage 3 of OWCS. Thank you all so much for joining us for all the action. More to come tomorrow as we wrap our first week of play. Tune in again, same time, same place. Go drink some water and stay hydrated. We see you again tomorrow.
Let's go.
Very nice.